Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did I read that correctly? I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Grizzlebees. Grizzlebees. Grizzlebees underscore 39. There's an echo. Oh, it was you. Oh, Spencer, is it not up on YouTube? It's in the Discord. I'll post it on YouTube right now. I thought I did already. My mistake. My mistake. I apologize. I shall post it for the YouTube right now. And then we will start. But also, everybody remind me I have something to say to Grizzlebees specifically in a second or two. Okay, it should be up on YouTube. Sorry about that, man. Listen, that's on me. That's a fuck up of mine. 100%. I genuinely apologize. I thought I scheduled all of them this week. I fucked it up. Sorry about that. Okay, what am I looking for? Here's what I'm looking for. Why is that not loading? Interesting. The Discord link says no access. All right, I can fix that in a second too. Oh my goodness, guys. It's a good thing I started early tonight. We got a lot of fuck-ups. And they're all mine. Oh, I see the issue. Okay, I'm gonna fix it in a moment. And by a moment, I mean right now. Did you mean the Discord link in the YouTube, or did you mean the Discord link in Twitch? The Discord link in the YouTube video should be good now. If you reload the page, it should be good. Sorry about that mistake, my guy. Now, what I wanted to say... Wait a second. We have to change the vibe for a second. We have to change it for a second. Okay. We have to. Why is that button not working? Oh, that is so frustrating. It's okay. We'll find something. Okay. Give me 1 second. Crystalby, don't go anywhere! Grizzleby, my guy. Let's talk for a second. Oh, hey. Now listen here, Grizzleby, specifically. Everyone else is here too. So, Grizzleby, you guys might not know this about Grizzleby. Gina, my champion in the middle of the country. How are you? We are about to start stream, and we're starting it with a bang because we had something crazy happen that I just think is worth acknowledging in this time that we live in. Grizzlebees. They decided to engage with a whole new social media platform, like a whole new content creation platform, because they wanted to watch my stream. Isn't that crazy? Anyway, Grizzlebees, I just want to say thanks, man. That's cool. Personally, because if I didn't already do things on Twitch, it would be very hard, I think, to convince me to like go to Twitch to watch stuff. So, high five. That's all. That was a good song, though. You know what? Fluffcopter, I'm going to be honest, man. People have really strong feelings about which platform they want to watch a live stream on. Genuinely. And it's a very divisive audience. And like, so for example, right now, we have about 20 some people watching on YouTube and about 15 on Twitch. So people, you know, people pick their poisons. You know. Anyway. So today we're going to be looking at some member homebrew. Oh yeah. It's going to be good. I'm very excited for it. I think it's going to go really well. And we're starting a little early. What's up, Rex? Oh my god. I don't know why I started playing really mellow music. Let's crank it up a little bit for a second. This is my favorite new song, by the way. This is my favorite. This is the new song on the opening playlist, and I just think it rocks. If I can find my little remote control really quickly. I don't think I can because my desk is a fucking mess, but I'm gonna try. It's definitely not here. Oh well, fuck it. Anyway, this song's pretty good. You know what I mean? It's pretty good, right? Anyway, it's always nice to have new people on the show. It's lovely. Great. And you know what I realized as I was saying that? When I'm saying, like, that's great, it sounds like I'm being sarcastic. Why is that? Because I'm not being sarcastic. What I am doing is trying to plug a light in really quickly. Why aren't you connected to something else? You silly goose. That doesn't need power. Powered by the souls of the innocent and the blood of the famished. Lovely. Lovely. What's up, Double Twitch? Hey, who's here today? I didn't even say that yet. I'm sorry, guys. I got really sidetracked. And we normally start by saying hi to everybody. And I just got pumped because somebody said they were like, hey, man, I decided to download Twitch to watch this. I was like, that's fucking crazy. Who was that? That was Grizzleby_39. He hasn't spoken in a while, but I'm going to remember his name forever. Or at least until I forget it. Hopefully that won't be too long. We heard this song already. Yo, Cinder, I see you raid Captain Robert. Have I actually watched them? I don't usually watch them live because they're usually right after I stream. But I really like Captain Robert in general. I've seen bits and pieces of them. But I think he's a really, really fun content creator. What's up, Paradox? Not Paradix, excuse me. I apologize. Mil disculpes. You'll quiz me on his name in exactly 4 hours. Fluffcopter, I will tell you, I can't promise that I'm going to remember it, but I have a weird memory. There are things that I am very, very good at remembering that don't make any sense to be good at remembering, and there's things that I really should be good at remembering that I'm terrible at remembering. So, like, for example, hand to God, gun to my head, I don't know if I could tell you all of my siblings and parents' birthdays right now. But I could tell you that in 6th grade, Joe Moore bet me $5 that he could remember the number 1,113, and that if I asked him that number in a week, he would remember it. And I asked him it in a week, and he didn't remember it, and he denied the contest. The fiend. So, sometimes I have good memory for things, but also sometimes I have really bad memory for things sometimes too. Joe Moore. I haven't thought about that guy in a long time. He and I were really good friends in elementary school. Yes, even the flesh vessel had to grow up before it could really contain the full glory of my power. So I had to endure a lot of your experiences. They were fine. What's up, Tot Zerger? How's it going, buddy? Brent, how are you? Abdal, welcome back, my guy. You might just get out of bed to cook a monster stat block. Well, no rush. No rush, dude. We're not doing monster stream today, I don't think. Did I go live on the wrong thing? No. Okay, good. So no rush. You know, take your time, man. But it's good to have you. I love the name Abdal. Abdal is a name that just sounds good to say. That the sound, the sort of like the DA with a little bit of a H at the end, the doll. There's certain words and sounds. We're going to look at Homebrew soon. Everybody calm down. I know you're all chomping at the bits. But sometimes it's good to just think about a thing for a second or two. And the way a word sounds, or even just a part of a word sounds, or a name, when you say it, like what it feels like in your mouth, has a pretty big impact on the way you relate to that word, which is cool. You can also use that to make your writing better. Anyway, dude, Elden Ring is so good. So good. I'm obsessed. I'm literally almost done editing. So I've been playing Elden Ring. I've been doing more non-D&D streams. I've been doing some D&D streams and some other things. I'm trying to branch. I'm trying to slowly climb out from singularly a D&D person and just being like, hey, I'm just a big, balding, weird-looking dude that people think says funny things and nice things and smart things sometimes. Or some combination of that. So I'm trying to do other things. So I started playing Elden Ring just because I heard it was great, and I never played any of Souls-like before, and I like it so much, and I wasn't planning on making any long-form content about it, but I'm, like, really engaged with it, and it's this thing where it's like, I want to play it, but I want to play it on stream, so I have to wait to play it on stream, so what I can do while I'm waiting is I can edit video of me playing it into long-form videos. So tomorrow, I think, I'm going to have a new video come out that's going to be about a half-hour long. That's going to be my first little dip into Elden Ring. It'll be good. You took a week off of work to play Elden Ring. Dude, I'm playing it for the very first time. The very first. So I have never played a Souls-like before. I have never played any From Software games before. I don't know anything. But it's very, very fun. And honestly, chat's been super chill and helpful, which is lovely. Otter said some funny things. Oh, you're here for more. Oh, you were watching me on Castleton, eh? That's very nice. Castleton's hella fun. Oh God, I'm gonna say your name wrong. Escusera. That's okay. Escusera, thank you for the resub. Cinder. A stealth tiger of high CR or any stealth monster that hunts the party for several rounds could be fun to fight. There is something like that already. Ooh, are we getting into talking about D&D stuff? We can do that. We're going to segue into reviews soon, and this is a lovely place to start. So what do you want? You want a monster that's good at hunting the party? I think my question for you is, how long do you want it to hunt the party for? Do you want it to hunt the party for, like, a single encounter? Or do you want it to hunt the party for, like, maybe over a longer period of time? Because there is a monster that came to mind to me immediately, but it's not a great monster for, like, one encounter. It's really a good monster for something to be, like, spread out. Rex, get out of my brain. Rex, are you kidding me? Literally, you're in my fucking head, man. So, I know you're, okay, we're just going to take the opportunity to talk about it for a second, because it's a really cool monster. If you're not familiar with the Orthon, look at that cutie, by the way. And you know, if you turn that cutie around, they got a booty, probably. Because they got some thick thighs. The Orthon is literally the Predator from the movie Predator. If you take a look at what it can do, it explodes when it dies. It has a billion weird hunting things. It goes invisible. It's just the Predator. It's the Predator. But one of the things that it does that's really cool is it has this tracking arrow, which basically means if it shoots somebody with it, it can just track them for 24 hours. So you could essentially have if you did it as a one-shot, if it was a one-shot that took place over a series of days, they could be, like, attacked by this thing, and then it would, like, leave and then, like, you know, stalk them. Because it just needs to hit them with one of these arrows to track them. But if you're going for, like, well, I mean, it also depends on what level they are. Because, I mean, if we're being, like, real, Displacer Beast, man. If it's a low, if it's a level 2, if they're doing, dude, D&D Beyond, you do such a bad job of promoting yourself. If they're, like, level 2, you take this bad boy, you just pop on the ability for them to have good stealth, and then you're there. It looks like a sneaky, prowly monster. The only thing that I would change about it is it's not really a stealthy monster, but you could, that's not hard to change. Stealth is a very easy thing to give a creature. He's been hunting your party in a game for like 6 months. Dude, I fucking love the Orthon. Such a cool monster. Your party's being hunted by night hags? Oy, oy, oy. Good luck. I hope you got some people that can see into the ethereal. Revenants are really good monsters for it knows where you are. Yeah, they're pretty great for that. I don't really, you know what I realize? I don't use the undead that much in my games. I tend to lean towards the cosmic or like the wacky almost. Wacky's not the right word because it's not necessarily like funny. Dude, my spider is not doing his job. I just had to kill that thing. Come on. He's fucking huge, by the way, right now. I was hanging out with him last night. He is, you know, he doesn't, he's prowling right now. But I don't use the undead that much. Maybe I should use them more. I also don't have players that lean into Paladin Cleric that much either, which is maybe why I don't think about it as much. Because I do feel like if you have a Paladin or a Cleric, you kind of want to throw in some undead to make them feel special, you know? Oh, you're the DM. You're the DM. Then you don't have anything to worry about. You just have fun to worry about. Which is, I guess, something to worry about. You want to make sure everyone's having fun, but it's not that hard. I mean, it is hard, but it's not that hard. You probably overuse the undead. You've realized the other day that your party has fought so many zombie hordes, but never a single goblin. I don't use goblins that much. Today is a member homebrew stream, Abdal. So basically, if anybody that is a member to my channel, or a sub on Twitch, or what's the other thing that they can be? A patron on Patreon. So it can be anything you want it to be. The form is up in the Discord, and it is also in the member tab on YouTube. You're half planning to run a game for some folk at work, not sure how smart that is. If you want to run a game of D&D for people that are not super D&D people, you just have to make it a little bit more on rails and make it a little bit more like a game. That's what I would say. I would say the best thing to run for, like, if you're, because I've done this before. One of the D&D groups that I ended up, one of my longest running D&D groups started when I used to work for a company called WeWork. Go look that company up. And I was a community person in one of the spaces, and I ran D&D there. So I basically ran D&D for a bunch of like professionals from a handful of different companies. And then when COVID hit, even though everything closed down, our D&D group stayed a D&D group, which was very cool. So we ended up playing D&D all through COVID, which was crazy, and like becoming really good friends, even though it started as like a stupid work thing. But all of that to say, when I ran that initial game for them, it was like I ran a 5-room dungeon. It was like, you pick your heroes, you are adventurers, you were sent on a mission to do a thing. And it was like puzzle solving and talking to monsters and fighting monsters and things like that. But it was very ka-chung, ka-chung, ka-chung. And I tried to make sure that each room felt interesting and had things that would maybe be unique or divisive. Not divisive, unique or unexpected. But I let it, I created it in a way that I could really push the structure and lean on it. So, because if you're running, because you don't know what people are like. You know, just because you work with somebody doesn't mean you know what they're like when they're chilling. So it's good to have a little bit more control. Also to help guide them if they like don't know what the fuck to do, which is going to be the case a lot of the time. I like to keep my players tend to be from level 5 to 10, yet I prefer very basic monsters. I mean, you can do a lot with the basic monster. At the end of the day, all the numbers are just numbers. It all sort of just comes down to how you describe them, you know? You can make a ogre feel like a billion different monsters by just having it enter the room in a different way, you know? What's up, Lorgu? How's it going, buddy? What's up, Forba? How you doing, friend? Let's see. How many pieces of... We don't have a lot on the wheel tonight, guys. It's a what's the word I'm looking for? It's a light wheel. I don't mind a light wheel. I do not mind. Make sure I put everybody on it, though. That would be good, right? You want to see it? What's up, Over the Taco? How's it going, buddy? Bilbo, welcome back, man. This is the best type of D&D advice. Teaching people how to start games, not overall campaign advice, but practical advice. I agree almost 100%. I do think there's space for both. Because I do think there are people that come from... like have a headspace for like RPGs in like a video gamey way, and they kind of need the opposite advice. But I do think that tangible feet on the ground, what do I do when I'm sitting in the chair and I'm looking at a group of people advice is more helpful most of the time. And not even telling people what to do, just be like, here's, set some expectations for yourself of what you're aiming for. Okay, let's look at the wheel. But I do want to say, I get so distracted. One of the things, here's the wheel, by the way. The wheel, behold its glory, its sensual physique, its oblique lack of angles. What was I gonna say? Oh god, I'm in a weird mood. I'll try to spin it very gently. The wheel link can be found in the member section of the YouTube of my YouTube. So if you're a member on my YouTube channel, go to the member section or in the Discord. Yeah, Dice. I didn't sleep super well last night. So I just don't know if my energy is gonna last super late, so I wanted to start a little earlier. Theme? No theme. Theme is member review night. Now I've completely forgotten what we were talking about. It's okay. There's a thing stuck in my teeth. I'm not gonna get it out. It's gonna drive me fucking crazy. I love pickles. Pickles are one of my favorite things to eat sometimes. That's a story for another day, though. I don't want to pick at my teeth right now. Bucket. I need to get floss or something. I need to go upstairs. Bucket. What's up, Ash? One of the things that is different on the member review nights, and I try to remind people of this in case they don't already know, is that if you are watching the stream while your piece gets spun on the wheel, if you would like to join me in a conversation on my stream and sort of discuss your piece as we read it instead of me just giving a review, you are welcome to do that. You just have to let me know in the chat because I don't have my eye on the Discord. I like olives too. I didn't like olives naturally. I had to teach myself to like olives. Let's see what Crafter sent us. Crafter says, I wanted to create a Warlock subclass about utilizing curses, debuffs, and the Hex spell while buffing and debilitating targets under its effects. Interesting. I'm hoping... Here's what I'm going to say. If it's all around the Hex spell, you kind of have to build in the Hex spell automatically. And it looks like you didn't do that. So here's where... So that's okay. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I'm just going to explain this to you very quickly. Warlocks do not have an expanded spell list that they just... Warlocks do not automatically... They have an expanded spell list that they can choose spells from, but they do not automatically get these spells. Which means all of the spells on this list should be spells that are not normally on... Oh, you know... Oh, yeah. You're all... I'm so sorry. Oh, sorry. There it is. Boom. I apologize. Who saved me there? Gamer Falcon, you're a champion. Everybody, little round of applause for Gamer Falcon for... That would have been really annoying. if I kept going. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that, man. Okay, so basically, these spells are not automatically added to the Warlock spell list. They are added to the list of spells a Warlock can choose to learn when they learn new spells. So putting a spell on this list that a Warlock already has access to literally does nothing. If you want to build a Warlock subclass that intrinsically ties into features that have to do with cursing, or not cursing, but like a spell, you need to give them that spell in the base class. So what that means is, assuming that you want this to work around the Hex spell, this first level feature probably needs to... You probably need to drop the extra cantrips and just replace it with you innately know the Hex spell, and it doesn't count towards the number of Warlock spells you know. So you just get an extra spell, and it's the Hex spell. I don't think there's another way to make a subclass work if you're not gonna do that. So we're just gonna move ahead with it, assuming that that's probably a change that you're gonna need to make if you do really want everything to rely on the Hex spell specifically. That's kind of true of any homebrew. Whenever you have a homebrew that relies on a very specific thing, you need to give that class that thing innately. So, for example, the Arcane Archer is basically built around archery. But you don't need to give it anything to do that because the player already gets that in the base class by being a fighter. The problem with that when you get to things that are more spellcastery, especially I think with something like a Warlock, where they have much more limited spells, is that you don't want to be taking away from their class resource in order to make the subclass, not resource, that's not the right word for it, but you don't want to force that class, it is the right word for it. You don't want to force a class resource to have to be a certain thing, because you can very easily end up with a character that doesn't function, because there's nothing that says they have to do that. So there's just like a little balancing thing to think about. This adds to spells known, but I'm telling you, that's not how expanded spells work. That's what I'm saying. So you got to put it in the base. All right, let's take a look at Fluxing Hex. Yeah, these Warlocks, maybe you just got here, Crafter. I talked about this at the beginning. I'll say it again very briefly. Warlocks do not get expanded spell lists in the same way that, like, Paladins or Clerics or Druids do. They don't automatically learn these spells. These are just spells that they can choose to learn in addition to their Warlock spells. So no spell on this list should innately be a Warlock spell, because that's not giving them any new powers, because they could already choose to learn that spell. So this isn't giving them Hex automatically. It's just giving them the ability to choose Hex, which they already had. All right, let's look at Fluxing Hex. I would not let them cast Hex without a spell slot. Hex is a very powerful spell. At first level, you gain the ability to twist your hexes into fortifying boons or deforming hexes. Your hex spell is modified in the following ways. When you target a creature with the hex spell, you can turn the spell into a boon or a hex. The target of the hex immediately... I'm gonna push back on an idea before I even read this. And that idea that I'm gonna push back on is, does this need to be tied to the hex spell? Or could this just be a thing that you can do separately from spellcasting, in the same way that a Celestial Warlock can heal? I don't know yet. That's the first thing that pops into my head, but I'm gonna read it now, acknowledging that it might not make sense based on what it is. The target of the hex immediately takes necrotic damage equal to the spell's level. Until the spell's end, you deal an additional 1d6 necrotic damage to the target whenever you hit it with an attack. Also, choose one ability you cast when you cast the spell. The target has disadvantage on ability checks made with the chosen ability. Well, I'm going to ask you for a point of clarification, Crafter. I'm going to ask you for a point of clarification here. Is this happening on top of normal Hex? Is this adding an extra d6 on top of the d6, or is this just the language of the Hex spell that you are putting in here? So this is not like your Hex is now doubled. This is just what Hex does. If this is just what Hex does, you don't need to put the rest of it. Got you. Yeah, so you don't need to put the rest of this, because if you say your spell is modified in the following ways, it doesn't assume that the rest of the spell disappears. It just assumes this, and you could even phrase it like your spell gains additional benefits or has additional features. But yeah, it doesn't take it away. Got you. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, so this basically means if you pick Hex, it deals between 1 to 5 damage one time. Okay. That's pretty weak. We can make that stronger. The The target of the boon immediately gains temporary hit points equal to the spell's level for 1 minute. I think they could last longer than a minute. I would let them last until the spell ends. I would let them last until the spell ends. I don't know why I said that like a question. Okay. If the target of your hex drops to 0 hit points before the spell ends, the spell immediately applies... Wait, let me read that again. If the target of your hex drops to 0 hit points before the spell ends, the spell immediately applies to you as a boon. Okay, that... I might just change... I might literally just write out the mechanic here and say you get temporary hit points again. The language here... I get that it's less words, but I actually think it's less clear also. I think it would be easier to just be like, and you gain temporary hit points equal to the level of the spell. I think that'll read better. When concentrating on the hex spell, you can use a bonus action to change both the target and the effect. That's cool. Okay, now we're starting to make it... Wait a minute. I don't understand. So, okay. I think the issue here is you need to clarify when this extra damage is happening. I think immediately is not the move. Drew Stauffer, thank you for becoming a pretty cool member. I appreciate that. I think that's not the move, because I think it gets a little confusing when you start to do the switching. Because I think what you want to have happen here, tell me if I'm wrong, is that every time you switch... a creature is now gaining temporary hit points, and a creature is now taking damage. I'm assuming that's what you're trying to do here. If that's the case, I think you need to put them at a certain point at the end of your turn. Hex is a spell. You're never going to cast it not on your turn. Just make it at the end of your turn. It's gonna make it flow much more simply. Additionally, you can use your reaction to change the chosen ability of the spell when you see the target make an ability check or a saving throw. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. I think this is all very interesting. I think it's way too much in one feature at the same time. I think that it gets pretty bloated by this additionally. I would completely remove this. Genuinely don't think it needs it. Because, to be frank, I think being able to grant temporary hit points and deal damage every turn consistently, so long as you have your hex spell up already, I think that might be too powerful. Like, that's really strong. That's really strong. Hex is one of those spells that can be up for a really long time. I worry that it might be... I worry about it in two directions. I worry that it might be a little too strong. And then I also worry that it's so one note. Like, it's so one singular thing. And it's already so intrinsically tied to the very limited resource of spells. I question whether or not it's a good idea. I go back to what I go back immediately. I go back to my initial feedback. I think that because this ability is based on the same resource as your spell slots, I think that's a really limiting game mechanic, because it sort of creates this situation where you are either forced as a warlock to only ever cast Hex because you get very few spell slots, or essentially not get access to your subclass. So I want to push back on that. I think that you should not tie this to Hex. I think you should keep this whole vibe of you can do something good or you can do something bad. If you want it to be damage and temporary hit points, I think that's fine. I think you go in a lot of different directions, though. And I would even push you a little bit here, because I would argue when I think about hexes and curses, I don't think about damage. I think of like bad luck and omens and stuff. So I might turn this into like a boon, like a bless or bane sort of thing, where you're like boosting people's ability to hit and do damage, or negating it, or that sort of thing. And then I probably would put it on a completely separate resource than my spells. I would probably sort of treat it like the The Celestial Warlock. I don't know how many times I would let you do this a day because it's quite strong. But more like the Fathomless than the Celestial. But that's what I would do. And I would put it on like a 1-minute timer. Because, right... But Crafter, it doesn't matter if the effect comes later in the subclass, because what happens if this player wants to be able to feel like they can cast spells and feel like they have a subclass at level 1? And what if they want to feel like that at level 2 or 3 or 4? Most campaigns don't get past level 6 or 7. So if there's a problem that you are solving later, you're solving it, I think, a little too late here. I think it's not addressed, because the issue is an issue at level 1. Every other Warlock subclass can still feel completely like they have a subclass, a whole completely different and new set of features, and also cast whatever spells they want. And I think that's important to think about. Also, they have that unique feature, and they have their spell slots. If they run out of spell slots, they still have that unique feature. If this Warlock runs out of spell slots, it's got nothing. So I really want to push back. I really don't think this should be tied to spells. Or if you have a solution later, and when we get to it, maybe we'll be able to figure out how to like squeeze it in earlier. That could also be the move. Wait, I'm putting music back on. I don't know why I turned off. Sorry about that. I've been really digging this playlist lately. Maybe it's just this song. There's songs on this playlist that I fucking hate. This is a good song. I think an ability could be good. I think you could do charisma times per day. I think you could also make it once per short rest. I think would be very reasonable, depending on how long it lasts, and how you maybe tweak the damage. So it's like, because you're gonna need to tweak what you scale the damage and the hit points off of if you don't make it off of spell slot level. And I would probably make it like a D8 maybe, or D8 that would, it could basically, you could almost just copy the Fathomless. It could just be a D8 and then it grows to 2D8 at a higher level. That would just probably just work. This is not one that I made. I guess I could take every song off of it and make a separate one, but I don't want to do that. Let's take a look at level 6. Starting at level 6, your attunement to curses allows you to serve as a conduit for foul, debilitating magic. This is great. A great execution of flavor text. Not only are we given immediately what level we're getting this at, which is the right way to start it if you're going to be starting with flavor text. It's short, it's sweet, and it is very evocative. Good job. You gain, and it doesn't take up too much space. That's the main thing, is that you should never get to the end of the flavor text and be like, where's the feature? You should just be like, okay, cool, I'm reading the thing. You gain resistance to necrotic damage and advantage on saving throws to resist curses, magical debuffs, such as Bane. Okay. I would push back against the necrotic damage here. I don't think we need that, because we're getting a whole other 6th level feature, and it looks massive. I'm going to tell you right now, this 6th level feature is probably too much, but we're going to see. We're going to see what it does. At 6th level, hexing targets, put a comma after the word level, has become so ingrained upon you that you now can lash forth your vile curses at will. You gain the Curse Weaver ability, which allows you to freely curse a target. As an action, you can choose a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you. The creature must make a wisdom saving throw using your spell save DC, or become cursed for a minute. When you use this ability, you can choose the nature of the curse. They have disadvantage at attack rolls against you. They must make a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of their turns. If they fail, it wastes its action, and the target is cursed. Your attacks deal extra damage to it. When you're concentrating on the hex spell against the same target, the target has disadvantage on the saving throw against hex. Okay, I don't think we need to read the rest of this ability. I'm just going to sort of cut you off here. This is too strong. By a lot. This ability to just casually make creatures lose their action is insane. The fact that this doesn't require concentration is insane. The fact that you can stack this on top of any concentration spell or hex is insane. It's just too powerful. I think you need to come up with something different. How many times a day can you do this? Can you just do this infinitely? This is like more powerful than this is like a 3rd level spell that you're getting at will. This is more, actually it's closer to a 4th or a 5th level spell because you're getting a lot of options. It's probably, no, they're not that crazy powerful. It's a 3rd level spell. It's a 3rd level spell at will. But that doesn't require, it's a 3rd level concentration spell at will, not requiring concentration. You meant to make it once per short rest. Okay, that makes it more reasonable, but it's really not in line with the way warlocks are built. And as always, you can push against that structure, but you need to prove that it's worth it in the features. And you haven't. And that's not to say that this isn't an interesting idea, but you have not built this either from a flavor perspective or a 1st level features perspective to allow a 6th level feature that is this. Most Warlock 6th level features are defensive features, and they are not that complicated. You can have a complicated one, but if I were you, I think the best thing that you should do here is you should think about the ways that you could sort of turn debuffing creatures' attacks or things like that, like giving other creatures bad luck, into you getting defense. And then I would look at the other warlocks and what they get at level 6. Because this, at the moment, is just a lot too much. Like, this is already a pretty good feature. This is much better than a ribbon feature. It's a ribbon feature, but it's like a ribbon feature plus. Which means that if we're getting one ribbon feature plus, the other feature probably also kind of has to be a ribbon feature plus. Or at the most, a pretty okay all-around feature. It can't be an insano feature, though. So I simplify. I would lean on this, and I would drop a lot of the rest. Let's take a look at 10th level. Hex Master. Starting at 10th level, your mastery over hexes manifests. I don't think that lands well. Your boon and hex have the following additional effects. When you target a creature, blah, 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 blah. When you hex a target, or when the hex changes target, they take 1d6 necrotic damage. How is that different than what it was before? Additionally, the target of the hexes gains the effects of the Bane spell. Okay, so I'm going to stop you right here. It looks like that is what you continue to do. I think that the power scaling issue is the main thing that's continuing throughout the piece. This just feels like it's falling into the same issues that this feature kind of does, and where it's like both too niche and too strong. This feels both too niche and too strong. I guess it's not niche if you're getting other ways to do hex, but it just feels too strong. If it's on every single one of those, like, it just feels like a little too much. And you're putting all your eggs in the same basket. You don't want to have a subclass that feels like it does one thing. You want to have a subclass that feels like it sells the fiction of a type of character. And I think what's happening here is it feels more like a really interesting magic item than it does like a subclass. Like, you could take Fluxing Hex and Hexmaster and Unerring Curse and essentially put them all together into like an expanding magic item. So I think the main feedback that I have for you is, aside from like needing to be quite a bit more conservative with your power balance, is going to be, try not to make this feel like it does one thing. That's not what a subclass is. That's not what it should be. Think about it like this. This is a really good way to think about it, I think, when you are designing anything in D&D. The person who is going to use your homebrew is going to spend more time with it and see it in more situations than you ever would have imagined. So you want to make it as applicable as possible to a variety of scenarios. That doesn't mean it needs to have a lot of features. It means those features need to be potentially broad. And that can be done in a really simplistic way, like the Battle Master, right? They're just getting cool ways to hit people, but it's a lot of different cool ways to hit people. But they're also at 7th level, they're not getting cool ways to hit people. They're getting better at insight and like reading stuff and like history and reading shit like that. Or like the Totem Barbarian's not a good example. Let's think of another good example of one that has a specific vibe but does a different thing. The Celestial Warlock. Or the Fathomless Warlock. Either of them. Let's do the Celestial. The Celestial Warlock, it gets healing stuff early, but it also gets like explosive Phoenix stuff later. It gets a variety of things that feel like they're kind of different. They're sitting in different spaces. You want to build your thing to be able to express broad game. I think it's a cool idea. I like the idea of a Warlock that focuses on hexes. I think you need to lean into that more. And you need to pull away from this specific mechanic as the be-all, end-all of expressing that. That's what I would say. I think it's a neat idea. I think if you brush like 2/3 of this mechanic away and fill the rest with like branching features to help sell the fiction, I think that would be cool. Very cool idea. Yeah, for sure. You know what you could also do? Definitely not a thing you need to do. But a thing you could do is you could kind of build it like in opposition to the Hex Blade. Because the Hex Blade Warlock gets some features that can work better if you have Hex. But it's broad. But what the Hex Blade is sort of built around is Pact of the Blade. You could give this some features that uniquely like boost like Pact of the Tome if you wanted to like lean into like you're like more witchy, or Pact of the Chain, either one. But maybe things to think about. I don't know. I would play around with that a little bit just from like a headspace idea. I don't know if I'd actually make it into anything, but I'd at least think about it. All right, Crafter, thank you very much for sharing. Crafter, where's my applause button? There it is. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. You're a champion. Kushblunk. Who's the bottom of the list? Name? Alright. Anybody new? We got a couple people. Oh, we got our dear BM. Seahorse coming in hot. Lovely. How in the world is the Creation Bard the best designed subclass? I don't know. Ask Fluffcopter. I think the best designed subclass is the Beast Barbarian. But I'm also... I play favorites. I do think the Beast Barbarian is an amazingly designed subclass. Like that, regardless of my love of barbarians, you can't deny that it's really elegant. It's like so simple and so broad and so evocative at the same time. It captures itself well. Spag, what do you have for us today? Spag says, this is a bard subclass inspired by the myth of Narcissus. I'm really quite happy with the mechanics, so I'd especially like some critique on the flavor text and the presentation. Yeah, sure. As I'd like to polish the piece as much as possible. Sure. Let's take a look. Okay, I have some immediate formatting feedback, like legit immediate formatting feedback. You're doing a lot of really good things with your formatting. I want to point the good things out first, and then I want to point out something you could be doing differently. You're doing a really good use of space in terms of the size of the art versus the text. This should be at the same height as this. This should be lower. Put self should be below this line. That's the first thing. I like that you're using different colors for the text. I'm very colorblind, so I don't know exactly what color this is, but hopefully it's a color that you hope evokes the vibe of this subclass. There's a really big thing that's not here that I think legit would make this look much better. Chat, do you have any ideas what it is? Purely formatting. Purely formatting. Dice brought something up that I wasn't thinking, but I do agree. I think the picture might actually benefit from being smaller. So there's a little bit more space between the edge of the, like, the watermark and the stand. Like, you really, ideally you'd want to draw like a pencil line down and have it be clear on the other side of it. It'll make it look nicer. That's not what I was thinking of, but I'm curious what people think. It's magenta. There's one thing that is not on this page that is on a lot of other D&D homebrew. Would you, I can, here, let's play a game. Unearthed Arcana. Let's find a good, I'll find one. This one will work. What's on this page? Actually, no, this is not a good one. I'll find a better example. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's see. This guy's missing it too. If I spot it, I'll show you. This one's lame. Okay. We gotta. I'm gonna find what I'm talking about. You guys are gonna be like, Cinder, this is not that important. He asked for formatting, man. Let's make it look beautiful. This is a good example. What does this page have that yours doesn't? Here's yours. I'm going to scan slowly from the top to the bottom. Here's yours. Ding, 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 ding. Dice Admiral. A margin. This little part at the bottom, which I guess maybe is not even on this there you go. Oh, it wasn't even on the screen. That's why you guys couldn't see it. I was cheating. Sorry about that. I was being a cheater. This margin. The little lines at the end. The under part. Get some borders on your page, my guy. It's going to have a big impact. No joke. It will have a big impact. It's like that's the kind of little detail that you don't think about when it's there, but your brain notices when it's not there. Okay. Formatting feedback over. We're just getting started, depending on how you think about it. Mia, it makes a huge difference. It's kind of shocking how much of a difference it makes. Let's take a look at the Bardic College of Vanity flavor text. Bards of the College of Vanity value nothing more than the preservation of their perfect selves. I might push against the word preservation because I do feel like vanity is somewhat, I feel like preservation is a part of it, but I feel like it's almost like aspiration or like disillusionment a little bit, and I might try to squeeze that in a little bit there. These self-interested bards are often loath to join adventuring parties due to the inherent risks of adventuring and the necessity to share the spotlight. For some, however, the chance for glory and recognition is simply too appealing to resist. There is almost nothing in here about what unique properties or vibes these guys have other than being vain. These two ideas are kind of the same idea. Like, this is the bookend to this idea. So I think it would probably be valuable for you to put something between these two and maybe try to shorten this part a little bit. They're so vain, they probably think this review is about them. Just roll a die for a second. All right, I take 12 psychic damage. Okay. Harms brings up a kind of interesting point, and I wasn't going to mention it, but I do think it is worth mentioning if other people are thinking about it, which is, I don't know if it's a good idea to encourage within the flavor text of a subclass that you might play a character that's hard to be around or a dick, or at least like loath to join adventuring parties. It brings up like Kender vibes, which was a D&D race that like had a penchant for stealing, and it led to a lot of people just hating it. It kind of gives off that vibe a little bit. So that might be worth addressing. And it might not feel so prevalent if that's not the second sentence. If there's a bit more about them before we get to that, it might not hit with such like, ew, as it kind of does. Even Gloomstalkers and Assassins don't say they're loners. Yeah, I mean, you could turn it on its head, right? Instead of being like they don't want to go at adventuring parties, they want an audience. I guess that's the thing here, is that I guess what I'm struggling with maybe in this flavor text is, are you interpreting vain as self-preservation? Because I would not interpret vanity as self-preservation. I would interpret it as like I said, sort of like delusional aspiration and self-delusionment. So I feel like realistically, that might be also where some of the issue is here. We'll see. Let's see what this thing actually does. Let's dive into it a little bit. I want to read what Harm said first. Something about the bard's inherent qualities of improving a party's atmosphere, cheer, could really fit in this description. Yeah, exactly. That is what I'm saying. Like you could be like it could literally be like they know like they love being the center of the party, and they know they need to be, because they know that like they are the most important person. Like you could sort of turn it around, you know? Because a vain person in an adventuring party would be the one that thought, if I stayed home, they'd all die. I think. Let's look up what vanity means for a second. Maybe I'm misimagining what vanity means. Yeah, no, I think I'm hitting it. Yeah, it has nothing to do with self-preservation. It's just crazy pride in your own appearance and achievements. Self-delusionment. I like the idea of a bard that wants to tell people of their exploits. It'd even be a reason to go on an adventure rather than shy away from it. For sure. I think there's an argument that the College of Stories, the College of Lore bard is kind of that. I'm the pinnacle of entertainment, and everyone will agree because their day is better because it had me in it. I garbled that sentence, but that was a funny line, Harms. Let me just apologize for how dirty I just did you. Your joke is much funnier in text form. All right, let's see what these features are we're getting. We're getting 2 features at 3rd level, which is good, I think, for bards. I think pretty much every bard gets 2 features at 3rd level. There might be one that doesn't, but I can't think of one. And And if you don't know, all bards at 3rd level basically get at least one feature that directly ties to or incorporates their bardic inspiration. Just so you know. You're a funny one, Harms. You've made at least 3 comments this stream that have made me chuckle. I will not forget that. Self-afflicted charm. Starting when you select this college, you constantly have the charmed condition, being charmed by yourself. While charmed this way, you gain the following benefits. Why do we need to give ourselves this gameplay loop of being charmed against ourselves? I'm immediately at a loss for why that's needed. That already feels like a overcomplication, but let's keep going. You are easily distracted by your reflections, your shadows, bop, 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 bop. You have advantage on any saving throw that would require you to see an effect to be affected by it, and any saving throw to avoid or end the charm condition originating from another creature. Okay? When you cast a spell of 1st level or higher that targets you, you gain temporary hit points equal to the level of the spell plus your charisma modifier. You don't need to be permanently charming yourself to do either of these. This is silly. Just give them these. Just give them these. Also, this is 3 features. This is 2 features built into 1. Don't pretend it's not. Think about that. This is kind of a ribbon feature, but it's still quite good. To be fair, there's quite a lot of spells that require you to see them for them to affect you. And a lot of spells that charm you. So this is actually really good. Yeah, so these are your 2 features. And you need to get rid of one of them so you can have a bardic inspiration feature. Okay, Vain Inspiration. When you use your bardic inspiration feature to inspire an ally, you get caught up in your own hype and also inspire yourself. I like that. The bardic inspiration die you grant yourself is a D4. The feature otherwise benefits you as it would any other creature. The size of the die you grant yourself increases when you reach certain levels. A D6 at 10 and a D8 at 15. I don't hate the level increase. I don't know if you need it. It might be. It is certainly overkill considering we're getting a handful of stuff, but I think the core idea I like. I think it's fun. I think it does a good job of representing the vein. Can I submit Homebrew if it's not finished? Yes, just make clear to me that it's not finished in the form. Just say this isn't finished yet. And if you don't have any flavor text yet, make sure in the like the thing where it's like, hey, tell me about your piece or tell me your goals. Tell me what the goals of the piece are and like what the vibe, like if it's like I'm making a snake barbarian, say this is supposed to feel like a snake barbarian or whatever. Also, Reverence is bringing up a good point, is that it's sort of going, I mean, the idea, Reverence, I think, is that you are so distracted by your reflection that things that are not your reflection are less distracting. I think that's the goal. Yeah, Drew. Hey, man, no worries. Also, I appreciate you becoming a member, buddy. Very generous. Very kind. Much appreciate. Helps me keep the lights on. You're always one die behind the normal one. I think that's probably okay. It's definitely really strong, but it's probably okay. But yeah, I think all of this together feels like I'm at a loss because I really like the vibe of this. Like, I guess it could just be this and this. Maybe it doesn't need to be this. That's maybe, I don't know, whatever. You think about it. Let's look at the 6th level feature. Center of Attention. Half of the 3rd level self-charm feature unfortunately overlaps with the Fey ancestry lineage feature, and a lot of other races get. Yeah, but that doesn't ignore. It still's good. It's, you know, it's still like it's still a decent feature. I guess my thought process would be If the concern is that this would not be strong enough on its own, I think the goal would be to make it stronger. I think what I'm struggling with here is that this feels like we are getting just like 3 very separate features. And I don't feel like the 3 of them work together to sell a fiction. I think this one and this one do. This feels like out of place to me. And so maybe the solution is to make this one a little bit more powerful or interesting. I mean, it's pretty, I think it's very interesting, but I don't know. Maybe that's the move if that's not strong enough. I just think having 3 feels weird, especially when one, I don't know, kind of just like this feels very numbers go up in the same way that this does, in a way that I feel like it's just, it sort of feels like we're spreading in too many directions now. You know, giving yourself a bardic inspiration is essentially the same as giving yourself temporary hit points. Is it completely different? Yes. But is it giving yourself a defensive boon? Yeah. I mean, it's giving you an offensive boon too, but it's, you see what I mean? That's sort of where my head's at. Let's take a look at Center of Attention. As an action, you can attempt to force those around you to pay attention to you. Each creature of your choice within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom save against your spell save DC. On a failure, the creature is charmed by you for 1 minute. A creature charmed in this way has disadvantage on attack rolls, wisdom checks, and charisma checks made to engage, observe, or otherwise deal with a creature other than you. Don't say with a creature, say with creatures. An affected creature can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on a success. The effect ends early for all targets if you become incapacitated or you lose this feature, or you use this feature again. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest, unless you expend a spell slot of 3rd level or higher to do it again. I think that this probably either needs to require concentration or needs to require you to do something in your action economy to keep it going. I think it's a little too much if it's not one of those two. I like the vibe of it, though. I also think I know this is not what you're doing, but this also feels like a 14th level feature. We don't want to save this till 14th level. It works. It can work as a 6th level feature. I don't think it's as powerful as a 14th level feature. I think if we tuned it up, it would be a good 14th level feature. I think we need to tune it down a little bit to make it a good 6th level feature. Yeah, because this not requiring concentration is insanely powerful, or an action economy to upkeep. Inflated confidence at 14th level. When you roll a bardic inspiration die granted to you by your vain inspiration, and it causes you to succeed on an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, your own success inspires you further, causing the die to not be spent. You retain the die in this way no more than once per use of your bardic inspiration feature. This is good. Like, it's mechanically good. I don't know if I think it feels like it's adding enough. That's kind of my thought. I think if you don't care and you're like, I don't need it to add anything, I like it, I just wanted a little mechanical boost, go for it. I think it's fine. But I think there's space for something that is more unique if you wanted to go that direction too. And those are my thoughts. I think it's pretty cool. I like it. It's a fun vibe. There's some stuff I'd tweak for sure, but I think it's interesting. I think you got to pull away from the self-preservation element. I think that's bogging parts of it down. All right, Spag. That's all I have to say. That's all she wrote. Let's hear it for Spag. Yeah, really fun one. And your formatting is good. Like, the reason why I got really nitty-pitty, why I played that little game with chat at the beginning, guys, you gotta tell me when you don't. If you tell, I gotta be responsible. Hard for me to see when the screen's fucked up sometimes. Bloop, bloop. the reason why we got a little in the weeds with the feedback was because most of the stuff that I would be telling people, you're already doing. Like the form, like here, did I close it? Yeah, no. Like this looks good. Oh, the other thing is this little rectangle, this cube doesn't look good. The rectangle, it doesn't look bad, but you're sort of in a problem space now, Spag. Little bit of a problem space. It's not a bad problem, but it's a problem space, which is that you have made some of the piece look so polished that the parts that aren't polished, I think, stick out a little bit more. And I think that's really why I think this rectangle is actually the thing that made me really focus on there's no border. Like, I wouldn't think about this rectangle normally, you know what I mean? But it's like, hey man, everything else here looks like cool tavern-y shit. And there are other, if this is homebrewery, there's other like pop-ups you can use that have like a little bit of shadow to them and stuff. I would look at other ones. I would also look at what things people use as like note things, because it'll make it pop out a little bit more elegantly, which you kind of want it to do, actually, on a sort of neurotic level. Think about it like this. Your piece of homebrew looks good, okay? So imagine me, a rando jabroni. I come across this piece on Reddit, and I'm like, cool. And I'm reading it, and I'm reading it, and I'm reading it. I'm like, cool, 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 cool. And I'm like, oh, who made this? When I see it says subclass by Spag, and that it can link to your homebrew, this right here is your billboard. This is your billboard. This is like the flashing lights and shit. But this is the phone number to call. You know, this is the meat. You don't want this to look worse than this. It's that lizard brain thing, man. It's that lizard brain thing. If we see something that doesn't fit, if we see an imperfection, we cannot help but incorporate it into the way we interpret the thing we're reading on like several different levels. And that's a thing that you can actually take advantage of by intentionally fucking with stuff sometimes. But in circumstances when it comes to like formatting or like when you're writing like D&D homebrew, generally you want to be more in line, because you're not like trying to be artistic with your border presentation and like, oh, I'm pushing the boundaries of what border presentation could be. It's like, no, you want people to want, this is the power, this is the meat, you know? So you want them to click this button because Spag, you have anybody that's creating homebrew usually has their individual goals for that homebrew. Most of the time, they want to make it for their friends or their home game or just for fun. But there are people that really get a kick out of sharing it online, and there are people like our dear Spag who likes it. I think. Tell me if I'm wrong. I might make an assumption here. You don't want to just. You want people to like know you as a homebrew creator. Like, you want people to read your homebrew. You don't want them to read just this piece of homebrew. You want them to be like, oh, this is a Spag homebrew piece. This is a spaghetti piece. Let's go. So your actual goal, Spag, is not even the person reading the homebrew for your formatting. Your goal is them clicking this. And there's some other things you can do to make them click this more. I'm not going to go looking for one on Unearthed Arcana, but I will tell you. One thing that you will often see people do is they will have a piece of homebrew where the actual homebrew is a single page in the way that this is, but they'll still post it as like a 2 or 3 page thing. It will have a cover page sometimes, like just like a big evocative piece of art. Oftentimes people will do that if the actual single page of text doesn't have space for cool art. But then a lot of times also they'll have a bookend page that is just a big billboard for them. Hey, you like my homebrew? I make all these different things, and just like make it look cool and get your name in fun font, or, you know, I would look for people put like border, I don't know what you call it, bookends. So that's another thing to think about too. Because if that is the goal, you want this to look professional. We all know that you have a decent quality of homebrew inside you. That's the other thing is that you might actually want to not make this a Google form. You might want to make this an Excel sheet, or better yet, link it to like your home brewery public account. Or whatever if you think about it like this. How do you want people to follow you? Let's assume people like your homebrew. How do they know how do they know where to see the new piece that you post? You know? You want the page to look. Notion is not bad either. Yeah, so things to think about. I like talking about that kind of stuff. We don't get to talk about that kind of stuff that much. All right, let's give Spag a round of applause. Thank you. Kadoosh. Any new pieces? Let's check. Unfortunately, guys. Okay, so a bunch of you asked in the chat or in my Discord why the monster review stream from the other night is not public anymore. And unfortunately, it is because we had a tricksy little fellow send in some racial slurs, and they appeared on the screen. And I felt it was not good to keep that public, both in terms of just not dealing with any, like, channel shenanigans, but also I would rather just not have that be something for anybody to stumble across. So I apologize. But that's also why you'll notice I'm not opening any of the forms on stream right now. I'm opening everything off stream because I'm double checking it before I put it on the stream because I don't want to ever have to do that again. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like inevitably whenever you are trying to grow as like somebody who's doing anything like content creation, there's going to be schlemiels. You know, it happens. Where'd my phone go? I guess I don't need it. Don't worry about it. Bucket. They wrote them in the form. So it popped up on the sheet. But it did make me realize that they could just as easily put it in the homebrew. You know, they could just link a Google Doc that's just a bunch of shitty words really loudly. You know what I mean? Next is Tradosio. Tradosio, are you around? Or are you working right now? So, I'm going to read Tradosio's submission. I've lost count of these submission attempts. That's okay, man. We've been playing Elden Ring. We try, and eventually we beat Margit. But here is the Doomfist subclass conversion from Overwatch. My overall goals when doing these conversions are simply translating the kit from the game over to D&D mechanics. But I've come to realize that by doing just that, it makes for a really bland homebrew. Sometimes accuracy can be our greatest weakness. 2 tunnel visioned on the do more damage. Needless to say, I'm struggling with the flavor and ribbon features. Okay, well, we will keep all that in mind, and we will play on ears with that. Below the subclass is a magic item representing the gauntlet. It's not necessarily for the subclass or vice versa. However, if folks want to look at it, they are welcome to. Cool. You're working? All right, well, I'm going to read it, and I hope that you're not too sad that we're reviewing it while you're working. Are you too sad? If you're too sad, I can wait. I don't like making you sad. Milky, you just submitted. I'll get you on the wheel for the next spin. Sorry about that. Yeah, a guy called in to do that too, yeah. Yeah, everybody owes Bildo a very big thank you because he very graciously basically spot checks people for the waiting room whenever he can when we do call-in shows now. Go for it? All right, cool. Is the music? I feel like the music's too loud, but maybe that's just my imagination. Oh, nope. That was That was my imagination. I made it too loud for a second. It's just this song. Okay, we're changing music vibes immediately. Nope. Changing music vibes again. Nope. Changing music vibes. Wow, that was 2 misses in a row. There we go. Okay. How do you submit? You can't find it in the Discord. Abdal, are you if you are a member at the very cool level, you have to have your Discord account connected to YouTube, but you also can check the YouTube community tab. There's a special tab for members. You just have to make sure that your membership is at the very cool member level. And that's how you can, I posted it like right when stream started. Dice, I can talk to you off camera about it. If we reveal our ways, they might sneak in. This is Doomfist. Path of the Ruinous Hand. There's a YouTube clip here. I'm hesitant to click it, because I'm worried it's going to be really loud. But I'm going to go for it. Chat, everybody lower the volume right now, just in case.
Humanity is always being tested.
Yep, it was loud. Okay, I'm glad we spotted that. Yes, humanity is always being tested. Oh, I didn't listen to the whole thing. All right, well, get ready for it to be loud again.
Humanity is always being tested. Conflict and war is the crucible through which we evolve.
Amazing. Good quote. Okay, so let's remember while we're reading this what's going on here. This is intended, this initially was built to be basically as close to translating the mechanics of Doomfist from Overwatch into D&D. And the goal now is to try to help flesh it out potentially, or see where the kinks might be to make it feel more holistically a D&D subclass. You are a warrior tempered through constant battles, carrying an unyielding drive to bring ruin to all in your path. Embodying the concept of unstoppable force, you have the strength to level buildings and flatten your foes. Tradosio, because you use carrying and unyielding here, it makes the phrase embodying not super great. But check it out. If you get rid of this opener, I think this is a banger sentence on its own. I think you can just get rid of this. Let me just read it if you get rid of this. I'm going to just read it out loud and hear how it sounds. You are a warrior tempered through constant battles, carrying an unyielding drive to bring ruin to all in your path. You have the strength to level buildings and flatten your foes. Yeah, I think that works. Think about it. Okay, at 3rd level we get, are we a barbarian? No, we're a fighter. 3rd level, 6th level, 10th level, 14th level, 15th level. The fuck are we? We're a barbarian. How did I not? Where's my brain? I saw 15 and I got confused. It's not 15th level. I'm being a fucking idiot. Sorry. It's a barbarian. I was being so stupid there. Unstoppable. 3rd level. If I'm ever completely misreading something, please correct me. I don't like being argued with, but I like being corrected if I'm just fucking wrong. Artificer says, "Hey Cinder, how would a changeling with a missing arm work when they change shape? Will it become a normal arm?" I would probably say no. I would say they'd probably, I know, yeah, Tradosio, it's very obvious. That was me. That's not a mistake that you made. I would say they don't have their arm. And what I think it would probably be a lot more interesting if they didn't have their arm. Sort of like how some people do that with wild shape, where it's like you wild shape, but you always have your same eyes or something like that. I think that's cool. I think it leads to cool roleplay bits and interesting problems to solve. And it also makes me think, like, if you want to play a changeling that's missing an arm, I feel like that you should want it, that should be a vibe of the character, right? Because otherwise, why not just not be missing an arm? And as far as I know, changelings don't gain any regenerative features. It's all very surface level transformation. So I don't think they would be able to, like, mimic, like, new limbs. I don't think they can make themselves like grow new arm. Like if a changeling tries to make itself look like a 3-creen, it doesn't suddenly get access to having 4 arms in terms of like how it works from gameplay perspective. All right, let's take a look at Unstoppable. Unstoppable. Upon taking this path at 3rd level, whenever you use... Music, chill. Why'd you just jump in volume? Whenever you use your action to dash and your movement speed is greater than 0, clever way to avoid having to deal with... So what this is doing is probably affecting things to do with restrained and grappled. I like that. You gain one of the following benefits of your choice. You can make 1 weapon attack as part of the same action. Your jump distance is extended by a number of feet equal to 5 times your rage damage bonus. So that's going to be 10 feet up to 20 feet-ish. You ignore the effects of non-magical difficult terrain until you end your turn. I have a genuine question. And this is not really for Trudosio, this is just for you guys. If you were reading this, do you interpret this jump distance extended as, like, would you add that to movement, or is that essentially just adding to the elevation, or the space you can travel without needing there to be ground in between? But you're still because that's what, the way that I would translate this is, like, it is equal to, basically, the amount of space you can travel without needing ground in between, but it's not adding anything to your movement speed. I think that's probably fine here. I don't think it's overpowered at all. What I was gonna say is, like, is it enough of... Because barbarians... Because your jump distance is always kind of based on your strength, and barbarians are always kind of strong. I almost wonder if it's, like, enough. I understand that this is a ribbon feature. I'm accepting that. It's interesting. I like it so far. We're moving forward. We're moving forward. We're moving forward. Everybody calm down. Yeah, well, you ignored difficult terrain anyway with this feature also. But yes, that's a good point. Yeah, that's what I meant, Dice. That's what I meant when I said, like, you just... You can... It doesn't matter what's in between you. You can get to a space, because you can just go bloop, bloop. All right, and then at 3rd level, we get another feature. Hopefully, this ties to rage or damage or something like that. I will also say, and I don't think you need to do this, but this also could be a 6th level feature. This feels like a 6th level. It feels like it could fit in that place if you needed it to. I don't think you need it to, but it has a vibe that does fit that. At 3rd level, once on each of your turns while raging, if you move at least 10 feet in a straight line towards a target and hit it with a melee attack, you can push the target... Oh, my brain turned off for a second. You can push the target and hit it with a melee attack. Is this like an extra melee attack? I'm... Okay, we're gonna keep reading first. You push the target up to 10 feet away from you. Creatures more than one size larger than you are only pushed 5 feet away in this way. If the target collides with a solid object, structure, or another creature as part of this forced movement, the target stops moving and takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage. I'm confused about if this is like an extra attack that we're getting. I don't really understand what that is. I'm reading it like it's an extra attack, but... I don't know if you're in the chat at the moment, but that's a little unclear to me. I think there's a typo in there. Or did I misread it? No, I misread it. I misread it. I'm sorry, man. Okay, it's just part of the attack. No. It's just part of the attack. So it doesn't give you an extra attack. You just have to move 10 feet as part of making an attack. That was me. It needs to scale. What you're going to run into here is the same issues that people run into with the Battle Rager and with the Wild Magic Barbarian, which is that this damage boost they get doesn't scale. That's the main thing. And I feel like maybe the balance in your headspace is, this is pretty good. Like, this is not a nothing feature. This is good. So this is okay to do a little bit less damage. But I don't necessarily know if cool other feature is enough, specifically on a barbarian, to balance out the non-scaling element of the damage here. It does improve later. If it does, I would just make it a part of the improvement here, man. I just make it improve here. All right, let's see what else. Let's see what else is going on. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Bare body block. At 6th level, you can raise your guard and empower yourself through the pain inflicted upon you. As a reaction, whenever you take damage from a source you can see while you're raging, you can reduce the amount you take by 1d6 plus your barbarian level. It is important here. You need to clarify whether or not this happens before or after you take account for damage resistances. I don't actually know if that matters, but it would matter. I think it matters. I don't know if there's a technical thing there, or if there's like a technically this would happen before that, and that's just the nature of it. So maybe you don't need to write it, but that's my first thought. Then on your next turn, I think you don't need to say then. I think you say additionally here. Additionally, on your next turn, your first weapon attack deals an additional 1d6 damage on a hit. You can use this reaction only once per rage. Interesting. Hmm. Here's my problem. This feels like it could be a 3rd level feature. I almost feel like I would rearrange the order of these, but that would also require some rebuilding of these two. But I almost want to encourage you to combine these two into one feature and just make that the 3rd level feature. Or maybe not, but I don't love, there's an element of symmetry that I don't think is good. Sometimes symmetry is nice, or pattern. Like, is the goal, I guess the question that you should ask yourself, Tradosio, moving forward with this design, is the goal for this barbarian to essentially do like chip damage? Because that's kind of what it's doing. This is sort of like designed to do less damage, but occasionally do more, but in like little chip amounts. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it. This is an interesting feature. I like it. I think this is an interesting feature, and I like it. I have mixed feelings about this one. I just don't know if I feel like this is enough. I don't know if this balances it out in a way that feels good. Because I do like all of them. I just feel, I don't know if they mush together nice right now. All right, let's keep going. Maybe we'll have some ideas after we keep going a little bit further. Because they are all very interesting features. Let's take a look at Seismic Force. When you reach 10th level... Also, did I post this chat? I don't remember. Excuse me. When you reach 10th level, your unrivaled strength has nearly peaked, granting you the following benefits. Your melee attacks deal double damage to objects and structures. Whenever you push a creature using your Haymaker feature or the shove action, you can push the target an additional 5 feet. When you push a creature with your Haymaker feature, The bludgeoning damage the target takes when it collides with an object or structure increases to a d12. Yeah, I don't think that... I would just make it scale more traditionally. I don't know if that's the scale I would do here. Okay, so here's what I think. The way to make this feel more like a subclass and less just like a Overwatch character is to completely remove this feature entirely. And to figure out spreading essentially these 3 features. I think cutting some of this out. And then seeing where these 2 features spread across 3rd, 6th, and 10th. And inevitably, there's going to be some big gaps there, because that's not enough stuff. And then fill that with flavorful stuff that you... Or more utility stuff. Or if you really like the super high jumping stuff, something like that. Or the dashing stuff. But... yeah, because I just don't think this lands. This is really just an improvement of this in a way that I think could just be built into this. Like, in the same way that your jump distance is 5 times your rage bonus, you could do something like that with how far you push them, you know? I don't know. That's where my head goes. Maybe not to the same extreme, but... that's kind of where my head starts to go. Let's take a look at 14th level. At 14th level, you can now call upon your pooled strength to unleash a devastating attack. Once per rage, as an action, you can choose an unoccupied space you can see within 100 feet of you. The space must be a solid surface that can support your weight. You leap through the air to the chosen space and impact the ground, creating a 30-foot radius shockwave around you. The ground in this area becomes difficult terrain, and creatures other than you hit by the shockwave must make a dexterity saving throw, plus some stuff, or take some damage. Okay, couple thoughts. Here's what I think. You know how Doomfist has... this is sort of... like... This is... I get that this is his... this is literally like you're shooting up in the air and doing the thing. I think I would... change this. I think what I would do is I would probably... get rid of this entirely. And I would add a feature, and I don't know how I would plug this in, but I would add a feature that is essentially a leap, slam, knock people down. Like his shockwave jump, not his meteor strike. And I would tie that into the core thing. Maybe that's his 6th level feature. And maybe his 10th level feature then can be this. And then maybe this you can make the numbers more significant because it would be a 10th level feature. That might be the move. I think it's interesting. I don't actually feel like you necessarily even need to throw a lot more flavor in. It does feel fairly well-rounded. I just sort of disagree, I think, with the structure and with the structure of the features and the way that they're... I don't know if I agree with the layout. That's sort of where my head's at. Like I will give you an example of what I would do. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'll give you an example of what I would do if I was going to be doing something like this. I would probably rewrite Haymaker as to something that is like a bonus action feature that you can do on your turn. And I would probably make it like as part of the bonus action while raging, or as bonus actions on your following turns. I'm not gonna not tell you how to word it, but basically you would get you use your bonus action, and then that bonus action would give you like a 10-foot speed boost for the rest of your turn, like a mini dash. And then if you hit a creature after that speed boost, they would take a little bit more damage and be knocked back. So it essentially allowed you to like charge punch at people. I would probably like mush them together more. I would probably make it more of like a literal mechanic. The reason why I would put bear body block maybe at 10th as opposed to 6th is I just don't think it's strong enough right now to feel fun. Like, I want to feel like I can, like I almost, yeah, I don't know, man. I almost want it to be, I just want it to, I feel like it should be better. Like, I feel like it should feel more damage preventative than, you know, 12-ish damage. And I understand that maybe that's not cool for level 6. And I like the idea that the hit is a lot harder than just one extra d6 too. But I think you do a pretty dang good job of capturing the vibe. I think the biggest thing I would push back on, and I don't even know if I would normally do this, but with barbarians, I think it really makes sense sometimes. I think that all of these sort of broad mechanics, I don't think they do enough flavor selling, and they don't really... I don't actually know how much they will encourage the gameplay that you're thinking they will. I don't know how often somebody is actually going to dash and make that one attack. Because that's still not advantageous most of the time. It's good. It's basically only advantageous until level 5. Because it's easy to move 10 feet. So I feel like this could probably, if you're trying to capture the vibe of him, like, leaping around, I would probably try to translate those into, like, alternative attack things he could do. Like jump slams and shit. Those are my thoughts, man. I think it's pretty cool. Meteor Strike, I think, is probably fine. If I were you, I would change it from a leap to basically a teleport. Even though I guess technically he's jumping up in the air. But I think it's fine. It's very on the nose. Those are my main thoughts. I think you've got a lot of... You have some tricky work in front of you, Tradosio, because basically what you have to do here is you kind of have to decide. You have a bunch of really cool puzzle pieces, and they can fit together in a bunch of ways to make a bunch of different feeling puzzles, and there's not really a wrong answer. So I think that's the main thing is like think about maybe how many of these features genuinely capture the vibe, and if you can make any of them more like action oriented. And if you do want to make some really vibey, make some of them vibey, but not so many of them vibey that you have space to do this. Because I don't think you need to do this. Maybe add this, but I think the rest of it can be squeezed in other places. All right, buddy. I don't really have more thoughts. I think it's pretty fucking cool. I like Doomfist a lot. Doomfist is cool. Doomfist was the Overwatch character that I was never good with, but I really wanted to be good with. But I was not good with Doomfist. I was not a Doomfist player. All right, let us give our dear Tradosio a big old round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing, buddy. Max, you're very kind. Kadoosh. For Splunk. Guys, I'm telling you, I don't even know if, like... So one of the things that I'm going to start doing soon, and I think it's going to fuck my algorithm, but I kind of don't care, is I'm going to start doing I'm going to start doing some non-D&D stuff more. Both streaming and in general. I think this Elden Ring intro video is going to be pretty fucking good. I think it's going to be pretty funny. We'll see. Milky Boy, you're on the wheel. Vlorin, you're on the wheel. Welcome. 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 You guys know Zombocom? That was a Zombocom reference. You better fucking believe it. I just made a joke in the Discord that only my mods will be able to see. And you might be like, well, Cinder, how would they do that? I'll tell you what. That's enough of a clue that they should be able to figure out if they want to. Databank is up next. And you know who will? Bildo. Don't even have to think about it. All right, Databank. You got some homebrew for us today, eh, buddy? Cool. You don't need to watch all my non-D&D stuff. That's okay. The thing is, Rex, it's about making it work for me long term, and that there's a couple elements to that. Some of them are emotional and some of them are financial, and they kind of work in tandem. But if I am feeling better with my life, I think I do better shows. You're not a Discord. You could be one. Do you want to be a Discord mod, Trudosio? I'm happy to mod you, buddy. This is the Poisoner. Oh, that's so little on. That's so little. You guys can't read that. It's a little bit easier to read. I just know when I'm doing a good job and when I'm doing a bad job, and I don't like when I do a bad job, you know. And an aspect of that is just, you know, if you're a guy doing a show, you gotta have your brain in the good spot. All right, Trudosio, will you DM me? I'm not gonna respond to it until probably like midnight, but DM me so I remember to do that. Poisoner. Poison is more than just a cruel accessory. It's a tool you've learned to mix for the right situation. That's a silly sentence. I don't think that sentence is as evocative as it should be, because this is a good opener. We need this punchline to hit harder. Whether lying in wait or in battlefield, the poisoner is ready for any situation. Okay, cool. Yeah, you can just flesh this out a little bit. The bones are good. Flesh it out. I'm so burpy tonight. I'm sorry, guys. We have two, except for that one guy that hates when I burp on stream and made a mean comment about it on a YouTube video. That guy I'm not sorry for. He gets all the burps. I'm going to make the volume louder when he watches the stream. Tools of the trade. You gain proficiency in Poisoner's Kit and Disguise Kit. I don't know if I agree with the Disguise Kit, but I see where you're going with it. You can choose Poisoner's Kit when you can choose, and you can be an expert with poison. Your DM may allow you to craft poisons. If you do so, the cost to create a poison is half the poison's normal price. Ladies and gentlemen, what do we have here? Can anyone tell me what that is? It's a rare occurrence on this channel. A very rare occurrence. I mean, we see the word may quite a lot. It's a proper use of the word may. It's a correct use of the word may. Look at that. Good on you, good on you, Data. Good to see it. Okay, so we get expertise. We get proficiency with poison and disguise kit, and expertise in poison kit, and maybe we can make poisons. Basically, this is saying, this is basically a note that says, this is almost more of a note to the dungeon master than the player. Like a person that finds this online and gives it to the dungeon master. This is basically, you know, being like, yo, you should fucking let your player make poisons. Don't be a dick. That's what that is, and that's the way to write it. That's exactly the way you should write it. What's up, Glork? How's it going, buddy? And then we have this third level feature, which how many poisons does this give us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're dancing with a lot of options there, but it's actually okay so long as they're not too crazy powerful and we're not getting too many uses. As a bonus action, on your turn, you can apply an injury poison to a weapon, blow an inhaled poison into an adjacent 5-foot cube, or apply an ingested poison or contact poison to a food or object. Okay? This is interesting language, and I'll tell you why. I'm pretty sure in the DMG, where they talk about poisons, they specify different types. So this is why I think this language is being used here. So this is, unless, maybe it's coming up, but this I think is also largely tying to like this. If a creature is affected by a poison, you apply... Oh my god, why did I read it like that? If a creature is affected by a poison you applied, you can use your sneak attack on them, even if you don't have advantage on the attack roll, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. At the end of a short or long rest, you can create temporary poisons. Each poison must be applied through injury, inhalation, one of those things. Okay, fine. And then we get... How many do we get? How many do we get? I want to know how many we get. Proficiency bonus. We get proficiency bonus number of these. Realistically, we want this then to be roughly in the same sort of like vein of power. If we're thinking about it from like a power perspective. D&D Beyond, you suck. As like a Phantom Rogue. Phantom Rogue proficiency bonus times can deal half their sneak attack damage to a second target when they sneak attack. So we want it to sort of match that power. There is an inevitable amount of power also that comes from this being options. Whenever you add versatility to a thing, you give it power. So let's see what these things can do. We have Muddying Poison. A creature makes a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, they're poisoned and have disadvantage on saving throw of your choice while poisoned this way. Woo, that's strong. At the end of each of the creature's turn, it can repeat the initial save, ending the effect of the poison. I mean, that's pretty strong for two reasons. One, you can just choose Constitution, and then you're just guaranteeing that they have disadvantage on saving throws against being poisoned for however long they're poisoned. Also, how long are they poisoned? Just forever until they succeed on the save? I don't think that should be forever. It should probably be a minute. Yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about choosing the saving throw. I think it's not a bad idea. I don't love it being able to be stacked on top of the Constitution. I also feel like it probably needs to be somewhat limited. More so than proficiency bonus times per day. I mean limited like it affects one saving throw. Or limited like it is only on for a minute or something like that. Yeah, that is... Yeah, Yazakon says exactly. This is essentially the same power of like a third level spell. Well, not exactly, but kind of. Bestow Curse. I mean, it's one option that's similar power level to one option of Bestow Curse. So it actually is a pretty accurate one. This one also technically does ability checks, but it's a good point. And if Data chooses to ignore it, they are being willfully ignorant. All right, let's take a look at the other option. We get Sedative Poison. The creature makes a Wisdom saving throw on a failure. What's our poison save based off of? Intelligence. Okay. On a failed save, I would put the poison DC stuff up here probably. You could even make it a part of Tools of the Trade. Let's see. Wisdom save. On a failure, their speed is reduced to 10. Is reduced to 10? And attacks have attacks against it have advantage at the end of the target's creature's turn. It can repeat the saving throw, ending the effects on a success. I disagree. I would... Okay, so I feel like this is one of those moments where maybe you're like, everybody does features that lower a creature's movement speed. I'm going to be different and make one that sets the creature's movement speed. But you should lower a creature's movement speed. You shouldn't set it. This should be lowering a creature's movement speed. What if the creature has less than 10 feet of movement? Then this makes them go faster? Also, I don't think we need to be doing a thing that gives advantage on attack rolls. Just straight up. I think if you want to lower a movement speed by that much, that's basically enough on its own. Maybe you could add in disadvantage on dexterity saving throws or something, which would be great once you fixed muddying poison to be balanced. Overwhelming poison. On a failure, roll a number of d12s equal to your sneak attack die. The creature takes that much yeah, this is just too strong. This is just too strong. Every single one of these options is pretty damn strong. If any single one of these options was the only option, I think it would still be a pretty good competition compared to the Phantom. But we can do all of them. So that's kind of going to be my feedback for all of these poisons. I don't think we need to go through all of them if the first 3 we read all have that issue. So I would probably, if I were you, I would go back through this. And I think you really got to take to heart how powerful it is to give options. And then how powerful all of these options genuinely are compared to other rogues. Other rogues that are very good rogues. I think it's a lot, man. I think it's a little too much. Let's see what we get at 9th level. Data does not exist to spite me. I think data exists to prove to the universe that people can enjoy each other and also poke each other and also disagree sometimes, but also agree sometimes. People can be people. That's it. We're just people, man. Brandon says should just basically state that a creature poisoned this way cannot be affected by new poison condition after being poisoned or something to prevent stacking. Stacking is also a thing that definitely should be dealt with here. But I think that... I didn't even think about that because I was so concerned about just the power of these. So, yes. Yes, in a way that I'm sounding like I don't agree, but I agree a lot. I'm mostly thinking that... I didn't even think about that. Who said that? That was a good point, Brandon. All right, let's take a look at 9th level. If a creature sees you apply a poison, they must make a Wisdom Insight check against your Dexterity Sleight of Hand check or Charisma Deception check. On a failure, they do not realize you have taken any action. I do not know why this is worded this way. Because I feel like if you literally just turned this around, it would just be a normal mechanic. Like the way that I would do this in D&D, I would be like, roll a sleight of hand check to see if the creature sees you apply the poison. And then I would have that person roll an insight check. So I would just do this mechanic. So maybe your idea here is that this is like a second bar to entry. But if that's the case, I would go in a completely different direction here. I would treat this much closer to like the Eloquence Bard. Or the Inquisitive Rogue. If you roll a 7 or lower on a Sleight of Hand, Deception, or Disguise kit check to, hide poison somewhere, you can count that roll as an 8. I think that would work better. I think the subclass... Yeah, I agree. I think the niche is cool. I think the vibe is really strong. The vibe is solid. It's just a little too powerful at the moment. The vibe is good. The other thing that's nice about the vibe is it barely steps on the toes of the Poisoner's Kit feet. Barely. It actually doesn't really at all. It's just sort of, you're just doubling up on having the ability to do poison stuff. But it's already expertised through this, which is cool. Let's see what we get at 13. When you create poisons using your classic poisons feature, you can choose one and change the damage type from poison to necrotic. That is cool. That also completely breaks any argument you have for this not being overpowered. Because this is literally... I can now do... I can now do basically double sneak attack damage. Or triple sneak attack damage. It's just... They can't be 30 feet away. And there's a saving throw. But that's still too much, my man. That's still too much. Creatures immune to poison condition or poisons have advantage on your poison or save, but can be affected by your poisons. I think that's fine. Let's see. Your poisons, I would still maybe not make them take poison damage. I guess it doesn't matter because you could make it necrotic, so you can kind of solve that problem yourself. What do we get at 17th? Your poisons are exceedingly potent. Yeah, no, this is much too strong across the board. It's a very interesting idea, but it's a lot too strong. Your poisons are exceedingly potent. When you apply a poison you've made to a creature, you can use your bonus action to force it to make an additional saving throw. The saving throw is Constitution. If the original poison is ingested, blah, 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 blah. What does it do? On a failure, the creature falls to half hit points or 0 hit points if it were below. This is also too strong, and you should know that. You're being a silly goose. I don't even feel like this is honestly worth talking about that much. There's no argument for pushing behind a saving throw, you are now essentially doing who knows how much damage. The limit is infinite. When other rogues get features that give them between an extra 3 and 4 d6 damage on their sneak attack. It's just way too strong, my guy. It's just way too strong. Maybe the assassin comes close with their 17th level feature, but this shouldn't be the assassin. And this is already so much stronger than it in a lot of ways that this is crazy. This is crazy. Okay. I think the idea is really cool. I think you kind of jumped the shark in the power across the board, but I think the idea is really cool. All right, Data. Let's give Data a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Kaboosh. Kadink. Vlorin. Did anybody submit Homebrew after you? I have to check. Nope. So if you have 2 poison rogues, you can hit something. I think that it read in a way. Where it takes them to half. Oh yeah, you can. Yes. Yes, you can 2-shot literally anything. That is, you read that correctly. Because one could do this, and then the other could do this. That is a good point. It doesn't matter. The feature was way too powerful. If it's not changed, it doesn't matter. You know? You can repaint a rocket ship as much as you want. It's still not a bicycle. Bucket a 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 Kerplunk. It's our dear Dice. Dice Admiral, Dice Admiral. Not Dice Cadet, Dice Admiral. He was a sergeant and a lieutenant. I don't know military hierarchy. Oh, Dice Admiral, oh, Dice Admiral. I made up this song. I don't know why. This is from my Should Already Exist spell compendium. I'm having trouble nailing down the wording, but I'm also not totally sure of the numbers. Oh, interesting. So Dice likes to send us a whole bunch of different vibes of stuff. Sometimes they're almost like a puzzle to solve. But sometimes they're like, why doesn't this spell exist? So there is a spell that's kind of like an attract repel spell already. It's gravity something. There's a spell that's a cone spell that sucks things that you can decide to either pull things forward or push things away in a cone. That spell does exist. It might not be this spell, but that I don't remember what it's called. Somebody in chat might know, but that spell does exist. S Obelisk, welcome back, my guy. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Pulse Wave, yeah, Pulse Wave. I don't think it's exactly that. I think we'll see if yours does damage, and it looks like yours is single target. But we'll see. But Pulse Wave, 30-foot cone. They have to make saving throws, or they're either pushed or pulled 15 feet towards you, and they take some force damage. All right, let's see what this does. Second level, range 60 feet. Choose a point in range. All creatures within 20 feet of that point must make a saving throw. On a failure, the creature is pulled 15 feet from that point. You choose which direction. I think this spell mostly exists already with Pulse Wave. This is essentially Pulse Wave, but you are having a lot more control of where you move the creatures because it's not emanating from you. So you can like place it wherever you want. So I would say this is probably, I don't know if I would make that necessarily stronger than Pulse Wave because Pulse Wave is also doing damage, but this is definitely at least as strong as Pulse Wave. It's a neat idea. I think it needs to be more different than Pulse Wave. I think we have an AoE push-pull. Or at least if we want it to be similar to Pulse Wave, I think we got to change it in a way that it's not so much better. I would make it a line. I feel like that makes sense. You're like magnetizing out. I guess that's very similar to Pulse Wave. It's a neat idea, Dice Admiral. I don't really have more thoughts other than that. It feels like an alternative Pulse Wave, which I think there is probably space for in a game. I don't know if I would put this at second level. Not sure. What did you ask? What did you ask? You asked a question. You're having trouble nailing down the wording, but you're not totally sure on the numbers. I think the numbers kind of depend on what you want this thing to be. I think the main thing is not a numbers thing. I think the main thing I would say is, do you think this is different enough from Pulse Wave? This is ranged, and it's radial in the way that it pushes and pulls, and it doesn't do damage. Pulse Wave is a cone, and it pushes and pulls forward and back, and it does damage. So if you think it's different enough, then I think it's probably fine as a third level spell. You might even be able to like mess with it. Maybe you could make the range a little farther. Maybe you could make the radius a little farther. I think if it was a third level spell, you could probably make it a 30. No, 20 foot's still pretty fucking big. Yeah, I think it's pretty chill. I think it's pretty chill. Those are my thoughts. Let's give Dice a good old round of applause. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yes, the same size as Fireball. But forcing a creature to move 15 feet, or forcing any number of creatures to move 15 feet, when you can place that anywhere, is really strong. Forced movement is one of the most powerful abilities in the game if you are a team that knows how to work with combos. Gravity Sinkhole does a very similar thing. Yes, that's true. I don't think Gravity Sinkhole you can choose to push or pull, but it's a big radial, sucks everybody in. You can also push them beyond the spell's radius. Yeah, no, it's very strong. It's very strong. I think third level spell makes a lot of sense for it. Thank you, Dice, for sharing. I thought the music got quiet, but it's about to get louder for a second. Watch, listen. Oh, it got less loud than I thought it was going to. Should we spin again? Probably. Bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket a hey, bucket a who, bucket a he, bucket a hi, bucket a hey, who, he, ha, wiggity wang, wiggity blue, bleep, blah, bleep, blah, biggity biggity bow, baby, doo dee doo. Fluff by a fucking hair. By a hair. All right, Fluff. What you got for us today? This is the Sonic Monk I posted on Discord. Cool. I can give you good feedback about it because I kind of skimmed it earlier. We can get into the meat and potatoes. Did you want to arrive onto my channel and discuss with me things or no? Did you want to talk on stream? All right. I'm going to give you some feedback immediately when we start talking that you're not going to like, but it's just going to be with the feedback that I give you. Maybe it's not actually because you might have changed it. Okay. Hello, Fluff. How's it going, buddy? I cannot hear you.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing okay.
All right, so the piece of feedback I'm going to give you immediately is, in your initial piece of homebrew, I think I just said that 17th level feature is crazy. If it's the same as it was the first time that I read it, I don't know if it's the move as a feature that I would be able to implement in a game. But we're going to get to it when we get to it. But that was it. Like, the reason why I didn't feedback it was I was like, this is a good meme. It doesn't feel like it's a feature that would be usable. But we'll get to it when we get to it. But that was where I was at with it. I just remember thinking about that. Okay, let's take a look at this. This is the Way of the Green Hill. That's a great name. Oh my god, that's really good. Monks who follow the Way of the Green Hill are impatient, snarky drifters, daredevils who despise injustice. They fight evil artificers who turn wildlife animals into steel defenders. That's very funny. So yeah, this is Sonic. Great. Etc. Spikes. When you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you grow blue spikes on your back. When you're attacked by a creature within 5 feet of you, you can use your reactions to deal your martial arts die as piercing damage to the attacker. You can use this feature a number of times, equal to half your monk level rounded down, and regain all uses when you finish a long rest. Question for you. Did you go with half your monk level rounded down because of a concern of like multi-classing shenanigans? Or did you just like doing that from a number perspective?
I did it because mostly because I wanted to increase the number from, it was proficiency bonus initially, and it was like, okay, proficiency bonus is absurd, that's way too low. So I thought like half monk level would be like a better way to raise that.
Could I offer an alternative?
Yeah, sure.
What if you made it something like wisdom modifier times per day, or proficiency bonus times per day, but then when you were out of uses, you could expend a key point to use it again?
That's interesting.
I might play with that. I might, because that actually, it's not strong. It's actually stronger, I think. It's because you have more flexibility. Like, it's less inherent uses, but I think it's more flexibility, which I think, I don't know. I might play around with that.
Yeah, okay. I have been looking to find more ways to use your key points, because like right now there are like 2 ways to use your key points in this subclass. So it's, I don't know, maybe it needs more. I don't know.
Usually by the time you get to 6th level, there needs to be like at least 1, and there's ideally more. All right, let's take a look at the other 3rd level feature, Bonk. It's a great name also. The names here are really good. Also at 3rd level, after using Step of the Wind, you curl into a ball when you jump. Perfect. No notes. Once until the end of the turn, and once until the end of your turn, your jump can land on another creature's space. Okay, I think the way that you're gonna do this is you're gonna get rid of the once until the end of your turn at the beginning, and you're gonna put it at the end. I think this is gonna read better as a sentence if you say until the end of your turn. If you jump into your jump can land on another creature's space, forcing them to make a saving throw. On a failed save, they take this damage. Once use this feature, like you can only use this feature once per turn or something like that. At the end, I think that'll read better.
Yeah.
Let me just.
The restriction is a must because you can jump infinite times.
Yeah. That makes sense. Let me actually read what it's doing mechanically. You can jump to another creature's space, force them to make a dex save. On a failed save, they take damage. And you land on an adjacent space. The only thing that I would push back on here is it's doing something really similar. It's the other side of the coin of spikes. In a way that I think if you want us to get both of these features, I might push you to not give us both of them at 3rd level, because they really both feel the same. They are both rolling a martial arts die and doing more damage. They're doing it in different ways, but I think that if I were you, I might experiment with other ways of expressing either bonk, other ways of expressing bonk, or moving one of them to another level. and putting something else here.
Yeah, initially I had like spikes like set as its own damage, and I like set bonk like as the language of you do the 1d6 bludgeoning damage plus the damage you do with spikes. And so that kind of like translated of okay, if I change spikes to do your martial arts die, so I change bonk to do your martial arts die. That's basically the translation
Gotcha.
that happened.
Yeah, I don't think the issue is
but,
that
like,
you're using your martial
right,
arts die. I think the use of the martial arts die is good. I just think the issue is that they feel like they're doing kind of this. They're not different enough. Like with the mercy monk, they get two things that are two sides of the same coin because it's like damage and healing, but those fill very different spaces.
Yeah, definitely.
I might. Maybe. I'm not sure what the move is. If you really want to do bonk and spikes at 3rd level, maybe you turn bonk is not a damage dealing feature. Maybe it's a battlefield movement feature where like you can make them make a saving throw or like push them back or something. I'm not exactly sure, but I think that's worth thinking about. If spikes is really important for you at 3rd level, you're going to have to mess with bonks a little bit. If you don't really feel strongly about spikes being at 3rd level, I think lean into bonk as a 3rd level feature and then come up with the second one. I don't think spikes is bad. I just don't think you should put it. I maybe move it up, move it to like 6th or another higher level. And then at 3rd level, well, let's see what we get at 6th level because we might be able to do some other mushy mashy. But I would say the other thing that you could do is, what else? I would say, like bonk is good. Bonk is a cool move. But it's not so powerful that you can't have another like feature that feels like it's doing mechanical stuff here. Like the power level of spike, I think sits good against the power level of bonk. So if you do want to put something else at 3rd level here, don't make it like a ribbon feature. You want to make it feel like a feature. I'm not sure exactly what that would be, but let's keep reading. Let's keep reading first, and maybe we'll come back to it. Let's look at blue blur. If you want to lean into Sonic Feel, touching him doesn't hurt enemies unless he's rolling. I think that's an element of the like pulling away from the fiction of the game to help it manifest more in the game of D&D. I don't see it. I think that's okay. Blue blur at 6th level. After using your dash action, you can bash into creatures as part of your movement until the end of your turn. Each creature you bash into takes piercing damage equal to your wisdom modifier and cannot perform attacks of opportunity. Creature can only be bashed once per turn, and bashing a creature expends a use of your spikes feature. So this uses the same resource as your spikes feature?
Yeah, which is very much why I
wanted it to be higher.
I want to be higher.
Gotcha.
In retrospect, like I probably I'm using like a float system and trying to like patch it with like more numbers. I don't know. Like the thing is, just like using your wisdom modifier for damage doesn't sound insane, but like it opens up like so much potential for like extra stuff you can do, because all you do here is dashing, which you can do with your bonus action, like assuming that you're using Step of the Wind, which is something you already want to do.
Yeah.
So like I need to like put on a leash.
Yeah, it's a cool concept. I think it's overpowered right now, but I like the idea. I think the way that you have to mitigate that is maybe you don't tie blue blur to dash. Or let me rephrase that. Maybe you don't tie it to Step of the Wind. Like, what if this feature is an action to do?
Like a full action.
Like, you use your action, and you have your full movement speed to bump into as many creatures as you can. Each of them take damage, and then if you want to, you could still it could count as attacking for the purposes of bonus action monk attacking or bonus action flurry of blowsing. Because
But you could
right,
attack on your bonus action after doing
well, that's
this?
already how a monk works, right? Monks can always make an unarmed attack as a bonus action, right? Or flurry of blows.
Yeah, you're right.
So, because if there's no action economy here, this is a lot of damage on top of another feature that stacks with damage on top of just us taking a full action. So I think the way to balance this out is to make it not an action, or to make it not nothing, make it require legitimate action economy.
Yeah.
You
The problem
also,
is
if you wanted to, it doesn't actually need to literally be movement. So like one of the things that people will do sometimes in D&D is if I want to like create the atmosphere of me like running really quickly and punching everybody in the face, I could have every creature within 30 feet of me make a dexterity saving throw. And on a failure, I punch them in the face and they take some amount of damage. So it turns it into like an AoE saving throw feature. That could also be a way to balance it if you're a little bit concerned about that from a balance perspective, or like thinking about it in that headspace. Like it could almost, and that's sort of that's kind of my reasoning why I think it needs to like require an action. That's basically what this is. It's basically like a big AoE damage feature.
The thing is, something I really like about like how this subclass is sort of like laid out, that like aside from spikes, all of the features benefit you from having high movement. So it's basically like a reverse speed monk, in the sense that like it doesn't give you extra movement, but it gives you more ways to use your movement.
Yeah.
If
you make blue blur an action, you can still do that because you could still step of the wind on top of it. I think the issue is not because I agree. I like the idea that it's using your movement. The issue is that this is the way that the 6th level feature is structured. It's not just using your movement. It's using your movement, but still giving you full access to your whole action economy.
Yeah.
So I think that if you make this an action, it still incentivizes your movement, because if you have more movement, you can hit more creatures with it. So there's still an incentivization to do bonus action step of the wind, but it also, you don't have to. Like, let's say you're a monk at 6th level. What's your movement speed bonus? Like plus 10, plus 15, one of those two. So your movement speed is probably 40-ish feet. So you have between 40 feet to run around to hit people is going to be a lot of the time. And if you need that, you still have space for it. That's where my thought is. That's where my head's at around that. Yeah. Let's look at loop to loop. Starting at 11th level, unarmored movement also allows you to move upside down on ceilings without falling during the move. Cool. I like that. This is basically a ribbon feature, but a good one. But we don't have to worry about it eating up too much action economy or power. So this next part can hit pretty hard. Additionally, if you use bonk by jumping from a vertical wall or ceiling, the damage you would take from falling is negated, and half of it is added to the bludgeoning damage the target receives on a failed save, rounded down. I don't know if I would scale it off of your fall damage, because I feel like that's pretty easily jukeable. Because I could just, it's very easy for a monk, if I can run up walls and up ceilings, to just be 100 feet in the air. That's not hard to do. And then I'm just adding an extra 10d6 damage on my hit. So I think there needs to be a limit to it.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I would say, and I think maybe the more important thing here, is sort of similar to what was going on with Tradosio's Doomfist character. I feel like there's a flavor element that feels like it's missing. Like, I get the mechanical goal of we are not necessarily making you faster. We're leaning into the fact that monks inherently are fast, and we're giving you incentivization to use that speed. But I think even beyond that, there should be a little bit of texture that isn't directly related to that goal, but helps uplift the vibe of the subclass in total. Like, I think we can diverge from that mechanical goal. I think we need to diverge from that mechanical goal at least a little bit, just because it's going to get boring. Like, it's a fun gameplay mechanic, and I think it could be fun throughout an entire D&D campaign, but we don't want every single subclass feature to be hitting the same button. Otherwise, it will start to lose its taste a little bit. And I worry specifically about the 11th level feature, because it doesn't really feel like it's adding much. It's adding a lot. It's a very powerful feature. Numbers wise, it's adding a lot, but it's still kind of just bonking stuff. I want it to feel a little bit evolved. Could I encourage you in a direction here? I don't know if I would put this at 11th level. I think I would actually put it at 17th level. But you should introduce hypersonic. I feel like hypersonic is an element that's missing that you could play with here in terms of if you want to add another mechanical element. Another thing that you could do if you wanted to is you could lean into the Sonic lore a little bit. The lore that you actually put into the flavor text. So, like, what if, for example, I'm not saying you should do this, but what if at 6th level, instead of us getting this feature, which this is not what you should do, but maybe it's a feature that you give us at 3rd or whatever. If you move spikes to 6th level, maybe at 3rd level you get us the feature. What if you have advantage on wisdom and perception? What if you have advantage on wisdom and charisma checks to relate to animals? Like animal handling checks and persuasion checks? And what if you have some bonus to constructs? Like, what if you're better at hurting constructs and you're better at communicating with animals? Because that's like Sonic's deal, right? He's like saving animals from being robot stuff. So like that could be a thing that you could throw in there if you're trying to like help sort of flesh out the vibe a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I actually think if you don't like those ideas, don't use them. If you do like those ideas, I think they could fit into essentially this without needing to even lose that much. Like, I think they would just fit into it just with some rearranging of features. Let's look at the 17th level feature, because this was the one that I started to read on the Discord, and then I literally stopped and I was like, this is very funny. I don't know what to say about it. So I'm going to read it in depth now. When you drop to 0 hit points, you can spend 4 key points to scatter your energy around you. This is you get hit and all the rings shoot out. You drop to 1 HP instead of 0, expending all of your remaining hit die and place them around you to determine the direction. Roll the hit die and assign a direction to each die face. The die lands 5 feet away from you at 1 at a time, and the distance is increased by 5 feet for every 3 dice placed. Example, if you had 8 hit die, 3 would land 5 feet away from you, 3 would land 10 feet away from you, and 2 would land 15 feet away from you. The die stay in their space for 1 minute. You can move through the space with a die to roll that die and heal yourself for an amount rolled. The rolled die then vanishes. You can't use this feature if you don't have die. I have two... There's one big issue with this feature. There's one big issue. And the issue has nothing to do with the flavor. The flavor is fun. And I actually think mechanically, you do basically translate the ring feature into D&D. I think this feature would work really, really well in a video game. This is going to take so much time to handle every single time it's used. This is way too much work. It's unreasonable to an extent that I would argue it is unreasonable to not acknowledge that it's unreasonable. And I think that the way that you got to handle... What'd you say?
It does require work, yeah.
Yeah, but in a way that I but not in a way that's just like but not justifiably. Like, some features require work and it makes sense because it needs that. I don't think this needs that. And I think if you want to capture this, you got to figure out a way to simplify it, because I don't think this feature is good enough. It's an interesting feature. If this was a video game, I would love this feature. I would love it. If this was for Baldur's Gate 3, it would be fucking perfect. But the problem is that people have to do all that work when this feature is used. And that is going to bog the game down. It's going to bog the game down. It's going to require a lot of work. So if you want to try to...
It only happens once a day, but yeah, it is a lot of work. Maybe like I should...
But assuming that it happens... It only happens once a day. That's fair. But I think that every single time it happens, it is going to be a tedious amount of work. So I almost think it doesn't matter how often it happens. If it happening once is enough for it to feel too complicated. So
yeah, you
could try to simplify it if you wanted to. I think the easiest way to simplify it would be to basically say... to not base it off of all these things, but to sort of just pick an arbitrary number, not base it off of hit die or anything. And to be like, you know, golden rings launch out of you. Pick an empty spot within 5 feet of you, an empty spot within 10 feet of you, and an empty spot within 3 feet of you. And you can place a ring signet. You or another creature of your choice can step into the ring signet and gain some health. Like something like that could work. But this amount of dice rolling is not going to work. But if you want to keep this feature, I think you got to kind of build it like that. Like give it a little bit more intention behind it. And then separate from that, if you aren't completely sold on this feature, this thing really could have hypersonic. It really, really could. I think hypersonic could fit here well, especially because it's sort of a gimmick subclass, and by me saying gimmick subclass, that does not mean diminishing it. Gimmick subclasses are the best subclasses. I think it will help sell the image of Sonic if that's the kind of thing you're interested in. If you're like, nah, I don't care, I don't want that, then I don't think you need to worry about it. If you really want the rings here, I think you shift it to being something where the player is in charge of picking spots, and it sort of works like a healing thing where when somebody touches it, the dice are rolled then. You know, it could be like whenever you or if you or an ally step into space, you know, roll, depending on how many you put out, I would probably make it between 1d8 plus your wisdom modifier to 3d8 plus your wisdom modifier. Somewhere in that number, depending on how many dice rings you decide to throw out. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I think it's a pretty fucking cool idea, and I think you do I want to point out again, we talked about it at the beginning, but I really think you accomplish the goal, which is a hard goal, of incentivizing using speed without giving speed. I think that's a really interesting take on it, and I think that is... I personally and selfishly like that because I'm so fucking tired of speed monks. And to do a speed monk that doesn't hit any of the annoying parts of speed monks, I think is impressive. Do you have any specific questions or concerns or anything?
Not... I mean, two things. One, I do need to find a way that, like, if I am keeping the rings thing, I need to find a way for, like, the thing about it being random is that, like, I did enjoy the idea that, like, even this nonsense feature does benefit you having movement, because now there are, like, a bunch of random spots on the map that you need to get to pretty fast because you have 1 health. So like, because like if the player chooses, it's gonna be like in a line, and they're just gonna run through all of them. It's gonna be nice.
Or they share them with their friends.
Yeah, something.
Or they might not have a line available all the time.
That's true.
I think the thing to think about there is the complicatedness and the time it's going to take at the table worth the incentivization there? That's the question you have to ask. And I can't answer that for you. That's a question for you to answer for yourself. I would push against it, but if you feel like that incentivization in the randomness is important enough to justify how long that's going to take, I think then it can be fine.
Look, I'm mostly just like having like a happy tingly feeling that Monk is a D8 class and it fits perfectly into random directions. So it makes me feel happy.
Then if it makes you feel happy, then that is probably the most important thing. So if that's the goal, and you're like, I don't care if it's gonna take a little longer, I like the vibe of it, I like how it mixes with the shape of the map, then keep it.
And yeah, that's basically it. Spikes probably needs to move around or like do something with
I
the
think the move,
source.
I genuinely think the move is you don't even change spikes. You just put it at 6th level, and then you give them a feature that makes them better at talking with animals and better at
Yeah.
smashing robots or something. And then I think you're pretty
Mm-hmm.
much, and then I think you're chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Thanks for sharing. Any final thoughts? I
Um.
think it's a really fun subclass. I think this is a very fun iteration of Sonic. And like I said, I love Rings of Restoration. And if you were like, I don't care about it taking longer, I love it too. I like the symmetry of it, then that's great. Because it is a great mechanical representation of that feature. It is very good at accurately representing that. Yeah, those are my final thoughts. I'll leave you final
Um.
thought time now.
Um. No, my only final thought is that Creation Bard is the best designed subclass.
I
Um.
saw people arguing about that in the chat. Were you the one that started that argument? I must have missed that comment.
I started that argument
That's
because
funny.
I genuinely think that Creation Bard is the best designed subclass, and I can rant about it for hours, but I won't waste the time.
No worries. I think that there are a lot of really well-designed subclasses, and I think it's good to acknowledge that, but I also think it's also okay to acknowledge that some feel better designed because of either your style of play or your style of like game design headspace. I think the Beast
That's fair.
Barbarian is the best because I like simple design. I like that. That's what I'm drawn to the most. And when simple design can, I don't like. I'm not it. Like you, and this is not meaning anything else is better or worse. Like I struggle with when people send me like complicated new combat systems and stuff because I'm a Neanderthal. You know.
Mhm.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much for the call.
Okay.
All right. See you,
Bye.
bud. Have a good one. All right. That was Fluffcopter. Really fun monk subclass. Let's give Fluffcopter a round of applause. Guys, that's a fucking rarity on this channel. A monk subclass that is based on speed that feels pretty evocative and unique and fun. When was the last time that happened? Genuinely. I don't know. Because there were ones that worked before, but I don't know if there were any that sold that unique of a vibe as Sonic. It does help to base it off of a cartoon hedgehog that's blue. Anyway, thank you, Fluffcopter. Fluff it up. Fluff it up and fluff it out. I'm going to burp soon. I can feel it. Ooh, I'm so burpy tonight. Baba, thank you for the 5. I'm sure it's going to check. It's going to clap in a minute or two. 10. I can't figure that shit out. It reminded you of my Smash review episode? Dude, people are still sending in Homebrew from that one. People loved that. I think that I have been lackluster in not doing another stream that is a like comic book or video game themed stream. We should do one soon. What should the next... Okay, if we did another stream like that, where it was like build a subclass from like a thing. There's a couple directions that I think we could go in, but I genuinely want to hear your thoughts. I'll tell you what my initial thoughts were. We could do Disney. I think Disney would be fun. Build a subclass based on a character or something from a Disney movie. I think we could do... There was another one that I was thinking about. I think we could... See, the problem is I keep thinking of things like Mortal Kombat, but not everybody knows Mortal Kombat. I know Mortal Kombat because I used to play Sega a lot. Pokemon, I think, could be okay. I think Disney movies is the one that feels the most broad and also the most potentially broadly applicable.
Clap.
Clap to you. We could also do superheroes. That's an easy one. We could do X-Men. We could do comic book characters. So, if you have suggestions in the chat, let me know. My gut says Disney should be the next one. Yeah, but you'd want to pick like a thing, you know, Fluff. You'd be like, all right, I'm gonna make the, I don't know, what's a Disney movie thing? I'm gonna make Timon or Pumbaa. Are the X-Men superheroes? I think it depends on where you stand politically. I would say yes. I think some people would say they're terrorists. Dangerous. But those people are usually the bad guys and a little racist. Would it be any IP owned by Disney, or would it just be animated movies? I think we'd probably do animated movies. I guess we could do any IP, but maybe that's the thing, is like, I feel like Star Wars could also probably be its own thing. Yeah, I don't want to do, I would do like animated movies. I would do animated movies, not all of Disney. Not all of Disney. I forgot that Disney owns the fucking universe now. I'm sorry, I forgot. I wasn't thinking about Marvel. I wasn't thinking about Star Wars. But if you guys have other ideas for things that we should do next for more of those sorts of streams, I'm super keen on hearing them. So feel free to give suggestions either here or in the Discord. I literally have a section of my Discord called Suggestion Box where you can leave suggestions. Disney owns the moon. They're the ones that hollowed it out. Filled it with frozen Hitler. Bucket a 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 bucket. Max chillax. Maxin relaxin. It's ever so taxin. Max says, Max, I saw you in the chat earlier. If you're still here, let me know. If you want to join me in the call, let me know. I find shields limited and uninspired. There's only a simple arm Targe, and every magical one is just a variant of that same shield. So I made this tower shield as a heavy version. Currently working on a buckler. They're just meant to be simple alternatives that can work as standard alone shield and a template for any sort of magical shield. I love that idea. The thing you have to be careful with shields is AC is one of the most finicky things to mess with in D&D. To give you an example, a +1 weapon is considered an uncommon weapon, and a +1 shield is considered a rare piece of armor. So you just gotta power balance appropriately if you're gonna be messing with AC. That's all. Stat blocks for monsters and characters. I'll tell you what would be really cool. What would be really cool if we did superheroes or X-Men, that's what we would do monster stat blocks for. That would be fun. I would love to see your monster stat blocks of a bunch of superheroes, because then you could be crazy. You could give Superman 30 in every stat and, you know, billion movement speed. That could work really well. That's hard to do for a subclass. So maybe we do like superheroes as for a monster stream. The other reason why I think we should do superheroes for a monster stream is because then you guys can make your players fight superheroes, which will be fun. Cinder's saying the mutants are monsters. Tune them out. How long have you been a part of my channel? You know my feelings about the word monster. Stop acting like it's a derogatory term. It's not. I love monsters. I always have. I always will. They are my favorite creature. Okay, so right off the bat, I don't think the AC bonus can be +3. Unless there is some massive downside to wielding it. Let's hope there is. Due to their cumbersome nature, aha! Ask and ye shall receive, mon ami. Creatures wielding these shields, pavice shields, have their speed reduced by 10 feet, as well as disadvantage on stealth checks. These shields cannot be used in combination with flying speed or the shield master feat. This disadvantage needs to be significantly bigger. I would probably cut their movement speed in half. That might be too much, but I think it needs to be bigger. I don't think this is a big enough disadvantage to just casually getting a +3 piece of armor. Maybe I'm being too harsh. No dashing while carrying it is not a bad idea either. That could be a way to balance that out. Your movement speed is reduced by feet. You cannot dash. That could work. That could work. Okay, and then there's two versions. There's a heavy one and a brace one. It does have the heavy property. But that just means it can't be wielded by little guys. It doesn't have the two-handed property. Being unable to stow the shield could be interesting. Unfortunately, I don't think D&D really has mechanics for, like, the difference between putting something away and, like, dropping it, other than it stays on the ground. I also, if I was a player, I feel like I could argue that I'd wear it on my back. And then I'd be like, shut up. And I'd punch my Dungeon Master, and they'd punch me, and we'd cry forever. All right, let's see what the heavy one does. Small creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls with heavy weapons. Okay, this is just saying what heavy is. Does this mean that while they're wielding this, they have disadvantage on attacks? Because this is not a heavy weapon, this is a heavy shield. So change your language to make that clear. Because right now, this doesn't really apply to this. But yeah, I wouldn't do that, though, because then it sits on top of the Shield Master feat. It's like mushes on top of it. I guess you can't use this with the Shield Master feat, but then it almost makes it so it's like better to not have the Shield Master feat if you have this. And I feel like a Shield Master shouldn't be punished for having a tower shield. That does make sense to me. They're a master of shields. Why would they get less advantage on a bigger shield? Let's look at what Brace does. As an action, you can plant your shield on the ground. While braced this way, the shield acts as 3/4 cover. Taking the brace action reduces your movement to 0 feet and gives you disadvantage on dexterity saving throws until the start of your next turn. A braced shield can be left standing in position as cover. This costs no action. Picking up a braced shield costs a bonus action. So, I am going to tell you right now that what you have created is interesting. I would also probably call it a very rare magic item in terms of how powerful it is. Because, yeah, this is a very rare magic item in power. And I don't know if that's what you're trying to do here. But this is a very rare magic item that probably should require attunement. Because the way it's written right now, it's a +1 shield, which is good. A couple little disadvantages, which aren't the end of the world. And if we want to, we can give ourselves an additional +5 to our AC that we just keep so long as we stand next to it. And then we don't even need to hold it to do that. So, I don't know. I like it. It's cool. I think if your goal is to power balance it, it's not power balanced to be an uncommon item or even a rare item at the moment. Right now, it feels closer to very rare. Those be my thoughts. Baba says, I think if the shield is freestanding, it needs HP and an AC. That's not a bad idea. You could have it break. If it's breakable, that could help for sure. It's a neat idea. I like the idea. I think I think if you want to keep going with this, I think the move to do is to not underestimate how powerful AC is, whether or not it's affecting your movement speed or your saving throws. And then separate from that, try to think of things that you could give this item that are not just numbers go up. I'll give you an example. Let's say we drop this whole feature and we drop the AC bonus. Okay? Entirely. But what if creatures behind you count as having 3/4 cover? Or what if creatures within 5 feet of you count as having half cover? Or what if, there's other things you can do, like, there's ways you can fucks with it a little bit if you want to. And that would still also be very fucking strong, by the way. That might still be too strong. I think if you basically made this a +3 shield, and you dropped the ability for you to, and like, yeah, it's a good, very rare magic item. It's a cool, very rare magic item. I don't know how you can do this AC shenanigans and not have it be very rare. Ranged attacks of disadvantage. You could do something like that. That's still pretty good, but it would be much more reasonable. Removing it would reduce... Removing it... I'm assuming you would lose the AC bonus if you decided to, like, leave it. But I don't think you would if you were just holding it and just slamming it into the ground. Maybe use a reaction to interpose an ally. That's true. This could kind of come with a baked-in form of, like, the interceptor fighting style. You could do something like that, too. Or, like, the, you know, that could work. That could work. Or you could have, like, a teammate version of parry. You know? If a creature within 5 feet of you is hit with a melee, you know, somebody makes a weapon attack against a creature within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to give them a +1 bonus to their AC or something. Make it like Orisa's shield, where it has an HP pool, but behind it you are in full cover, and then you also do not get disadvantage on attacks. I think that works really well too. The issue is how do we... You want it... The goal here is to be like an alternative type of shield. Not to make a very rare magic item, at least as far as I can tell. So I think that the thing to do is to simplify. It's got to be pretty fucking simple. Keep in mind, this is really strong, even with this. So we can't really do much more than this. I don't think it needs to be giving disadvantage on attack rolls, Yazakon. We're putting a hat on a hat. That's putting a hat on a hat. All of these things are just they're all roads that lead to the same problem, which is just if you are consistently able to boost AC really easily, you are now entering the realm of magic item level power. And you just have to wrestle with that. So that's going to include things like disadvantage on attack. That's going to include things like cover. It's going to include things like bonuses to ACs. Unless you were able to make it limited use somehow, or really eat out of the action economy more, or make this like significantly more dramatic, the downside. It's a neat idea. Just got to tone it a little bit and sort of try to get it out of the magic item power level. Thank you, Max Chillax. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for sharing your homebrew with me. I appreciate it, and I hope that you had fun sharing it. I gotta pee soon, guys. I can feel it. Dylan, I'm gonna go pee right now, actually. Because otherwise I'm just gonna sit here and be like, guys, I have to pee. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. I'm gonna go pee. Everybody calm down. Nobody get too scared. I'll be right back. Hello. I will be back. Wait and see. You'll remember that you belong to me. You guys know that song? I wrote it for you. Okie dokie. One, two, three. Did you guys miss me? I hope you missed me a lot. I hope you were so sad that I was gone. Not too sad. You've made much progress in Elden Ring today? I did not. I didn't play any Elden Ring today. I was editing Elden Ring footage, yearning to play Elden Ring. I'm trying to be responsible or respectful or whatever you want to call it. I'm trying not to play too much without bringing you guys along. You're stuck in time? Which one? Time is, you know, it's a lot of things. You cried a little? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Bucket a 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 bucket a. Who is it? Is it Sponge or is it Aton? Sponge or Aton? It's Aton by a nose. Dude, this wheel has been a deviant wheel tonight. It's been a couple. There's been a couple of those spins. She's a feisty Tyrannosauri. Aton says, my friend is starting a campaign where he's playing a newborn god who doesn't yet have a domain. It inspired me to make the divine domain that god. My goal is to make something with very malleable flavor that still has game experience, that still has a game experience that is defined and fun. It should be useful to feel unique while still being essentially flavorless. I'm so confused how you're going to accomplish that goal. I would argue that's an impossible goal. I would say the closest you can get to that goal is like something like the Genie Warlock, where you're like picking a type of thing and you're getting like slightly different features based on that. This is a very rough draft, but I bring it here as a sort of proof of concept. All right, so we're not going to deep dive it into like into the ground because it's a very rough. We're mostly checking to see if we think it works. This is a good song, right? This is the public domain cleric. Now, I don't know if I read this on... I don't think I reviewed this on stream. I don't actually remember. I'm 99% sure I looked at it just in the Discord before, because I remember seeing this. But we're going to talk about it. This is the public domain cleric. Clerics are all chumps, joining the known religions of well-established gods. That sentence starts great and then becomes bad. Why do you have like this half tangled on half sentence? Make this a whole sentence and give it its own sentence. Don't write like this, dude. Aton, don't write like this. Don't write well. Don't write you see. You don't want your flavor text to feel like it's someone talking to you. You want it to feel like you're reading flavor text. And the reason for that, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, none of you are good enough writers right now to have your flavor text also be in narrative voice and have it work. Maybe actually some of you are, but that would really have to be the goal. And that's actually what I think the issue is. I don't think that's the goal. I take it back. You all have that skill. How dare I assume you don't? What a horrible assumption to make. I apologize. But you're half doing it here. This isn't talking in a voice. This is talking casually. And you don't want your flavor text to sound casual. You want it to sound intentional. So if you are going to use words like these, it needs to feel like it's being done intentionally, not being done casually. Casually gives off the impression of not knowing what you're doing. What do they actually do? Okay, This is just the making fun of gods. You see entrepreneuring worshippers get ground level with fledgling gods. Okay, this flavor text definitely needs some work. A soul worshipper or one of a handful of public domain cleric can often nudge their deity. So what is, so your god is like a baby? Is that the deal? I don't want to be down here and now be feeling like I'm confused. Also, I feel like that's not how gods work in a lot of worlds. But whatever. Let's see what this thing actually feels like. Because that's the goal you said. You said you want it to be flavorless, but feel like something. Well, I'm going to tell you something right now. And I don't mean to be a dick. But I feel like there's a version of this that already exists. I feel like this, like your vision. I feel like, what did you say you wanted? You said, I'm going to read what you said. A newborn god that doesn't have a domain yet. How would you guys play that in D&D? What class and subclass would you pick that is literally designed already to basically be that and accomplishes the goal of being flavorful and flavorless really well? Can anybody tell me what it is? First person to tell me wins a prize. I'm going to count to 4. 1, 2, 3. Paladin, wrong. That's not a subclass. 4. Paladin devotion. No. You're all wrong. I love you. Divine Soul Sorcerer. Divine Soul Sorcerer. You are the most flexible spellcaster, which gives you total flavorlessness. You can make your spells, whatever spells you pick, are going to fill the vibe of you being that type of divinity. You have 2 full spell schools, 2 full classes of spells to pick from. And then you, in addition to that, get some really unique subclass features. They don't make you be a specific type of divinity. They just give you extra stuff. So immediately I'm saying your player should probably be this. But let's take a look at this cleric. Domain spells pending. Oh, this is actually a feature. Your deity has more limited powers than other gods while they are finding their way. Your domain spell list includes 1 spell of your choice of each level up to 5th level. What? If your god is limited in power, why are we getting a more powerful spell list than any other cleric gets? That's my question. So, Aton, if this is going to be the vibe, we're not going to have too much to talk about, but I will tell you this. The attitude of, I'm going to give you any option, is insanely powerful and not great at selling anything. It's not flavorless. It's just better. So that just doesn't work. Let's take a look at our pyramid scheme recruiter. Your deity grants you the ability to convert your worshippers. You gain proficiency in deception or persuasion. Why? Why would a newborn god need to give us that? I don't know. Whenever you make a check with this skill, you gain a bonus equal to your wisdom modifier. I don't mind adding your wisdom modifier to deception, and I mean, this is basically the opposite. Okay, so there's 2 issues with this. 1, I don't think this does a good job of selling the flavor of a god that doesn't know what kind of god they are. I think this does a good job of selling the type of flavor of a god that is demanding you to go out and get worshippers for them, which I think is a very specific flavor. There's another issue with this that I think is worth pointing out. This feature already exists in the game, almost word for word. Who knows what subclass gets this feature? Why 5th level spells? Because the expanded spells that you get access to from your subclass are always between level 1 and level 5. Ding, ding, ding! Flareware and Sponge, the Fey Wanderer. Yes. So if you did not know, the Fey Wanderer gets essentially the opposite of that feature. So what we are getting here is we're getting 2 skills, and we can add our wisdom modifier to all of those skills, and we are getting deception and persuasion. Oh, it's actually not different. It's actually exactly the same. I thought it was different. That makes it more of an issue. What the fuck was I talking about? Fey Wanderer. So the reason why it's more of an issue is twofold. 1, Fey Wanderer doesn't get that feature until level 3. That's a pretty big deal. You are getting this 1 level dip, I can now add my wisdom modifier to all of these. Like, it's a very powerful 1 level dip. Like, too powerful. Beyond that, it's just better. This gives you pick 1 skill. This gives you 2. So we're getting this 2 levels earlier, and it's better. And the level we're getting it at is level 1. So it's way too much too early. I also just don't think it sells the flavor of a god that's finding their way, like, at all. It sells the flavor of a god that is demanding worshippers. Copyright infringement. When you take damage, you can use your reaction to better understand the power that dealt it. The next time you deal damage with a spell or cantrip, you can change its damage type to that type you learned. I think this is interesting. Again, I don't think this feels like it ties into the flavor at all. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the goal of this subclass. But it feels like you presented this idea of, like, a cleric that is trying to, like, sort of help a fledgling god find their way. And then we're getting, like, corporate talk. And it's all these, like, it's just, the features feel like they're for something else. Right? They also feel, like, completely separate. Like, why this feature doesn't at all connect with, like, they can't be so divergent that they feel like they might as well be on anything. Channel Divinity. Your one-man church has declared a holy war on enemies. You can use your turn undead and destroy undead on another creature type. You determine the creature type at 2nd level. Again, you are just taking a feature that other things have and you're making it better. And I just don't agree with that. So there is a channel, several different characters, several different subclasses get this exact feature, except they don't get to pick the creature type. They are just assigned one. So again, we're just taking stuff that exists and making it stronger. Let's take a look at upper management. At 6th level, your personal connection to your god enables you to ask for a small wish. As an action, you can request the effects of 1 spell. The spell... Is this just the wish spell? The spell takes effect immediately, requires no material components. This is just the wish spell. You expend a level appropriate to the spell. This is... Wait a minute. This is just better than the wish spell. Do you know what this means? It's not this is not limited wish. This is better than wish. Because the way the wish spell works, you can use it, which is a 9th level spell slot, to cast any other spell in the game with no material components or anything of 8th level or lower. Oh, I guess this also limits that. I guess, like, if you cast it with a 9th level spell slot, it's an 8th level or lower. But yeah, this is just the wish spell. This is just shockingly too powerful. Just no. And why doesn't this work? It doesn't work for a couple reasons. One, some people mentioned in chat, it's essentially just taking, again, a feature another class gets at a much higher level and giving it to you much earlier at much easier use. But beyond that, there's a bigger issue here, which is that all of these are just, you can be anything. And unfortunately, that is not good. That is the worst of both worlds. That is both overpowered and unevocative. Let's take a look at the 17th level. Choose a divine domain feature from any other domain of your choice. You receive the benefits of that feature. Yeah, man, nah. Dude, I'm telling you, buddy. You asked me if I thought it was a good proof of concept. I don't. I think it's good to put the work in to make a thing, and I hope that was a learning process for you. But I think if you are trying to figure out how do I capture the feeling of a divine-inspired thing that isn't a specific type of divinity, you need to remember that the way to express different elements of divinity and the way that it's done in D&D is largely through spells. But by making it so you can do any spell, it completely shatters things. because it's shooting ballparks ahead of the rest. A really good example of a way to use spells to create diversity in what you can do is the Divine Soul Sorcerer. And truly, if your player is not sure if they're going to use this or not yet, I would just have him be a Divine Soul Sorcerer. It is one of the most powerful sorcerer subclasses. It's really good. This, I feel like, there are not legs here, unfortunately. I think we need some unique features that feel like they are unique, and I think we need them to feel connected and that they uplift a flavor, even if that flavor is newborn god that hasn't found their way yet. Hakase says, I feel like if this is truly a growing god-themed subclass, you should have things that follow the theme of growth spurts, tantrums, coming of age, maturation, finding one's identity. That could be an interesting way to go, for sure. Yeah. It doesn't even sound like this person wants to be religious. They're playing a newborn god. Max, you did get spun. The nutshell of the feedback was, it's a cool item, but unfortunately, it is essentially the same power level as like a pretty good, very rare item. So if you are trying to make it power balanced in such a way that it can just work as like a item you'd buy at the store for like 50 gold, you need to change it a lot. Unfortunately, messing with AC armor class, whether that's through cover or just numbers going up, is one of the most powerful things in the game. And it's one of the hardest things to balance for. So even just I'll give you an example. This is what I said at the beginning of your review. You'll see it. I'll repeat myself now, though, because you're here. A +1 sword, a sword that just adds +1 to your attack and damage rolls, is a uncommon magic item. A +1 shield, a shield that just adds +3 to your AC, is a rare magic item. So you got to keep that kind of stuff in mind. But fun idea, and I encourage you to keep working on it. We talked about it for a while. People had a bunch of good ideas in the chat. Okay, cool. I don't really have more thoughts, Aton. I think it's a neat idea, but I think you should go with the Divine Soul, or figure out more of a flavor. You know, if you like the public domain element, lean into this being public domain feeling in a way that isn't just copying spells from everything else, or taking features that other things have, but in more powerful ways. +1 shield, definitely not uncommon. I can check. I'll check. I might be wrong. Oh, it's uncommon. Call me crazy. Regardless, I think my point still stands, because yours, the what'd you call it? The fucking thing. I don't think it was balanced out by the downsides. +1 armor is rare. Thank you for the clarification. That was my mistake. I fucked that up. But yeah, it's still too powerful. All right. Kadoosh. Anybody new? Oh yeah, Hakase got in there. A +1 shield is better than a +1 weapon either way. Yes, full agree. Bucket. Ooh, it's Lorgu. The U is silent, so it's just Lorg. All right, Lorg. Sorry. All right, we got Lorg up. Hope I'm not saying it wrong. What did I just hit? Oh, my dice. I have a big D20. All right, what you got for us today? You want to make it balanced for a level 5 party. That was very vague. Don't really know what we're jumping into here, but all right. Did you say how many party members you have? Because that's a pretty big impact. Nope. All right, well. Guess that's fine. Oh, it's not a monster. It's a magic item. Purple text are some of your comments. Okay, I'll probably ignore most of those. Thank you for... Hey, man, I didn't know. You had to let me know. I didn't know. Anybody that watches this stream for more than 20 minutes knows I'm kind of a dingus. It's the nature of me. Cannot help it. I am what I am. All right, let's change the tunes a little bit. I think we could put... I haven't put on the fantasy. We haven't put on fantasy music in a little while. Fantasy music. All right, what you got for us today? Oh, this thing. I pulled it up already. Just not in the right window. The greenhouse chest plate. An armor made of mostly glass with dirt and a little tree. Medium armor AC is 10 plus dex modifier. That's not armor anymore. So a creature's normal AC when they are not wearing armor is 10 plus their dexterity modifier. So this armor does not add any armor. So you should make sure you are... If I were you, I would go back and look at all of the armors. And make sure I'm making the armor be armor and not just make it be regular. Because right now it's just regular. Right now this armor could be cloak. Might as well just be a cloak. Unless it's intended to be armor that you have to wear in a way that you don't get any armor benefits from it. Which feels weird. While wearing this chest plate, you gain the following effects. You need an extra 3 liters of water a day. That's funny. You feel an unnatural need to be bathed in bright sunlight. Also funny. Once per day. Yeah, this armor type is shirt. Exactly. Once per day. It's shirt, but you can't wear armor over it. It's shirt that prevents you from wearing any other armor. Once a day, this chest plate grows 3 fruit. When does it grow these fruit? Each day at dawn. You need to say when that happens. Each fruit has a different effect when eaten. So there's a blue one, a red one, and a green one. I don't think the color coding text makes this easier to read. If I were you, I wouldn't color code it, and I would just bold these. I'm assuming this is still rough draft mode, but that's what I would do in the future. 1, you gain 3d4 hit points. You don't say health points, you say hit points in D&D. In the next 5 minutes, you gain 15 feet of movement speed. Don't know how to make a mobility dexterity focused fruit that's not broken. Make it less movement speed for less time. You gain an extra 10 feet to your movement speed for 1 minute. Easy. Done. Green one. For the next minute, you gain a +3 to your AC. I would not give the armor a bonus that does stuff with AC in it. That feels redundant. I wouldn't do that. If you are hit with more than 20 bludgeoning damage, there's something pretty important missing here. Does that mean like collectively? Like what happens if I take 5 bludgeoning damage today and then 10 tomorrow and then 5 the next day? Would that count? Or do you intend for it to be 20 bludgeoning damage from a single hit? Or do you intend for it to be 20 bludgeoning damage over the course of a round? So you got to clarify that. The glass is broken. While the glass is broken, the armor does not grow fruit. The glass... It's very confusing that you describe it both as glass and as grass. And I don't know if that's intentional or not, but I don't think it's good. I think it makes the piece read confusing. It's supposed to be a support item. If it was intended to be a single hit, okay, yeah, then you need that language in there. Yeah, but whether or not it's intended to, if that's what's intended, then I think you should clarify that you can't eat the fruit. Because if that's not a part of it, who isn't going to eat this? I'm going to give myself a +3 bonus to my AC. Why not? So I think that that's worth thinking about. I also think it's weird. I don't like the idea of armor that gives a special cool feature that's more armor. That feels silly. I think overall it's a neat idea. It needs to be actual armor and not just a shirt. I think getting a once-a-day heal, a once-a-day movement speed bonus, and a once-a-day something else, I think is interesting, and I like it. I would probably put it, depending on where you set the AC at like rare or very rare. Also, depending on how you power balance these down. And those are my thoughts. I think it's pretty cool. I like that each one of these things does something different, even though I don't like the armor one. They all do feel different. I like the flavor of this, like, greenhouse chest plate, but I think that you are doing yourself a disservice by using the word grass and glass as much as you are. Or maybe you don't even use the word grass, but I keep associating it with the word glass in a way that I don't think is good. I think you need to be a little bit more descriptive somewhere to make clear that I'm not doing that. Because if I'm doing that, other people are going to do that at least a little bit too. But yeah, I think it's a solid item, dude. Solid item. I think it's fun. Most of the work you have to do is like tidying work at this point and a little bit of balance tweaking. Get your sentences structured nicely. Make sure everything's in full proper sentences. Make sure every single thing does what it needs to, where it's like, if a feature happens, how long does it happen? Bop, 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 bop. All those little bits. You're doing that in a lot of places, but there's a couple spots where it's missing it. But yeah, pretty cool. I like it. Fun. I like the vibe of you wearing a greenhouse. And I wish it almost leaned into that more. But I accept that you don't want to make it overcomplicated. All right. It's strong. It's strong right now. Balance it down and it's solid. But it's not necessarily bad strong. Again, it really depends on what power you want it to be. All right, cool. Thank you, Lorg. Let's give Lorg a round of applause. It's not going to break your game. It's going to make whoever eats the armor potion annoying for you. But it's not going to break your game. What if it gave you advantage on checks to interact with... What if it gave you advantage on charisma checks to interact with plants, but didn't give you any innate way to communicate with them? But it's just like plants liked your vibe a little bit more because you were walking around with a greenhouse on you. That'd be funny. It'd sort of be one of those like nothing burger features, but I think it'd be an interesting nothing burger feature. Having to bathe in sunlight is a nice idea. Yeah, I like that idea. I like it a lot. And I like that it sort of like fixes itself by like regrowing. The flavor's really good. I thought the flavor is excellent. Yeah, roll to riz the forest. Exactly. And it could also be the kind of thing where it's like if you have a warlock or a druid or someone that has speak with animals, a totem barbarian, or someone that could get speak with plants, excuse me. Then that could like come into play later. Buggada, 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 buggada. Yeah, it could grow with the player too, for sure. Yeah. I just like the visual of you wearing a greenhouse. And I want you to express that visual more. Brent. But if you're just running it for your home game, you can literally just clarify it to your players. Because I think the visual is doing a lot of work in the fun. That's really going to help the features feel extra shiny. Because they're cool features, but it's going to be extra funny if you're like opening your little door and reaching into your, you know, your little terrarium. I just think that's funny. Brent is just being daft, apparently. All right, let's take a look. Brent left a message that said, just being daft. You're going to rebrand it as a backpack? Oh, that's such a good idea, dude. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Lorg, that's going to solve... Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. You could also... I still think you should, if you want to make it require attunement, if it requires attunement, it should give some silly benefit for interacting with plants that is not inherently helpful, but could be helpful through, like, teamwork and combos. If it doesn't require attunement, then I don't think you need to do that. Because it's essentially like a it's like an alchemy jug, basically, that can make more useful things. This is called defenstration. Practicing with simpler stuff for fun, thought something like might be fun reaction option for a spellcaster. Very situational, but a strong way to synergize with allies that do control stuff. All right, let's take a look at what this thing does. Very curious. It's throwing someone from a window. All right, cool. I didn't know that. Casting time reaction, which you take when a creature within 60 feet of you is forcibly moved. Oh, interesting. An interesting trigger. As a reaction to a creature being forcibly moved, you conjure a solid, transparent barrier directly in their path. This barrier is easily shattered upon impact, causing slashing damage and leaving a cone of shards in their direction of travel. Clarify the size of the cone. When you cast this spell, choose a point along the creature's path of forced movement within 60 feet. The barrier appears at that point and shatters when the creature collides with it. That is, I feel like we're now getting more complicated than we need to. The creature makes a dex saving throw on a failed save. I wish that the mechanics were mixed in with... I wish it wasn't so separate here. Like, I don't think we need all this flavor and then essentially to read it again. Like, you can melt this flavor into the mechanics. You don't need to have two separate paragraphs here. Because you have some mechanics up here too, and it gets a little confusing when you have some mechanics up here and some flavor, and then let it, you know what I mean? See what I mean? Okay. On a failed save, the creature takes 2d4 slashing damage. It continues its movement. On a successful save, the creature takes half damage. Regardless of the saving throw, a 15-foot cone of glass of shards extend out in all directions of the creature's travel. Is it a cone or is it all directions? Because, oh, in the direction of the creature's travel, excuse me. Creatures that move through the area have to make a DC 50. This should just be your saving throw. This is just your spell save DC. This is a spell. Or take 1 piercing damage. Taking this damage reduces the creature's walking speed by 10 feet until the creature regains at least 1 hit point. A creature moving through the area at half speed, it does not need to make the save. At higher levels, it does more damage. And we got some lovely art. I think this is a really fun idea for a spell. I think the part that you lose me at is the way you're writing it out here. If I were you, I feel like it's a little too much. I don't love the need... I understand it, but I don't... I disagree with the execution of the need to, like, clarify where in the line they are. Like, I almost want it to be like... you sort of are forced for it to be happening when they start moving. So you don't get to pick where it is. I think that helps balance it a bit. Or at least balance it from, like, a looking good on the page, usable sort of vibe. What's up, Chandler? How's it going, buddy? It's Member Day? Ooh, it is. I forgot. You wanted to learn English because they had a word for being thrown from a window? Yeah, English is a good language. It's not it's an okay language. It's not the best. There's a couple better ones. One second. Okay. When is more Elden Ring? Either this weekend or next week. Oh, it's a first level spell? Yeah, this is really strong. Yeah, it's too strong for a first level spell. If you're oh yeah, we need to know how long the glass shards last. Do they last a minute? Do they last around? Do you need to maintain concentration on them? This is probably a second level spell, depending on how you decide to power balance the glass shards. Because it's permanent movement reduction. It's a lot, yeah. Oh my god, you guys are writing such long comments. I gotta, like, extend this chat so they can fit. I can't even do that. You've gone past this. This is literally as big as the box wants me to make it allowed to be. Congratulations. Oh yeah, I think it's fun. I think it's a neat idea. I think the flavor is very funny. I think it's just a matter of cutting out the, like, weird 60 feet separate from the 60 feet. Just have it happen in the creature spot. The glass is basically 5 feet to the side of them in the direction that they're going. And you didn't add the save DC? Yeah, fix that. All right, cool. It's a cool idea, though. I think it's very flavorful. I think spells being really niche is one of the great things to do. I think a niche spell is the best. What's not right? What's not right, my friend? All right, let's give our dear Brent a big old round of applause. Saw that coming. Bayalzul, I know you now. I know your ways. You're one of those. I know how much you like puns. I've seen it. It just makes me take more psychic damage. 13 psychic damage. Anyway, thank you, Brent, for sharing. It is a good line. We can't deny the quality of the line. It's a good line. You can't deny it. It can hurt you emotionally, physically, but to deny it is to deny truth, freedom, the way of the soul, destiny. There's a couple really good jokes that are so stupid. There's a bunch of them. I make some of them on chat. The best joke, in my opinion, is when somebody says, like, I think we should go to the baker. And someone says, Baker, I hardly know her. That's the best joke ever told. There is not a question about that. We all know that to be true. However, there are other good jokes. But that is the best joke. Bucket a 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 bucket there's a couple other good ones. Three guys walk into a bar. The fourth one ducks. That's another good one. I like that one. Ash just left. That's okay. You can watch it later. Making items for fighter subclasses. Here's what I got for an Eldritch Knight, intended to use in a campaign will run by the DM as well. Okay, so if this is intended to be used with the fighter subclass, you basically want to make it either uplift the Eldritch Knight or something, but you don't want it to interfere with it. Like, you don't want it to feel like it's not... You want it to add new things, basically. Hi, Hungry, I'm Dad is also top tier sponge. Yes, this is true. We've got a bunch of parents in the chat. I don't know if we do right now. I think we have a couple. But we got a bunch of people in the community that are like full-grown adults. So it's a good space to share those kind of jokes because they're going to get used. You know, they're not going to fall on deaf ears. This is called the Spell Striker weapon. Uncommon. It's a +1 to attack and damage rolls, as well as spell attack rolls and saving throws. Okay, that is immediately a rare item. So in D&D, and I know I just got this wrong about shields, but I was right about armor. I was just half wrong. But it's also true here. Adding to your spell save DC infinitely stronger than adding to your attack roll or your spell attack. So if you want this to be balanced, you can't. This is a rare item. Literally just this is rare. At least. Because if it is only requiring one attunement slot, that also kind of gives it power. Because normally to essentially get that, you would basically be needing 2 items. So you need to address that. And I'm not sure what the solution is there, but that needs to change. If you want this to actually work as an uncommon item, it's immediately overpowered. Additionally, when you roll initiative, you can summon this weapon to your hand if it is under the effects of your weapon bond. That's great. I love that. That's awesome. Let's take a look at Rising. As a bonus action, you can change the weapon's damage type to that of a spell you know, and the weapon deals an additional 1d6 damage of that type on a hit. Again, I think it's cool. I think changing the weapon's damage type is probably enough here. We are already getting more damage here. I don't know if we need more here. I almost feel like we should pick a lane. Or at least not do everything at the same time. Don't forget, this is really important here. What is changing our damage type doing? What power is it giving us? What literal benefit does changing our damage type do? What do you think, chat? It helps you deal with vulnerabilities and resistances. So what are you doing when you are avoiding resistances or leaning into vulnerabilities? What are you doing? What does that make happen? It makes more damage happen. So you're kind of giving us a roundabout way of giving us 2 different damaging features at the same time here. I might be okay with that if we didn't immediately hit it off with the +1 to attack and damage rolls and to spell stuff. In general, I don't love... It's a lot of hats on hats starting off early. And that's going to stack in a way that is going to be overpowered. Once per turn, when you take the attack action, you said may in the wrong place. I want to reach through the screen and I want to grab your brain and I want it to go to a school where it learns the right way to write English. So you don't want to use the word may when you are using descriptive text unless it is literally about optional things that Dungeon Master might engage with. A good rule of thumb is you are not giving permission. You are explaining how a mechanic works. You are essentially explaining an ability. You are not giving permission for an ability. You can replace one attack with a cantrip. This also is overpowered. This is something an Eldritch Knight gets, and they do not get till much higher levels. The reason they do not get it till much higher levels is because Eldritch Knights inherently are going to get a shit ton of attacks just from being a fighter. So replacing one of your attacks with a cantrip is way stronger on them than it would be on something like a Blade Singer or like a Swords Bard. So this is also very overpowered. And it's also probably you're going to get it way too early. This is just numbers go up. So again, overpowered. This is just numbers go up. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. And I mean this with all the kindness in the world. It is okay for you to do a little bit of numbers go up. But you can't do that much. What do I mean by numbers go up? Well, let's look at what features we get. We get our attacks and damage go up. Our spells' likelihood of succeeding goes up. Our damage goes up. Our damage goes up. Our damage goes up. Our damage goes up. Our damage... You see what I'm seeing? You see what I'm doing here? So it's too much. It's too much. It's too much. You can do a little, but if that's everything this is doing, it's too much. And I think you're underestimating how powerful it is because all of those things compound on top of each other. What I would encourage you to do, if you can only have one at a time, what does that mean? What are you talking about? One what at a time? Unless you're talking to chat, in which case I apologize. But it's just too strong. It's just too strong. And it's not really doing anything to make your Eldritch Knight feel special. That's the bigger issue. Yeah, but they stack. They add on top of each other. This evolves into this. It doesn't lose this feature. It just gains this. That's how expanding weapons grow. So here's what I would say. What, as a player, because you're making this item for yourself, if you cannot pick something that is going to make you do more damage, if you assume you keep a little bit of the damage in here, if you had to pick other things that this sword would do to give you unique features that help you feel more like a unique, cool Eldritch Knight that cannot directly be damaged, what would they be? I don't know. But that's what you got to think about. And there's a oh, I just cut myself really badly with scissors. Ouch, 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 ouch. It's okay. I don't bleed. I'm immortal. But that did hurt quite a bit. So there's items... I'm not going to pretend it didn't, because it did. There's items in the game called the Vestiges of Divergence. Actually, better things to look at would be the Betrayer Gods, the Arms of the Betrayer Gods. I think that's what they're called. No, I'm just gonna write Betrayer. Let's see how good you can beat D&D Beyond. Terrible. All right, fine. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. I am starting to bleed a little bit. Wildmount. Okay, so we go to Wildmount. We go to the Arms of the Betrayers. These are not legendary items, also. Keep that in mind. The power of these items are artifact. That means that it is not expected for you to get these items until you're probably somewhere between level 7 and level 10 at the earliest. And they are not going to be at their most powerful until you're closer to level 17. And even getting them at level 7 would be early. But, like, where's Arms of the Betrayer Gods? Where are they? Here they are. And they are basically doing things that you should take inspiration from. See, like this one. Here's this dagger. It's a dagger. It does a little bit of damage, but it also lets you do something cool and weird. That's pretty cool. And then at higher levels, yeah, the damage goes up, but also some other stuff happens. And then at the higher level, yeah, the damage goes up, but then also some other stuff happens. It's not all the same thing. It's not all the same thing. Stop. I'm done. I don't want to get up. I don't want to get a Band-Aid. You need to deal with this. I'm assigning this to this part of the flesh vessel. I'm giving you the ability to deal with it. You're in control. Don't make me regret it. Deal with it. But anyway, yeah. You just want to make it do other stuff. You want to make it grow in a way that's like helping fill a void, you know, or sell a fiction.
Take care of your flesh vessel. Use a Band-Aid.
I hate it. No, it's fine. It can take care of itself. Yeah, you want to make sure that it's helping sell a unique fiction that isn't just you hit harder, basically. All right. Thank you very much, Ash. I appreciate you sharing. Let's give Ash a round of applause. Data, you missed it. We reviewed your homebrew. Giving more known spells would be a good feature too. I agree. Data, the nutshell of your Poisoner Rogue was that it's a really fun idea with some really interesting mechanics that are almost all very overpowered. That was the nutshell of it. Everything's pretty much overpowered. Some things are dramatically overpowered. Some things compound into things that make things overpowered. But the idea is cool. And the mechanical idea is cool. Like, if you change a lot of the numbers and the details, I think it could be good. I think you underestimate how easy it is to give poison. And what I would encourage you to do is think about the Phantom Rogue when you are making your piece. Because the way your piece compares to the Phantom Rogue, especially the 3rd level feature, I think it's very obvious where some of that power difference lies. Because the Phantom Rogue at 3rd level gets the ability to deal half of its sneak attack damage to a creature within 30 feet of it, proficiency bonus times per day. Yours gave a feature that was just much better than that, and then like 3 other features. Technically, it's poison damage and not necrotic damage, and technically it's after a saving throw and on an attack, but I would still argue that getting to do full sneak attack damage and then make that damage d12 is better and stronger, and still not balanced against it. But it's a cool idea. I like the idea. The idea is strong. You just gotta be honest about power balancing it. Okie dokie. Kadunk. I also thought the things that the poisons did were all cool. They were just too powerful versions of what they were doing. They were all going too hard in the paint. But what they were aspiring to do, like the mission was good. Yeah, I think everybody in chat kind of agreed that it wasn't going to be hard to tone it down and that it was a really cool idea. How do you feel about class features that require gold access? I think they're impossible to balance. They completely depend on the how much a piece of gold is worth in your game. If it takes me 50 gold to use a subclass feature, I might never use that subclass feature. I might get to use that subclass feature 1,000 times. Depends on the dungeon master. And I don't like that. Dylan is up next. Dylan. You're another person whose name I like to pronounce incorrectly. I don't know why I see your name and I just want to go Dylan. Blood. Wanted to create an item based around a monster. I'm worried it steps on the toes of the Pact of the Chain Warlock too much. Depends on what your goal with it is. If your goal with it is for you to use it in your home game, then it will not step on the toes of the Pact of the Chain Warlock unless you have a Pact of the Chain Warlock in your game. If your goal of it is public consumption, then that is more of a thing to think about. But you only really need to match your table's needs if that's the goal. Where did it go? I opened it in the wrong window again. Wait, no I didn't. Where'd it go? Okay, there it is. I'm being stupid. Boop. Oh, I did it again. Keep opening it in the wrong window. Material components do do? Yes, material components do. But those are not core class features. And they're very easy for dungeon masters to accommodate for in ways that I think would not be the same for something that scales based on the amount of gold you have. Me casting Revivify with a 1,000 gold diamond doesn't do anything different from me casting with a 300 gold diamond. I also think... Yeah, I just think it's not a good comparison. I think it's not... I mean, if you feel like because some spells come with gold costs, you could make a subclass feature that's balanced to use gold costs, I encourage you to try. I hope it goes well. And if I stumble across it in my reviews, I will be optimistic that you solved that problem. But if you kind of just decided it was okay, most likely it's going to have a lot of opportunities to break the game. Most of the spells that require gold cost do not have opportunities to break the game baked into that gold cost. That gold cost just adds an extra element of difficulty in the casting of them. But it's not like you're casting them for free. You're still using spell slots, and they're still limited to what they do, and they don't scale based off of that. The gold of spells is a limiter. It's not a scaling thing or a power thing. Pseudo Dragon Scarf. Shimmering threads of dragon-etched silk intertwine, forming a delicate tapestry of scales and wings. End of the sentence here. You are now painting with flowers when you finish this sentence. You've left the world of engaging description and have entered the world of I'm thinking about other things and ready for the sentence to end. You're indulging. Or you just didn't realize the sentence was taking too long. So get rid of it. Or figure out how to make that shorter if you want to keep that idea in there. Something has to go. You can cast Find Familiar. Whenever you put a spell in a thing, make it italics. As an action. And the Find Familiar... That's actually... Even just casting Find Familiar as an action is really fucking good. I guess you can normally do it as an action. Does it not require any gold? Does it not require the gold cost? Speaking of gold costs. While summoned, the familiar... while the pseudo-dragon familiar is not summoned, you gain the following benefits. You have advantage on saving throws against spells. That's too powerful. You have telepathy. You can speak Draconic. Okay. Yeah, yeah. What was your worry? Your worry was that it stepped on the toes of the warlock? Yeah, it does. Advantage on... This is too much. Just straight up. I'll tell you what. Here's a good way to think about it. If the only thing this magic item did was this, it would be a very rare item. In my opinion. Or maybe a rare item. In fact, there probably is an item that does this. I feel like you can make a shield based off the snail shell. The flail snail. Mantle of Spell Resistance. Thank you, Yazakhan. Yeah. So it's just a little too strong. Also, if you're worried about something stepping on the toes of a Warlock Pact boon, you should not make it the Warlock Pact boon, but better. If you present me with a problem like that, I don't know how to solve it, because obviously this steps on the toes of the Pact of the chain, because it's the same feature. You know what I mean? Spell Guard is very rare. I was getting it mixed up. Thank you, Tiger Cup. There's a chain invocation that gives you advantage on spell saving throws if your familiar is within range. What's it called? I'm sure. Maybe it does. Maybe it's probably a new one. I'm curious what let me know what it's called and I'll look it up. But yeah, it just feels... I think the real solution would be to ask yourself what your goal with this homebrew is. What's the point of it? I mean, the obvious solution is to pick another creature. But like, I think the question to ask yourself is what's the goal of the homebrew? What are you using it for? Are you using it for a home game? Is this part of a collection or a compendium that you want to share publicly? Is this something you are aspiring to publish? Like, what's the goal? If the goal is home game, it's fine. It's overpowered. I would say it's close to legendary. It sits in that really frustrating spot between very rare and legendary. It's not good enough to be legendary, but it feels better than a very rare. Yeah, if your goal is to do anything more public, then you sort of have to decide, I am okay with this stepping on the toes with something else, and that does not bother me in my game design. Or you have to very actively not step on the toes of something else. You know what I mean? I think in terms of for practicing homebrew, I think it's excellent. I think it's very good at that. Listen, let's talk about it in that regard. Excellent formatting, good sentence structure, very clear mechanics, a couple very specific formatting changes to make, but I agree with everything about it from that perspective. I think the only things that I don't agree with is that that I also is it steps on the toes of the warlock. But in terms of getting back into practice, A+. It does not. You are mixing it up with something else. I got you. You think if it's legendary, it just kind of works? Is it good enough to be a legendary, or does it need something else to be a legendary? Because I almost feel like it's a little... Maybe, I guess there are legendaries that aren't that good. There's legendaries that aren't that good. In a game, where there is not a warlock with a pseudo dragon packed or package of the chain, I think this item would be really fun, and I think people would really like it. The other thing that you could do is if you wanted to go in a really different direction, but sort of keep the familiar vibe a little bit, you could not make it summon a familiar all the time, but you could allow it to give you the option to cast like the spell Flock of Familiars. So it's a scarf that it can explode into like a bunch of pseudo dragons that can fly around for like an hour or however long that spell lasts. Because that could also work, and that would also feel very different. I also think you could keep that, and you could drop the advantage on saving throws. Drop the you could drop if you kept you can speak and understand Draconic, and you can cast Flock of Familiars, but they are pseudo dragons. That's a cool fucking powerful magic item. Once a day use of Flock of Familiars with pseudo dragons is neat. They last forever, Shades. You say that with your chest in a way that I know is not true, but I'll look it up and prove you wrong if you want. I do love when we do that. I started to look your name up. Flock of Familiars. Shades, what happens if you're wrong? What do we do? Or what happens if I'm right? What do we do? There's no other option. All right, let's take a look. Flock of Familiars, 2nd level spell, concentration, 1 action. Read the second line, my guy. Does it say you permanently summon 3 familiars? Or does it use a word that one might argue is the opposite of permanent? One might argue it is, in fact, the most succinct way of acknowledging that we are in a world of non-permanence. I believe the word is temporarily. And you said you were going to eat a bug. Ball's in your court, hombre. What's the plan, Stan? All right, you'll go do that? Cool. Go eat a bug. An Artificer subclass based around permanent Flock of Familiars could work really well. You would probably not want them to be like imps or pseudo-dragons then, though, because that would be crazy. Listen, man, we all swear things. The problem with swearing is that everybody's wrong and an idiot. You just got to keep that in mind. All right, let us give a big old round of applause to our dear Dylan. Glad to see you shaking off the rust, buddy. We love to see it. We love to see it. Yeah, I'd imagine you want to give them small buffs, but you wouldn't want to give them, like, permanent invisibility and crazy, that kind of stuff. Like, that'd be a lot with 3. Minor abilities, of course. Something to make them do cool stuff. I feel like, at least inevitably, part of it would be you'd be able to, like, explode them. If I was an artificer and I made little robots, I would want them to explode. What kind of artificer would I be if I didn't? Your Magic the Gathering card project was to teach you how to make monster stat blocks? Hell yeah. Dude, I love looking at your Magic cards. I think trying to translate Magic cards into D&D stuff is really fun because I don't really know a lot of the rules of Magic now, but I'm familiar enough that I can sometimes see the correlation and sort of figure it out. It's fun. It's fun. It's like a puzzle to solve. Oh, we got Squatch! What's up, Squatch? How are you doing on this fine eve? Picking something like that, like Magic cards or something to like, whatever, like as like a benchmark for like, I'm going to build one of each of these things, is I think also just good for like keeping you going also. Like with Tradosio and making all the Overwatch stuff. I kind of like to see a Magic items based off the items from D&D cartoon from the 80s. Yeah, that'd be really fun. Spoon of instantaneous flavor. I'm sure I've seen that before. Maybe I saw it like in an actual play that somebody made up. Or, I don't know. I don't think it's a real magic item, but I love that idea. Anything you eat with the spoon. There's two ways to do that. You either make it where anything you eat with the spoon tastes like whatever you want, or you make it where anything you eat with the spoon becomes edible. So you could like spoon eat a boulder if you really wanted to. It just takes some time. Bucket a 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 bucket a. What did I say? Spoon of feeding, where you could eat anything out of it and it could be edible. That's a cool idea. Milky Boy. What's up, Milky? How you doing today? You having a good Thursday? I hope so. It's me. I made elementals based on the 4 para-elemental planes. Oh, like mud and steam and stuff. This one is based on the elemental plane of mud. Oh, yes, exactly like steam and... Oh, man, dude, hell yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I picked it up so quick I burned my fingers because I didn't give it time to cool. This is a fun idea. I'm here for it. Mud para-elemental. Can I tell you something that you could do if you want to be annoying? But also, I think it would be okay. I'm going to show you something that you could copy if you really want. It's not going to... Here's the thing. It's going to annoy some people, but I think it would be fun, too. So when we look at fiends... Let's just look at any fiend. We'll look at the Alkalith. When we look at fiends, fiends have 2 monster types. They have fiend, and then in parentheses, they have a subtype, demon. You could do that here. Elemental, subtype, para-elemental. I think that would actually fit these guys. I don't know why. It's not really going to matter for anything, but I do think I think it would do good for vibe. All right, let's see what we get here. Some damage resistances, acid and poison, a lot of watery damage resistances. All the regular shenanigans, big boy hit points, medium. That's not even big boy hit points for CR6. It's fine hit points. We are very water elemental heavy. I'm feeling more water elemental than that's okay. Let's keep going. I would probably make I don't know. Well, let's see how you interpret mud. Muddy form. The elemental can enter hostile creatures. Blah, 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 blah. It's just ooze stuff. It's just amorphous. No, it's different. Any creature that starts its turn in the elemental space takes 2d4 acid damage and must succeed on a DC 16 strength saving throw or be grappled and restrained. Cool. I like that. I think it... I feel like you have to limit how many creatures this can happen to at a time. I worry that this, just using its movement, could potentially grapple and restrain 4 creatures and then have a whole turn. I feel like that's a lot. But the thing is, Dylan, acid is also associated with the water plane sometimes, too. So it actually fits here very nicely. I don't know why. D&D Beyond doesn't let you do custom subtypes? Fuck them. Burn it down. Break into the code. Hack it. Hack the mainframe. No, don't hack the mainframe. Leave the mainframe alone. The creature has to start its turn within the elemental. Yes, no, but Milky. What I'm saying is if you have 4 creatures standing next to each other, and it moves in such a way that it covers all 4 of those spaces, which it can, then all 4 of those creatures are going to need to make that saving throw at the start of their turn. That's what I'm saying. That, to me, feels like a lot. It would feel like it was less of a lot if it wasn't a passive all the time on thing. Because remember, a large creature takes up 4 spaces. A medium creature takes up 1 space. So this guy can consume 4 creatures at a time, as written. Because he's not really consuming them, he just needs to share a space with them. And if you look to the other elementals, and I don't think you need to copy them. I don't even think you should, but I think it's just worth looking at a little bit here. If we look at how they work, the fire elemental has a passive thing, but there is much less of a danger to it. It's a bit more damage, but it's not restraining or grappling. And then beyond that, the creature doesn't have as much power. I mean, I guess it can still enter degree. It can kind of do the same thing with fire. But I just don't think 1d. I think it's a little bit less of a big deal. I don't know why, but I do. And if you look at something like the air elemental or the water elemental, they get these sort of big things where they can like fuck with a lot of creatures at a time. I mean, Whelm is basically what you are doing. It's basically a different version of that, right? It's grappling and restraining a creature inside of it. So I would just keep all that stuff in mind in the back of your brain. And not to say there's a right or a wrong way to do this, but to say that there's a lot of ways that you could explore the idea of this thing, like covering everything in acidy mud. Let's take a look at transmutation susceptibility, because that is also a new feature. When targeted by the transmute mud to rock option, oh, this is very niche. The elemental must succeed on a con saving throw or takes some damage and become petrified for 1 minute. The elemental can repeat the save. Each creature within the elemental space, when it becomes petrified, must make a dex saving throw against the caster's save. On a failed save, the creature is restrained. Okay, it kind of just makes happen what's going to happen anyway. Which is fine. On a success, the creature is shunted safely to the side. This should do a shit ton more damage. Ain't nobody gonna think to use this. First of all, how many people actively have transmute to rock and then bring it to combat encounters? Very few. No one's gonna use this. And I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I love this feature. But you want to be more giving. I'll give you another example. I think Petrified, because Petrified makes this monster resistant to all damage. So it almost like makes it doesn't make it stronger, but it doesn't punish it as much as I think it should. I think a player should feel amazing when they make this connection. Sort of like how a lot of the animated objects have anti-magic susceptibility. Stunned could also work. Paralyzed is really devastating. If you didn't want to go as devastating as paralyzed, you'd go stunned, I think. Or you could even go less. You could just sort of limit their use. It could almost be like they're affected by the slow spell, you know? They can take 1 action or 1 bonus action, no reactions, whatever, that kind of thing. But I think the damage should... mostly think the damage should be higher. If you made them paralyzed, it would essentially be the same as making the damage higher. And then we get our big boy basic slam. Okay, I think you got some cool things working here. I want to point out what I like. I like that you're trying to keep it simple. I like that you're not trying to make this do 1,000 different things. All of the elementals have a couple distinguishing features, but they have kind of like 1 or 2 gimmicky things. And I think that you're trying to do that here, and that feels good. I want to push back on you about what those things are. I think that muddy form is interesting. I think that transmutation susceptibility is a Riven feature. So we're not even... this is the same as like the fire elemental getting hurt by water. It's like, it's going to happen maybe. I worry that muddy form is too similar feeling for me to Whelm. I don't think... again, for me, if you disagree, That is fine. We're entering into opinion element now, not really power balance. Now we're talking opinion. For me, this is an action. It's a big AoE, and everybody's restrained. You can get 1 large creature or 2 medium creatures. They take damage each turn. They can make a saving throw to get out. This is very similar. The way we trigger that initial trap is different. The damage is way worse. The DC is higher. And we can get more creatures, but what is it doing? It's restraining creatures, and it's dealing damage over time. So I almost want to try to encourage you to make this feel less like a water elemental. Because right now I feel like it feels... How do I put this? It feels like a muddy water elemental or like an acid water elemental more than it feels like an alternative elemental, if that makes sense. It feels like a subclass of water elemental. And I think it should feel like more in the middle. I don't think the issue is the damage taking. I think the issue is that it's essentially an AoE restrain that is emanating from you. That's to me the issue. I don't know how to solve that exactly, because that kind of is what mud does, but I think that's the tricky thing to solve. Yeah, I'm not seeing the earth elemental in here either. The earth elemental is like the acid damage, I think is what they would say. But acid damage is also very tied to the what plane of water as well. Transmute to rock and mold earth? Probably. They might have written the spells wrong. I think it's a cool idea. I love the concept. I think this could work. I don't think there's anything inherently broken other than it being a little bit strong and that it can get 4 creatures at the same time. Infinitely. But if your goal is to sort of push this to be a little bit more unique, take some time. Don't decide that you need to change this, but think about it. Give yourself a couple days. Don't work on this. Don't look at this. And just brainstorm other sort of like flagship features you could give a creature that embodies the element of mud or the space between earth and water. And just see if another idea pops into your brain. Maybe do a little bit of research, because technically those places exist. Like, you can look at old, I think it's 4E or 3.5, but you can see old planar maps that have landscape between the 4 elemental planes, and it is that. Like, there's like steam storms and mud earthquake volcanoes and stuff. So I think you gotta maybe go back to the lore, and that might be able to help you. There might be some details you see in the lore about the elemental plane of mud that helps come up with some unique ideas here that might feel a little bit more unique. I mean, I'll tell you what, the very first thing that I think about mud is some sort of projectile that can blind people. Like, you're throwing mud at people's face. Like, I feel like that's an easy one, right? It could be a single target. It could be a cone, but something where it's like you hit people with mud, they take some damage, and they can't see until they wipe their faces, or they can't see and their movement is slowed until they wipe their faces, or something like that. I don't know exactly, but that's where my head goes. I think about mud. I think about throwing it at people. Make it goopy. Take inspiration from oozes. I mean, they're kind of doing that already. Muddy form is... The first part of it is basically just amorphous form, which is what oozes get. I don't think the mud needs to harden. I don't know, guys. I don't feel like this needs to restrain, I guess. But if that's a thing that people feel strongly about, then you could definitely do that if you wanted to. But again, I don't even know if you need to make these changes. These are just changes that I would make if I was trying to, like, find a niche for this thing that felt mechanically different in terms of how I would use it in combat than, like, a water elemental. Those are my thoughts, my guy. I love it. I love the vibe. I love the idea. I hope that you keep making more ones, and I hope I get to see more of them. That's a really fun sort of game to play. Like, what would a... Well, the earth and the fire, that's magma and volcanoes. And then fire and air is like lightning, thunder, explosions, tornadoes. And then air, water is like the storm. Thank you for sharing. Let's give Milky a little round of applause. Where's my applause button? There it is. It needs a sloshing speed. That's very funny. Tuna, how was dinner? What did you make? What'd you make for dinner, buddy? Anything good? I hope so. I did a lot of cooking over the past couple of days. I got to budget more. I have not been making good money the past couple months. So I have to be budgety. I have to be back on that potato and ramen vibe. All right, let's see here. What is next? Anybody new on the wheel? Nope. Lovely. Let's give her a spin. A bucket, 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 a ba 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 ba. Squelch. You fiend. The most recent person to submit Homebrew. Ooh. This is a long message. I'm going to read it. I like the challenge. I'm curious to see what we do here, and I'm curious to see what you came up with. A new player wants to be Raiden for Mortal Kombat. I wasn't able to find official methods of getting the feel right. I thought about a pure 4 elements monk. But word that 4E monk. Oh, you went to... Yeah, no, don't... Oh, no. You can't take something in 4th edition and put in 5th edition. It's a different game. Like, fundamentally different. Won't work. Instead, I tailored a caster subclass, like the Eldritch Knight or the Arcane Trickster. Cool. You can skip most of the first part as copy-paste from those classes, but read the key-based spells. Okay, let's take a look. So this is a 3rd caster for the monk. If I was going to make a 1/3 caster for the monk, I would not give them spell slots. I would have them cast spells with key points. I'm curious to see how we do that. I also think that people in the chat are making a bunch of good suggestions. I think you could probably multi-class Storm Sorcerer, and I'll tell you what. Who sent this piece in? Squatch, are you here right now? Say hi in the chat. If this doesn't work, here's what you're going to do. I'm going to tell you how to do this. You're going to go Way of the Ancestral Dragon. What is it called? It's not Ancestral Dragon. It has a name. But basically, here's what you're going to do. If we get to the end of this and you're like, this doesn't feel balanced, I don't like this, here's what you do. They're going to multi-class. They're going to go Ascendant Dragon. And you're like, Ascendant Dragon, but that's Dragon. No, it's not. Ascendant Dragon is an elemental fighter. Whenever you damage a target with an unarmed strike, you can change the damage type to Acid, Cold, Lightning. Lightning. Boom. So if you want to do lightning punching, you are lightning punching. You're already there at level 3. You literally don't need anything else. You could also shoot lightning with Breath of the Dragon. You could also sort of float on a cloud. You could reflavor the Wings Unfurled feature to be you grow a storm cloud. These could all be different, like, area effect storm cloud shenanigans. All of this could be that. And then if that's not enough, you multi-class it with the Tempest Cleric. Because clerics are wisdom-based. Monks are wisdom-based. Cleric Monk is a pretty good combo. You get access to all these lightning spells. You can start being able to blast lightning back at people. I'm telling you, man. 3 levels of Ascendant Dragon and 2 levels of Tempest Cleric, and you are Raiden. All that being said, I still want to see what you made, and I'm curious, so we're going to look at it. And this might be better. Ideally, it's at least Pretty fun for you to make. It's fun. If it's fun for you to make, that's kind of the only thing that matters. Okay. When you reach 3rd level, you augment your martial prowess with the ability to cast spells. You learn 2 cantrips from the raid and spell list. You learn additional raid and spells, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so then we get spells. Do we get a spell? Do we get spell slots? Yeah, we can't do... I completely disagree with doing spell slots. So I would drop this whole thing. Drop this whole thing. Gone. Come up with a different system for the spell casting. Why, Cinder? Why should they do that? Because monks have an innate feature already that they get a shit ton of. We don't need to put that on top of another. The only reason why it's okay to put a whole new resource feature as complicated as spellcasting on top of a fighter or a rogue is they have no other innate resources other than ones that are limited to once a day or once a rest. So fundamentally, I think I disagree with the spell slots. Let's see here. Key-based spells. In order to use any key-based spell, you must spend a key point. Yeah, you're already using key points, man. Just make it a key point system. When you cast a spell using an action from them, you can make an unarmed strike as a bonus action. I would not give this immediately a 3rd level. This should be something we can get at higher levels. If you are casting using your rating spell casting, blah, blah, blah. If you're casting using your raid and spell casting ability, gives you the option to choose a damage type. Don't say may. You can only choose lightning or thunder. If a spell you are casting... Do you see how you keep saying the same phrase over and over again? That means you don't need to do that. You can just say it up here. If a spell you are casting using your ability calls for a weapon attack or targets a weapon, you can make an unarmed strike or target yourself. Okay, let's see what spells we get. I'm very curious. Booming Blade, Lightning Lure, Shocking Grasp, Thaumaturgy, Thunderclap. Absorb Elements, Chromatic Orb, Expeditious Retreat, Jump, Shield, Thunderous Smite, Thunder Wave, Witch Bolt. So there's already a couple things here that I think are a little redundant if you want this to be a monk. Anything to do with movement, you probably can just... You don't need. Unless it's like teleporting movement. But I don't think we need Expeditious Retreat. I don't think we need Jump. You literally can do this spell just by casting a key point anyway. It's called Step of the Wind. Makes you jump. It does the same thing as the spell. I think quite literally. Blur is a little scary on a monk sometimes, but it's probably okay. The vibe of all these spells are good. Other than the movement ones that feel out of place. They only feel out of place because it's a monk. They already do those things. Some of these things I don't understand why we're getting. I don't know why we get Locate Creature. I don't know why we get Private Sanctum. I don't know why we get Freedom of Movement. All right, I don't know why we get any of the 4th level spells other than Storm Sphere. But I think overall the vibe is good. I think what's going to really be what makes or breaks this is figuring out a system that works for the casting of spells. Which unfortunately is like really important. And I can't tell you how to do that. I don't know what the solution is. I think the solution would probably be make these cost different amounts of key points. And then probably you'd need to figure out how to scale it in such a way that you couldn't outcast casters. Which you would probably be able to do sometimes. Depending on how many key points they cost. No, monks don't need haste. That's another one. It's like we don't need it. But yeah. I don't know what the solution is. It's going to be trial and error and messing around with stuff. But then also, you just have some stuff in this that's a little too strong. Specifically, like the bonus actions shenanigans. All right, let's move on. Let's look at level 6. You also don't really have anything interesting. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean, if you look at the Arcane Trickster and you look at the Eldritch Knight, they both get spellcasting, and then they get something cool. That isn't really... that's connected to the vibe of being magic, but not connected to their spellcasting. The Arcane Trickster gets a cool, unique version of Mage Hand that's invisible. They can use to pick pockets and stuff at a distance. And the Eldritch Knight gets their bonded weapon, which they can always immediately teleport to their hand, regardless of where it is, forever. Does the Eldritch Knight modify a cantrip? Oh, Data's being pedantic. Well, we're just gonna ignore that and move on. But that's what I'm saying is they're not. This is not augmenting anything. It's just making you cast more spells, or it's replacing an attack with spell casting. We need to have some sort of unique feature. Are you saying that Bonded Weapon is essentially like a unique version of a cantrip? I'd buy that. I'd buy that. I see. I misunderstood. I thought you meant like there's a cantrip that does that. I was like, what are you talking about? You were talking about power bounce. I got you. Okay, Flawless Block. At 6th level, you can use your reaction to deflect missiles. You can, let me guess, it's going to do stuff to do with like magic also. Oh no, it's just melee attacks. Who sent this in? Squatch? Squatch, I'm going to say something that's, I'm just going to be really honest here, man. In fact, I'm going to ask chat to tell me what I'm going to say about this feature. Chat, who knows what I'm going to say about this feature? I'm so curious. What do you think? It does deflect attacks. I don't know if it's dull. It is a little... Technically, it's really cool. But it also is dull. Why is it dull? It's not already a monk feature. Monks can't do this with melee attacks. Monks are going to be able to do this with melee attacks, I think, in 6E, maybe. There's a bigger issue here. Let's not worry about it from a power perspective. I want to ask you guys an honest question, chat, and I want you to not spam the answer. I want you to think about it for a second before you answer it. How many monks have we reviewed live that get this exact feature word for word? How many people have put this exact feature word for word in their homebrew? Part of it is part of the Drunken Master feature, but I would argue a little bit better. But we're not even going to worry about that. I'm asking another question. How many people have put this literal word for word feature in one of their homebrew pieces for a monk? I have a number in my head, at least for the past maybe like 2 weeks. I would say conservatively, in the past month or two, probably 4 different monks had this feature. I think it's not evocative of anything. I don't think it's a thing that anyone should ever make a subclass feature. And I think the fact that so many people use it, regardless of how divergent their subclass ideas are, speak to that. Because this is not selling the idea of Raiden. This is just making a martial artist better at martial arts. And unfortunately, you do not need to... Actually, it's more like fortunately. Because you are trying to make Raiden, and you're making it based on a monk, you don't need to put any subclass energy into martial arts. Because you get the martial arts from the class. So I would not give any subclass features martial arts stuff. I would give them all Raiden stuff. Because that's the stuff it needs. It needs the lightning, the flying, etc. Exactly. It's not helping this subclass. One of the things that you got to ask yourself when you are making homebrew is, and it's a hard question to answer because it's not always clear, but is this feature helping the class or is it helping the subclass? And I don't mean making the class better because they're both making the class better, but is it helping sell the idea of the class or sell the idea of the subclass? And sometimes it's both. But it really never should just sell the idea of the class. It can sell the idea of the class and the subclass, or just the subclass. But if you're because we don't have that much space. We have very limited real estate to sell our fiction. We have very limited real estate to sell our fiction. Get like a handful of features. That's it. So you really want to make every single one as evocative as possible. And by evocative, I mean it sells the fiction of your subclass. It's not a bad feature at all. It's a little overpowered sometimes, I think, depending on the thing you're fighting, but I don't want to care about it enough to argue about it. But I do think that I think realistically, if you want to power balance it, you don't make the melee attack based on the creature's attack. You make it based on your martial arts die or something, which is how the ranged version works, because when you are redirecting a monster attack, that's a lot harder than your attack most of the time. But regardless, I think you should just make something more raid-y here. You know, give us a resistance to lightning and thunder damage, and the ability to deal lightning and thunder damage whenever we make an unarmed strike or something. Magical strikes. At 11th level, you learn how to disrupt the key of your opponents to create openings for your spells. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, the creature has disadvantage on the next saving throw it makes against a spell you cast before the end of your next turn. I think there needs to be a bigger bar to entry here than just punching them. This needs to cost something. It needs to cost key points. There needs to be a saving throw. Maybe not a saving throw, but there needs to be something. There needs to be a bar to entry here. You can cast a spell as an action. Wait, what? When you cast a spell as an action, you can use Flurry of Blows by spending a key point as a bonus action. I mean, this is not unreasonable to put at this level. I think you got to deal with the earlier stuff, but I think that's fine at this level. Honestly, this could probably be the whole thing. I understand wanting to do another thing, but maybe you won't even care much about doing this thing if you get a nicer thing here. Okay, let's look at Eternal Mind. At 17th level, while you're concentrating on a spell, your concentration can't be broken as a result of taking damage. Another one that I don't really think sells this particular vision. I'm not sure why that is. Why the magical... I think here's the... I think here's the problem. The problem is some of these features feel like they are trying to sell the general fiction of magical spellcasting monk. And then some of them feel like they are trying to sell the fiction of Raiden Lightning Monk. And I don't think you should be doing both. That's what I think. Oh yeah, it's much too good when you get haste. That's a really good point. I think that's the problem. I think that this monk would be a much better Raiden monk if you did not try to make it a magical spellcaster monk. You tried to make it a Raiden monk. And I think it would be a much better magical spellcaster monk if you didn't try to make it a Raiden monk and you made it a magical spellcaster monk. I feel like you are pulling yourself in two directions. Also, at the moment we passed level 3, we lost all plot of the Raiden. Sort of, but the spells are huge. These are all very Raiden-y. But that's what I'm saying. It's like it's going in two radically different directions. They might overlap in some places, but you are relying on that overlap in a way that you are not seeing where the disconnect is impacting. Have you seen my jetpack? Has suggested an idea. I think Sun Soul, but lightning and melee is the move. That's also something you could do. That's also an easy solution. Just take the Sun Soul monk and change all the damage types to lightning. Make it radiant and lightning instead of radiant and fire, and you're also there. I agree. Where's that? Oh my god, my brain just turned off for a second. Yeah, all of these. Just make it so all of these do lightning. You could even change these out for some lightning spells if you want. That could work really well. An interesting idea. I think it's going in too many directions, and it's got too much stuff stacking on top of itself right now. But it is definitely a very cool idea, and I think you just got to pick a lane and not try to put spell slots on a monk. And those two are the main things you need to do. All right, let's give Squatch a round of applause. Thank you. The 4-element monk, you might as well just rebuild a different lightning monk at that point. Like, you can pull, I would put inspiration from it, but there's a lot of stuff that really didn't age well in terms of, like, power balance. And also, like, I don't know. I don't think it almost feels sort of limited in a way that I think I don't know if, I actually think, yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked at it in a while, to be honest, so I might be misremembering parts of it. You're pretty sure the fix is just make everything cost 1 key hit point less? We've talked about this on stream before. That is something that one of my dungeon masters have done in the past. Thunder damage is a thing in 5e, yes. Lightning and thunder damage are different. Thunder damage is generally considered a little bit more powerful than lightning damage because less things are resistant to it, and it can sometimes have extra effects on some things. No, it's more complicated. You're more complicated. Anyway, thank you, Squatch. Kaboosh. Kersplunk. Ring-a-ding-ding, as they say. You know what? I don't mind having to keep everything on a separate window. It's a little bit extra work, but it's not the end of the world. This is your time? All right, we'll see. Buggada, 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 buggada. Oh, close, buddy, close. Very close, Tuna. Very close. The wheel was teasing you. She's a tease, that wheel. She knows when she knows when a mortal yearns and how to tempt. This is my first completed homebrew. Very cool. My goal was to design an anti-magic themed barbarian subclass that synergizes with Mage Slayer feat, but neither requires it nor makes it redundant. That's a great goal. The thing that you have to think about if you are building any D&D subclass to be built around being anti-something, it needs to be good when not fighting that thing it's anti. Its features need to be broader than its goal, if that makes sense. Because you don't want to have a subclass where if you're not fighting magic, you don't have features. That's the situation you want to avoid. That's the situation that the early ranger struggles with a lot. Ooh, I like your font and layout very much. Nice art, too. Let's take a look. Let's read this bad boy. Barbarians who choose to follow the path of anti-magic view the weave as a foe to be conquered. Yours is a path which stands in bold defiance of magical energy that suffuses the multiverse. Guess what both of these sentences do? I'll give you a clue. They say literally the same thing. Just so you know. This says, barbarians fight magic. This says, barbarians fight magic. You don't need two sentences that give us the same information. We get everything we need here. We don't literally need none of this unless you're going to take this in an angle to get more specific with what is happening, but you're not really. With unbridled fury, you strike down those who would use that energy for the... Yeah, all of these sentences basically say the same thing, which is barbarian punch magic. So I think you got to expand a little bit past that in your flavor text a little bit. Let's see what features we get. At 3rd level, we get 2 features, Mage Hunter and Warding Rage. You can talk about what they feel like to play. You could talk about what they're like culturally. You could talk about how someone might become one. You could talk about where they might be employed. lots of stuff, man. Lots of stuff. Mage Hunter, 3rd level. You have become familiar with various techniques utilized by mages through your aggressive quest for their vanquishment. That sentence, I am not overestimating, is about 4 to 6 words too long, and it ruins the sentence. You have trained in vanquishing mages. Period. Doesn't need to be more than that, man. When you adopted this path, you gain the ability to cast Detect Magic at will. There is a problem immediately. Who knows what it is? Tell me if you can spot it. I'm going to read the next feature. Warding Rage. Your wrath against magic shields you from it. While raging, you gain resistance to damage from spells. So there are 2 big things that I think you need to deal with here. And they are really the crux of it. There's 2 big issues, and both of these features have both of these issues. So it's more of, I think, a peace issue. And it's not bad to have this issue. It's good, because it means you can address it directly. And it's 2 things. One is neither of these is a unique feature. Not only is neither of these a unique feature, neither of these is a unique feature for barbarians. This feature is just a stronger version of what wild magic barbarians get, because they get a limited version of Detect Magic. So it's just a stronger version of that feature. And Warding Rage is basically the same as the Totem Bear. The Totem Barbarian Bear Totem gives you resistance to all the elemental damage types. It's basically what this is doing. So that's the first issue. The first issue is there's really not anything original here, and you want to make sure that you are making original things. Specifically, if you're making something for a subclass that the other things are in the same class. Like, you don't want to make a barbarian subclass that shares features with other barbarian subclasses. It can be okay to do it with subclasses that share features from other classes. But even then, you got to kind of pay attention to where you're giving those features, what the context you're giving them in is, etc. But you really don't want to be like, okay, this thing is going to get this warlock is going to have this feature that's the same as this other warlock feature. You don't want to do that. The other issue, and I think the other issue is going to help you solve that first problem, maybe, is that you have fallen into the very first pit trap of creating something that is aiming for a goal. If I am running a combat encounter for my level 5 party, and nothing in the combat encounter uses magic, what does this barbarian subclass do? It doesn't do anything. So it puts you in this weird position where you essentially don't have a subclass if you aren't fighting spellcasters. And that's not going to feel good. That's not going to feel good. But it's not enough, Devin, because here's what it is. It is exactly the same as the Bear Totem when you are fighting spellcasters. And when you're not fighting spellcasters, it is literally a non-feature. So it sits in 2 spaces. It is either in a space where it is exactly something else because you're using it, or you aren't able to use it and it's nothing. That's what I would say. So I think, again, the bigger issue here is how do you express these ideas of anti-magic barbarian without limiting that barbarian to only getting things while it is fighting spellcasters? The way you answer that question is you ask, what do spellcasters need? Well, they need a couple things. They need spell slots. You could give a feature that messes with spell slots, but not all creatures have spell slots. So let's put that on the back burner for now. What else do they need? Well, spells require components. They require verbal components, somatic components, material components. What if, as a barbarian, when you raged, you could create a sphere of silence around you? Now, any spellcaster that's within a certain range of you can't cast any spells that require verbal components. So it's good against spellcasters, but you know what it also means? You are the stealthiest fucking barbarian when you're raging, because you literally make no noise when you rage. No one hears you kill anyone when you rage. It's good outside of fighting spellcasters. And you could even spread beyond that, but like that's the headspace you want to get in. You want to think about the things that are going to both work against your target, but also work in general. Let's take a look at the level 6 feature. When a creature within 5 feet of you casts a spell, you can use your reaction to make a melee attack against them to attempt to interrupt it. On a hit, roll damage for the attack as normal, then make a strength check. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. Why are you making a strength check? Oh, I see, because it's against the spell. Excuse me. On a success, the creature's spell fails and has no effect. You can use this proficiency bonus times per day. I don't mind this at all. I think this is a really fun 6th level feature. It does still fall into that same issue, but I do like it also. If I was going to try to put a feature like this in my game, I probably would not give it at level 6. I would either give it at level 6 paired with something else, and I would make it less useful. I'd make it like once a short rest, so I'd feel more comfortable pairing it with something else. Or I would pair it with something else at 10th level. I think pairing it with something else at 6th level could work, especially if you figure out how to sort of smush some of these down a bit. Because I think it's a cool idea, but it's falling into that same issue. I like the... this is also... I will also say, Devin, and again, I'm assuming you don't know this, but it's fine, but you should know. There are other things in D&D that do similar things to this. There is a... To give you a sense of how powerful that is, there is a ranger called the Monster Slayer. And the Monster Slayer gets a... It's either 9th or 11th. I think it's 11th. Yeah, they get an 11th level feature that is essentially the same thing as yours, except it works in a little bit of a different way. Yours limits it to melee, which is a big deal. Theirs has a range of 60 feet. Yours, I believe, does damage. It does. So this counts as a reaction attack, which is also really strong. I didn't realize this did damage. This should not do damage. Yeah, you have to drop that immediately. Even just being able to use your reaction to make a weapon attack and have it do literally nothing else, proficiency bonus times per day, would be a really strong feature. But it's another thing where it's like, look at how this thing is worded. When you see a creature casting a spell or teleporting within 60 feet of you, you can use your reaction to magically foil it, blah, 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 blah. So it's only once per short rest, so it's a lot less. But also, notice how they say casting a spell or teleporting. Why do they do that? Well, there aren't a million creatures that cast spells. But if you combine all the creatures that cast spells and all the creatures that can teleport, that's a bigger number. And specifically, with teleporting in particular, preventing a creature from teleporting is almost always a devastating thing to do for that creature, whether it's happening to you or against you. There's a spell called Counterspell. This is also true. But this barbarian is not a spellcaster, so I don't think that's going to be very helpful for them here. That's why I was showing the attack roll thing. So yeah, this is a little bit too powerful if it's doing damage. I didn't realize it was doing damage. And it also just, it's a lot of uses. I think it should be, because we're getting it like 5 levels earlier than that ranger. So I probably would make it still limit the uses more. So you keep rage. You slap them, canceling the spell, causing 1 damage to keep rage. But it's a reaction, so it doesn't matter. The thing with rage is you don't need to deal damage to keep rage. You need to attempt to attack a creature or you need to take damage. So this is not affecting your attack at all. This is a reaction. This isn't happening on your turn. You don't need this to maintain rage. Yeah, so Counterspell as a melee attack is fine, but Counterspell proficiency bonus times per day on a Barbarian at level 6 is not fine. Now you are casting Counterspell more than a 6th level Wizard, which is too much. Which is why I think you should try to interpret different elements of canceling magic. You know what you could also do? You could also, like, what else? Like you could also, what if, and I don't think it should necessarily be at level 6, but it's a thing you could throw in someplace. When you hit a creature with an attack, they have to make a saving throw, or like their magic items turn off for a round. I don't know, there's a lot of weird stuff you could do. They just lose access to their magical features. You cut them off from the weave for a round. You know, you can do stuff like that too. You can reaction on your turn, but it needs to be triggered by something. So you cannot choose to just use your reaction to punch a creature unless they cast a spell. This reaction needs to happen. This needs to happen for you to do this. You could technically draw off like a counter spell, I guess, but now we're arguing stuff that doesn't matter. Let's look at Seeing Red. Your rage lets you see through magical illusions. While raging, you have true sight to a range of 30 feet. That's interesting. Additionally, as a bonus action, you can expend a use of your rage to gain true sight to a range of... I think this is interesting. I don't really have thoughts about it. I think it's interesting. It feels a little bit... I like it more than the other features so far, in that I think it's just generally useful. Yeah, I like it. Let's look at Unraveling Rage. The weave is what many call the fabric of magic that... I'm going to read this sentence out loud, Devin, and you're going to realize that it's too long. You're just going to close your eyes and listen. The weave is what many call the fabric of magic that allows spellcasters to manipulate the world around them. How do you make that shorter? Why don't you just say, the weave is the magic that spellcasters use to manipulate the world around them? I'm going to be honest. How about you just take this whole sentence out and just start it here? I think it'll be better. Let's ignore that sentence and see if it still makes sense. Through sheer fury and force of will, you are able to unravel the fabric of the weave in an area around you. Boom. Yeah, that's the sentence. Take this fabric and put the fabric of magic here, and then you don't even need any of this sentence. As part of a bonus action used to rage, you can choose to cast Anti-Magic Field before your rage begins. When you cast a spell in this way, it doesn't require a spell slot. I get it's fine. Anti-Magic once per day. It's very on the nose. I think it's fine. Yeah. The feedback across the board is that it's all too one note, man. It's all one note. Outside of the True Sight feature, this is literally not a subclass 80% of the time. If I had a player that wanted to use this subclass as written, I would struggle to run a game for them because I don't love my monsters casting spells every encounter. And a barbarian should get access to their subclass. Like, a barbarian should be using, at the very least, the barbarian should be using their 3rd level features every single fight, no matter what. They should be able to use they should be able to actively and effectively use their 3rd level features, at least their rage one, every fight, no matter what. Doesn't matter. Look at any barbarian. All of them can do that. There is not, because it's so important. Because if you can't do that, then your rage is nothing. Then you're just a subclassless barbarian. So I think it's a really cool idea. I think there's some elements in it that are interesting. I think you are going in a cool direction. Like, I like the counterspell, the melee counterspell, the anti-magic field. All those make sense. They fit very logically into the idea. I think the question you need to ask yourself now is, how can you make it unique? How do you give it some bespoke features? And how do you make it applicable to things that aren't fighting magic? And I think almost all of that can be solved by doing one thing, which is by focusing your fiction. This is very vague fiction. This is literally just barbarian punch magic. So yeah, it's obvious that every single mechanic you made is barbarian punch magic, because there's nothing else to these things other than that. We don't get anything about them. There's no uniqueness to how they punch magic. You know, they just punch magic. So I think you might benefit from thinking a little bit more about building the fiction of who these barbarians are, what sort of barbarian might be an anti-magic barbarian, and what other things they might get to help fill out the feeling of that without stepping on the toes of other barbarian subclasses. I wouldn't necessarily give you that advice all the time, because there are some subclasses that don't need to do that because they just sell their fiction so well. But because this one... Let me rephrase that. There's some subclasses that sell their fiction really well through a variety of features. This one is selling a concept really well, but it's not fully... It doesn't feel like a subclass yet. It feels like a concept focused in on. Which I think is cool and a great start, but you got to pull back a little bit. Make this thing work outside of magic situations. But Devin, this needs to work outside of magic situations at level 3. That's my point. It needs to be good. I need to be excited to be this barbarian and to use my third class feature, whether I'm fighting a bandit or a wizard or a slime or a bunch of old people. And you really don't ever want to solve an issue with your piece through higher level features. Because if I have to deal with an issue until I get to level 6 or level 10 or level 14, I might never stop dealing with that issue because I might just not get to that level. Every subclass needs to completely work at the initial boot, and every subclass needs to completely sell its fiction by its first 2 tiers. So for a barbarian, for example, the third level features need to just be good. You could have one third level feature that's very, you know, a ribbon feature, which is like, you know, the detect... Either one of these no, this is not... Like, the detect magic's kind of a ribbon feature. Oh, it's still too strong, I think. But, like, if you could detect magic proficiency bonus times per day, that would be a ribbon feature. But your other feature needs to be tied to your rage. It needs to be applicable to a bunch of stuff. But I should be able to look at my third level features and have a pretty strong sense of how it's going to feel to use my barbarian in combat and what's that going to be like and what I'm going to enjoy in general. And then by level 6, I should basically be able to feel exactly like my character. I shouldn't have to wait till level 10 to feel like my character. At level 10, I should feel like my character that I've been feeling like the whole game now gets like a big power boost. But it's not like I should need to wait for it. I hope that makes sense. It's not a warlock subclass. It's a warlock invocation. And I don't think you should be building your subclass features based on warlock invocations. It's not a warlock subclass feature. But invocations sit in such a different resource pool than other things that it's like, it's genuinely not worth comparing. It would be like, well, I could give my barbarian this third level feature because there's this very rare magic item that does it. Or like, I should be able to give my barbarian, this feature because it's similar, and it sort of works because it also kind of works as like a 6th level wizard spell. It's like, those are very different things. They sit in very different resource pools. Yeah, you should be fully online by level 6, exactly. That's a much cleaner way of putting that. Anyway, I hope that was helpful, Devin. I think it's a really cool idea. I hope you keep working on it. I think you got some interesting stuff going on. I think you are in a place now where it's time to take those ideas and start honing in on them. Drill in deeper. You know, find the tap root and get the sap out and turn it into some sweet, sweet syrup. Let's give our dear Devin a round of applause, please. Hey, man, thank you for sharing. Night Nova. What's up, Joey? What's up, Frank the Tank? How you doing, buddy? You've been ill? I'm sorry you've been ill. Are we going to do the Disney subclass thing? Maybe. It's a thing I want to do, but we're not going to do it right now. Bildo, thank you for the resub. You're a champion. Dylan also brought up a very good point. And Devin, I do think it's worth thinking about. Or just acknowledging. For a first piece of homebrew, this is incredibly well written. It looks immaculate. And it's pretty damn well power balanced. If it was more applicable stuff. It's not... It doesn't feel super... There's parts that are overpowered, but not a lot. And it's easy tweaks. This is very strong for a first piece. You should be proud. You should be proud of yourself. But if you are somebody that's writing homebrew and you don't know how to do that formatting and you're a shitty writer and you want to be proud of yourself, you should be proud of yourself too. We are all not judging each other based on each other. We're judging each other based on ourselves from the past. The only thing you should be comparing yourself to is the piece of homebrew you wrote before this one. What's up, I less than 3FGC? How you doing, buddy? We are not doing Elden Ring right now. We're going to do Elden Ring more this weekend or next week, but tonight we're looking at D&D Homebrew. But it's good to see you. Can we do another classic author subclasses, like authors, or like more likely the book? Like Moby Dick, the subclass? That could be fun. That could be really fun. I'll tell you what, there's going to be a lot of crazy, overpowered, bloated thing, because people are going to be like, I'm going to do Mistborn, and try to build like an Allomancer. And they're going to fail. And I'm going to yell at them. That's what's going to happen. That's going to be the order of operations that happens in. And I made their voice nerdy, because you know they're a nerd. Hey, I'm not a nerd. I'm a nerd too. Shut up. You dreamed of a Platinum Dragonborn subclass. That could be fun. Quispy. I know every single person that's ever lived, ever will live, ever has lived, and some that haven't. I'm familiar with Sanderson. How would I do a subclass based on a whale? I wouldn't do a subclass based on a whale. I'd do a subclass based on the book Moby Dick. So I would make it about, like, hunting. No, I'd make it about, like, it would be about fighting giant monsters and ridiculous perseverance. That's what it would be about. How do you give this man our money? Depends on the man you want to give money to. If it's me, you can support me on Patreon. You can support me on Twitch. You can support me on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, you can sub, you can prime, you can throw coins, you can throw bits. Any of those things. I make more money from my YouTube memberships than I do from my Twitch memberships, but whatever you prefer. But if that's something you want to do, you should do it. But if it's also not something you want to do, you shouldn't do it. Please do not spend money you cannot afford to spend. A pretty okay great. You have a pretty okay great Gatsby one. How do you get the most money? Who takes the smallest cut? YouTube, Patreon probably takes the smallest cut. YouTube takes a smaller cut. YouTube takes a small. Twitch takes the biggest cut. Tuna gifted 5 and says, "This is how you give this man money. It's easy." Thank you, Tuna. I appreciate that very much. This is very kind of you. Data, yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Don't give me money. I don't want it. I don't want to take money from someone that needs it. That's terrible. To Kill a Mockingbird, it would just be the racism puncher. It would be racism puncher. Racism puncher and mad dog shooter. You'd just be Atticus Finch, really. Sponge. Databank. Get money when you need it, man. Do what you need to for yourself. I like having you here regardless of anything else. It doesn't matter. Anybody that wants to hang out and try to give insight and hang out is a champion. That's all I need. Sponge says, a defensive playstyle for warlocks. With the vibe of making a deal with the world itself. I wanted to plug in a taunt feature, but wasn't sure if it fit the vibe or where to put it. Could I say something a little bit controversial right now? I would argue there is already a defensive warlock. And there's arguably two. You don't think about them like defensive warlocks.
This is how you give this man money.
That
It's
is how you
easy.
give. Thank you. That is how you give me money, and I do appreciate it. What are the two warlocks that are defensive warlocks? There's one that I think is a really good argument for one, and one that's an okay argument for one. Fathomless, I think, has a single defensive feature. I don't know if I'd call it a defensive warlock, but all the warlocks have a single defensive feature. Except for a couple. Tradosio gifting 5 memberships. That is very generous of you. All right, well, it looks like Ultimate Gamer just became a member. Who else? Gene just became a member. Shades, welcome back to the 4A. We missed you. Welcome back. Who else? Ultimate, I think Panda too. Oh my goodness. I would argue, and this is going to sound crazy, but I would argue one of the best defensive warlocks is the Hexblade. What does the Hexblade get? Look at the spells that they get. Shield, Blur, Blink. Very tanky defensive spells. On top of Armor of Agatha, right? Armor of Agathis. What else do they get? They get medium armor and shields. What else do they get? They get armor of hexes. I think about half of their kit is designed around them being a tank. So, just food for thought. Shades, yeah, you could submit something now. Armor of Agathis. Armor of Agatha is just a lady that you... It's like Armor of Agatha is like armor that's just made of like old books. It smells sort of like cigarettes. That's Armor of Agatha. Somebody make that, please. Why are you saying ugh? You hate the Hexblade so much? Yeah, that's a you thing, man. That's on you. You're chilling. It's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with the Hexblade. I'll tell you what. If you removed the you can use charisma for your weapon attacks from the Hexblade warrior, and you tied it into the Pact of the Blade, Hexblade is perfect. In my opinion. Maybe not perfect like amazing, but perfectly reasonable. I think the only issue that I see with the Hexblade really is that it creates a situation where it's the only warlock worth being if you want to be a melee warlock, which is stupid. It'd still probably be too much, I agree, but I think it would be much more reasonable. There's a lot of things that the Hexblade gets. I actually think realistically what you could do is you could take almost all of Hex Warrior and make that Pact of the Blade. Like, this could be Pact of the Blade. But regardless, it's a good example of a defensive warlock, I think. Hot take, the explained function should be tied into every warlock. What do you mean the explained function? I think I agree with you if I understand what you mean, but I don't know if I understand what you mean. That Hex Warrior should just be part of Pact of the Blade? Yeah. Well, at least that basic part. I think all the summoning demons and specters and cursing people stuff doesn't need to be. All right, let's take a look at Planetary Patron. The Warlock of the Planetary is someone who has made... There's a lot of wasted words here already. Instead of saying the Warlock of the Planetary is someone who has made a pact, you can just say, Warlocks of the Planetary have made a pact with a primordial force of heaven's earth. They wield protective magic, allowing them to keep their allies safe. Oh, okay. So, wait, are you going like Celestial Warlock vibe? Where, we'll see. When you choose this subclass, choose your patron, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see. And then you get different spell lists. You either get planetary. Are you switching these or are you these? Let's see. The planetary lets you choose from an expanded spell list of spells when you learn a warlock spell. So you are either an earthly warlock or a lunar warlock, and everybody gets the planetary spells. Okay, Shield of Faith, Warding Bond, Protection from Energy, Death Ward, Greater Restoration. Earthly gets Entangled, Dust Devil, Erupting Earth, Grasping Vine, Wrath of Nature, and Lunar gets Heroism, Moonbeam, Crusading Mantle, Guardian of Faith, Dawn. My first thought immediately is that I don't dislike this, but I think you're trying to squeeze in too much. I think you have three pretty radically different vibes here. And my concern is that if you are actually trying to cover all three of these vibes, you're going to fall short. That's my guess. We're going to see, though. At first level, we get one feature called Guardian's Form. As a bonus action, you can undergo a transformation, providing you with the following benefits. You can use your charisma modifier for athletics and acrobatic checks. When you are hit by an attack, you can use your reaction to add your proficiency bonus to your AC. Don't love that. Gonna be real honest here. If your patron is earthly, you can cast Thorn Whip cantrip. You get a bonus to the damage roll equal to your charisma modifier. And if your patron is lunar, you can cast Ray of Frost cantrip, and you get a bonus damage. Okay, so a couple things here. I really don't like this. This is crazy. Because how long does this last? How long does this last? A minute? So think about it like this. Think about it like this, Sponge. Let's ignore everything other than this feature. Let's just look at this feature. The way this feature is written currently, it's not exactly this, but it's very close. It's essentially, you can cast the shield spell at will, proficiency bonus times per day for a minute. I think that's too much. And that's just one part of this. So that's I'm a little concerned. A little concerned there. It's not exactly the shield spell. It's basically, it's a parry mechanic more than the shield spell. But I also want to say, I don't think either of these cantrips, even with you adding this little bonus, is enough. I feel like that's not... I'm still casting Eldritch Blast. So I feel like this is too powerful in some places and not enough in others. And if I was you, I'm going to say again, the problem is you're trying to do too many things. There is another Warlock that gets a feature at first level that allows it to transform. It is the Warlock that gets the Form of Dread. It gets these three things. You are immune to Frightened. You gain temporary hit points equal to 1d10 plus your Warlock level. And once per turn, you can attempt to frighten a creature. And they remain frightened for a single round. And that's it. That's all. Is that really powerful? Yeah, it's really good. It's not overpowered, but it's really good. I'm not going to pretend it's not really good. But it's also not a lot of stuff. And it's all stuff that, sits together nicely. The only thing that kind of stands out as different, I guess, is this. But it's also, it's very reasonable. This, like, I just don't know, man. I don't know, man. What is the flavor of a warlock that can cast Vine Whip and Ray of Frost? What is that? It doesn't feel like anything to me. So I feel like you got to focus this in a little bit more. Cut some of this extra tissue off. Devin, thank you for the 5. Do you want me to read your thing out loud, or do you want me to wait for the TTS? Because it's on a bit of a delay. I disagree, man. I do not think this is doing a planetary vibe. I think the vibe is random cold spell, random nature spell, shield.
Hooray!
Just wanna say again, really appreciated the feedback. I'm gonna go back to the drawing board and make the subclass features more generally useful. Heart.
I don't think you have to go back to the I don't think you need to go back to the drawing board for everything. I don't think you need to go back to it for everything because, like I said, there's a lot of stuff that's working in there. What you want to do is you want to start trying to think laterally about how you problem solve in terms of making this guy good at fucking shit up. But that doesn't mean you need to get rid of everything that you have there, because some of it you want to keep. But those are more like ribbon features. So, for example, the Fathomless Warlock gets an ability where it can breathe underwater and gets a swim speed. That's completely useless unless you have water to deal with. Completely useless unless it has water to deal with. But they also get another feature that lets them summon a weird tentacle and hit stuff. That's useful all the time. So you could do it that sort of way too. Somebody said planetary vibe to me would be gravity stuff. That's a way you could go with it. I'll tell you what, though. I mean, I think you could go in the direction. I understand what you're trying to do with Heavens. Like, I get the vibe here. I just don't think it's being expressed in this one mechanic. And I think that it's a big challenge to accomplish that vibe if you are genuinely trying to break this idea into 3 separate ideas, which is kind of what's happening here. Because we have the element of planetary, which we are interpreting as, like, defensive. We have the element of earthly, which is, like, you know, like, nature. And then we have the element of lunar, which is, like, radiant, cleric-y shit. It's 3 pretty divergent directions, and we're getting multiple of them at the same time. Like, the reason why the genie works is because, yes, you have a multitude of different expanded spell lists you're picking from, but your core feature does one thing, and a tiny aspect of that thing changes depending on your form, but it's still doing that same thing. It's just doing a little extra damage. But the main thing that you get is the lamp, which has nothing to do with what type of genie you picked. So I think you gotta hone that focus in a little bit more, I think. Let's take a look at level 6. Planetary Protection. You can use your action to empower a creature within 30 feet of you. If your patron is earthly, the creature gets +1 to bonus to strength, dex, and con saves. If your patron is lunar, they get bonus to mental stuff. The bonus lasts for an hour until you use the feature again. I think it's too powerful, and I think it's kind of lackluster. I maybe would like it more if you didn't just make it a flat +1 that lasted an hour. Like, maybe treat it more like a specific form of inspiration or something. But it lasts too long, you get too many uses, and it's a little lackluster. What if it was this? As a bonus action, or as an action, you can imbue a creature with earthly or lunar power. And you just make it like a bardic inspiration. They can do it on these types of checks and saving throws if they're this type of guy and this one on the other. Make it a dice roll. That could work. And make it on one dice roll and then make that charisma modifier times per long rest. Even that might be a lot. This subclass seems to be focusing on guarding and defense, even though it feels like it isn't really working with the flavor of being planetary. Yeah, I think the flavor is a little bit all over the place, if I'm being honest. But again, we talked about that already. So I think that's the problem. It's the flavor is a little vague and then really focused in like ways that I feel like don't match the flavor, even though it is a little vague. My question is, can I start point for other into wisdom 2.4 time? Should I turn it off for no is my question. Cleric 4675. I think you either fell into your keyboard or perhaps you were typing on a phone and autocorrect has done you no favors, because that sentence you wrote is not a sentence. It's not a sentence, it's not a question, it's nothing. So I cannot help, because I don't know what you mean. But if you could write that like a sentence in a way that I could understand it, I'll do my best to answer your question. Let's take a look at the 10th level feature. You have advantage on saving throws to avoid or end charmed or frightening conditions. My first thought would be why. Not really sure. This feels like very Fey. I'm not getting a strong Fey element anywhere here. This feels out of pocket. Additionally, when you succeed on a save against a spell or ability that would inflict the charmed or frightened condition, you begin to radiate powerful magic. You shine bright light, creatures of your choice get stuff. Okay, there's another problem. Look at this. You don't have anything that just does a thing. You get to turn on a super mode that lasts a minute. You can give someone a super bonus that lasts an hour. If this convoluted set of circumstances happens, you get a super bonus that lasts a minute. So that's not going to work. If you have one feature that gives you a avatar state, that's the only feature we're getting that does that. Also, I do not think it is a good idea to have a feature that is only triggered by... I mean, I guess it's okay. I guess there's other things that do that. What does this actually do? You shine light. Creatures of your choice gain resistance to radiant damage or necrotic damage. If you're in guardian form... What the fuck is guardian form of that? You gain +1 bonus to your AC. Yeah, this is kind of nothing, man. This is just numbers go up again. There's no flavor here. Like, I don't know how the charmed or frightened connect. Like, this is like the Fey Wanderer Ranger gets something to do with charmed and frightened, because that's like Fey shit. And why is it like retroactively just make... It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm missing... I'm not getting the fiction. The fiction is not shining through. Oh, let's see what Cleric is trying around too. My Beyond app allows to take from 2 points of ink. I don't know what ink is, etc. and put into wisdom 4 times. I am only level 1. Should I turn it off now? I'm scared it will mess with my stats. Cleric, I have no fucking idea what you're saying, man. You're still not writing sentences. Did you just copy paste what you wrote before? Yeah, just talk to your dungeon master, man. I don't know how to help you. I don't know what the phrase take 2 points from ink, etc. and put into wisdom 4 times. I don't know what that means. That doesn't mean anything. Like, when I say that out loud, do you understand why I don't understand it? I don't know. I have no idea. I've tried, man. What about your stats? I don't just fucking stand. Are you describing the point buy system? Google the phrase point buy system for stats and see if that's what you're talking about. But the other thing that you should do, the real thing you should do, is what Bildo said. Ask your dungeon master. My D&D Beyond app allows me to take 2 points from intelligence or others and put them into wisdom 4 times. I'm only level 1. Should I try and redo my stats? If you are using the point buy system and your dungeon master is cool with you using the point buy system, then you can use the point buy system. But Bildo was right. It has nothing... Being a cleric has nothing to do with it. Bildo was right immediately. The answer is to check with your dungeon master. because that's not a class feature. That is just a core mechanic of the game that the Dungeon Master decides to do. So when you start running a game, the Dungeon Master decides we are either rolling for our stats, we're going to use standard array, or we're going to use point buy, or we're going to use some other system. All of those are just systems of math to help you figure out what your stats are going to be. After you figure them out, you never go back to those systems until you build a new character. So you would not ever change your stats dramatically once your character is a character. So if you have a cleric and they're level 1 and you've already started playing the game, if you want to change your stats, you could talk to your Dungeon Master about it, but that's not something you should do without talking to them about it. If you haven't built your cleric yet or haven't started playing yet and you're just starting to put your stats in, now it's time to talk to your Dungeon Master. Say, hey, what system of stats are we using? And help them guide you through it. Yeah, we can give Bildo a round of applause for saving me from a stroke, for sure. Let's get a big one. Let's look at the 14th level feature. Ultimate Guardian. As an action, you can create a Spectral Guardian to protect up to 6 creatures you can see within 60 feet of you. Each creature gains temporary hit points, 4d10 plus your Warlock level. The feature requires concentration, lasts for up to an hour. While concentrating on this feature, you use your bonus action to give a creature under its effects advantage on its next saving throw before the start of your next turn. Once you use this feature, you must finish a long rest before you use it again. This is an interesting one. I'd play around with these numbers. I'm not 100% sure I feel good about these numbers on top of this. You might just want to fuck around with that a little bit. That's on you. That's going to be you play testing and stuff. If these numbers are too high, I think you got to change this. And if they feel fine, it's probably okay. This is not a bad 14th level feature for a Warlock. This follows Warlock design pretty nicely, and I think that this feature also feels kind of unique and feels like it sort of sells a defensive fiction, but I'm going to have to push here pretty hard and say I think this needs quite a bit of work, and I think the main thing you really need to do is figure out what the fiction is that you're going to sell, and make sure that you have at the very, you don't need to necessarily even have mechanics, ideas for mechanics that very specifically and evocatively sell that fiction without each thing needing to do 3 different things or needing to incorporate 3 different things. That's hard to do, but that's what you need to do. I'm always a little reluctant about subclasses that have a lot of features that are often isolated from the base class mechanics. I think you want to have at least a couple features that are isolated from the base class mechanics because it's good to have extra tools. But there's a handful of red flags for me here. The fact that all of these things last for a long period of time is a big one. The fact that each feature has 3 to 4 things happening is a little bit of a red flag. Doesn't necessarily mean there's something wrong, but it's a good indicator there's probably something that's going wrong, either in the literal mechanical design perspective or in more of the foundational vision perspective. You really should not need every single subclass feature to do 3 things in order for you to sell the fiction of your subclass. You got to consolidate that a little bit. Those are my main thoughts, Sponge. I feel like I can see that you're working towards something, but I think you got to crystallize what that is, man. You got to crystallize what that is. I think that will really dramatically help you sort of focus these features. Alrighty, let's get our boy Sponge a round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing, buddy. So simplify, make it properly unified vibe. Yeah, exactly. I think making it a more properly unified vibe is going to actually do a lot of the simplifying work for you. In fact, it might even do the opposite. It might even make the work more complicated, but more focused, which is okay. Cinder. That's me. I'm Cinder. Cinder, can you do a bit on synergies, combos for party builds, like microwaves? I used to make YouTube videos about that a lot. I haven't in a little while. I guess I could make a couple more. I used to make shorts about that a lot. My favorite synergies are not player ones, but monster ones. Because I want the monsters to win, and players get enough help. There's too many of you. You outnumber the dungeon masters. You outnumber the monsters. You get all the magic items. You always win. Monsters need help. But you could reverse engineer some of those strategies into things that are replicatable through character class options and powers. Yeah, so that's a really good point. People talk about optimized builds a lot, but very little do they talk about optimized parties, which is ironic because I would argue an optimized party is always going to really dramatically outperform a group of optimized players that are not optimized together to collaborate. Combos in D&D are the strongest. What's the next theme night? Dice, we were talking about it. We can talk about it a little bit right now. I'm going to end stream soon. I did not sleep well last night. I'm tired. I started stream an hour early to try to, because I knew I could tell I was going to make it to midnight. I'm surprised I made it this close to 11. I ended up getting like 3 hours of sleep or less last night. The theme, I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know if we're going to do a theme next week or not. But the next theme I was thinking would be something along the lines of either make a monster stat block based off of like a superhero type character. So sort of try to like, how would I translate like any of those sort of like larger than life characters into a monster stat block? Because I think you could actually do that really accurately. Or maybe turning like Disney cartoon characters into subclasses. Those were the two ideas that we were kicking around. But I'm open to other ideas. Probably because people that watch optimization character build videos aren't fully concerned with party unity. That is probably true. I think Goku would count as a superhero, sure. We could also broaden it. We could say animated characters. So you could do like Ben 10, or you could do like, I don't know, what other animated character they are. Like, I think we could be open and you could do SpongeBob. That could be fun. What's up, Adam? Adam, I gotta be honest, man. Adam, did I show you my cool new thing I can do? Wait, Adam, I don't know if I showed you. Check this out. Here. Let me just fix my music for a second. Dude, Adam, we're gonna fuck so much shit up. People don't even know. We're gonna melt it all. We're gonna melt it all into 1,000 suns and back again. What did I want to show? Something funny. Where is it? Is it here? No. Gosh darn it. Oh, I know where it is. I don't know if you can hear me. Check this out. You ready?
I don't.
Nope. Nope. Where did it go? Wait. All right, this will count. We can use this one. Not what I wanted, but it's fine. Check this out, dude. Boom. So we have this, right? We live our lives here. It's not a bad place to live. But what if we need more? What if we need more? You know? We got options, you know? We could do volume. Volume's not bad, but what if we need more volume? Boom. That's pretty good. But you know, what if we're not here for volume? What if we're here for quantity? We could probably make that work. Boom! Okay, we could do that. Right? And if we need to, really squeeze it out. And then we go, and then we get really fucking weird with it when we need to. Like this, you know? That's pretty cool. And then this is my favorite one. Because this just makes my face look weird. This is just, everything is a little off. And it's amazing. I can make my eyes stretch. So yeah, so this is the new look. I just wanted to share that for a second. NBD. How you doing, brother? Are you streaming tonight? Are you guys streaming tonight? Is Blackwater streaming tonight? I generally try to raid you guys when you're streaming. I'll check. Isn't this a really good camera angle, though? Mondays? Alright, word. Except. Anyway. We were talking about Homebrew. I don't remember the conversation when I got excited. It's nice when I see people that I recognize. Dude, you know what's fucking crazy? Do you know what's actually crazy? So I met you, Adam. Do you remember this? I don't know if you know this. I met you before. I think I met you before. In person. Pretty sure I did. I met a lot of Blackwater before. But it's so... Were you at PAX East? Were you at PAX Unplugged? Were you at PAX Unplugged? If you were at PAX Unplugged, then I met you. But here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. I didn't know who the fuck you were. You didn't know who the fuck I was. Beyond that, I would argue that even in me watching you guys stream, I still don't really know who the fuck you guys are. Like, I know Tim, because he's the Dungeon Master, so I look at him more. And I know M, because they are the person that is the communicator socially, mostly. But the craziest thing is, genuinely, it took us playing D&D for one session to suddenly be like, I fucking know Adam. I'm excited to see him at Gen Con. We're going to hang out. Literally, like, from a guy that I met at a party, did not know what to say, didn't know who to talk, literally was like, okay, I'm going to say, you're here and gone, man. We're two fucking white bearded dudes. There's too many of us to remember each other. You know what I mean? One D&D session sometimes all it takes. Weird times. Yeah, Adam and I play in Castleton together. And I am his right-hand man, Otter. And he is my prince, Elion. And we are both kind of playing similar... We're playing radically different characters, but with similar things. In that both of us are playing characters that kind of come off as dingusy, but have a little bit more, like, thought behind the dingus. But they are also both dingusy. Which are fun characters to play. Alright, friends. My lovely creatures. My glorious Tyrannosauri. You. Yes, you. The time of night has come where it is time for us to begin to wrap up. But before we leave, there is always one thing we do at the end of stream, every single end of stream, for those few brave that want to hang out with us. This song's too dour. We need to do a different one. Which is to say thank you to all of our supporters. So please don't leave just yet. Please help me in giving a big round of applause to everybody that submitted Homebrew tonight. And to everybody that is gracious and kind enough to support the stream. If you want to know who those people are, check this out. Who helped me? So who supported the stream tonight? Let's find out. Who was it? Let's look at these champions. Oh, shoot. We got new followers. We got Iles. We got Floris. We got Estu. We got Double Twitch. We got new subs from Chris, Mooses, Sebastian, Michigan, and Austin. And some resubs from Esquira and Bildo. New members? Hell yeah. Drew, Shades, Gene, Ultimate, Pandas, Fabrico. A lot of those came from Tradosio. Thank you, Tradosio. We got cheers from Erglash. We got moderators. We got Bildo modding. We got Philip. We got Tuna. We got Devin. Thank you. You guys are all amazing. My God, what would I do without you? I am a creature wandering the realm alone, cast in shadow. It is only through you that I finally am able to displace the darkness, to see myself, to know myself. What glorious gifts you give me. And now we must find someone to raid. And it can't be me, because I'm streaming. None of my friends are streaming right now. Orakami's streaming. Perfect. We're going to raid Orakami. If you guys don't know Orakami art, she is a fantastic artist. And they are doing a thing where they are drawing and doing... Drawing in dragons. I don't know what that means. We're going to go there. I love you guys. Have a good night. Don't forget to feed your pets. Also, I'll see you guys. I might stream this weekend. Most likely not till next week, though. Kind of depends on my Sunday schedule and my Friday work stuff. I got to finish getting this video out. Anyway, I love you. Bye. YouTube. Love you too, YouTube. Bye.